Hello and welcome to the Chapter 2 Season 4 Grand Finals of the Fortnite Champions Series. It's your boy Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got none other than ShyWager and Reese. Guys, yesterday we had some incredible games, and today we are back for the exciting conclusion and will crown a brand new FNCS Trios champion. How are the hype levels, boys? I love asking this question because I love the memes it provides. Provide me with memes, please.
I'm waiting for the Reese clap back, but for me, it's absolute maximum for EU and NA East today, and all the other regions around the world that have already finished up. I'm so excited to watch even more grand finals.
I may not clap back, but I will say, this is me currently on cloud 9.
Right.
This is me. This is me over the moon.
Okay.
And obviously also, my hype levels are still off the charts right now.
Wow. I have to applaud you, sir. Thank you for providing the memes. That's what we live for. Also, big shout out to everyone in Party Royale. If you're tuning in here, watching us live, hello. Thank you so much for taking time to hang out with us. We hope you have an incredible time. Use your favorite emotes. Use the paint. Throw the tomatoes. All of the above. Just let's have an awesome time. We've got 7 games of EU ahead of us, and it's going to be an incredible time. Now, real quick, let's talk about the broadcast and what you guys can expect as viewers as we're watching throughout the show. We're here in Grand Finals. Now, what got us here? Well, we started things off with an open round qualifier. From there, the top 15 trios pushed on through the heats. There was a 2-day competition, 6 games apiece there, where the top 8 trios then moved on to Grand Finals. However, yesterday, there was a very special wildcard match where one trio, the Victory Royale of that single game, that trio joined the 32 trios already in grand finals, and we kicked off 5 matches yesterday. We are here for the next 7. Shio, at the end of this, there's going to be brand new FNCS champions.
And they'll have that axe of champions as well. It'll be EU, the region that we're watching first. That wildcard match team is performing so well today as well, but at the same time, day 1 was just its own separate thing. Now with day 2, the scores are combined, but there's brand new stories we'll get to watch happen at the end half of these grand finals.
That's right. Now you're probably asking yourself, well, Zeke, Shio, how are these guys earning points? What are they doing to move up and down the leaderboard? Hey, don't even worry. We got you covered. Take a look here. We've got the Victory Royale. It's worth 25 points. There's 33 trios competing, so if a trio can land in 17th or higher, they'll start to earn points for placement. And finally, every single elimination is a point. Now, Reese, we always kind of go back and forth. Where on the spectrum should they fall? You know, we've seen trios like Mongrel, Mitra, and Tayson. They've got that average placement of 3.6, which is basically placing 4th every game. And they've got an average elims of 8.4. So these guys are just far and away balancing this perfectly.
You know, average elims of 8.4 is already above what we see from most teams who win their region. It's usually around like that upper 5s to mid 6s range. So these guys are already slaying out way harder than the average people who are winning their region. They have better placement at an average of 3.6, and they have 2 Victory Royales out of 5 games. So they've won 2 games out of 5. So these guys are just playing out of their mind. They're managing to balance eliminations with great placement, with also managing to pick up that Victory Royale, and that's why they're so far ahead in first.
The biggest question will be, can they continue that momentum, right? Can they keep this going across the next 7 games? But not only are they walking away champions, not only will they have a trophy that they can show literally anyone in their lobby, the world, they will also be walking away with a bunch of prize money coming in first place, but also just being able to make it this far, they'll walk away with something. It is going to be an absolutely incredible day for Fortnite. We're going to watch some of the very tippy-top performing trios, some of the craziest action. We're talking some of the craziest play. I'm hoping for some big wow factors, just like, hey, I'm just going to go find an RPG. I'm going to go loot a shark. That's what I want, Shy.
I mean, absolutely. It's Europe, right? So we'll have to have that every single time, and it's always in a new way. No one can really predict, not even Reese, I'm going to say that, when it's in-game stuff that's going down. So I'm excited to see what happens today. It's going to be an absolute blast.
I think I'll predict it. Come on.
Okay.
I think, you know what? Maybe we'll have an RPG rocket launcher elimination thrown in there, something in the mix that'll kind of throw things up. I do expect it. You know what? There is always stuff that comes out of the blue that's always hilarious to watch, be it, you know, vehicles picking up eliminations or anything like that. I hope we do see something good like that today, though.
Bro, you know I'm right there with you. Now, of course, we do have other regions. 7 total regions are participating, and some of these regions have already concluded their games, and we actually already have some FNCS champions. Let's kick things off over in OCE. Congratulations to Jinx, Alec, and Worthy. 244 total points, a victory royale, and 71 eliminations. They will claim the Axe of Champions.
Incredible performance by these 3 guys, and if anyone knows the OCE region, they should not be surprised. Jinx, Alec, and Worthy have qualified for every single FNCS that we've had so far, the grand finals of it. 6 out of 6. And Jinx has won 3 of those now, making him now a 3 times FNCS champion. Dude. And, you know, these guys, again, were balancing that average eliminations replacement. I'd already said earlier that, you know, those average eliminations for the winner was around the high 5s, and these guys had 5.92 average eliminations. So, again, very, very, very close to kind of what we were seeing and why that's giving us a good indication of Metro's team today on EU performing very, very well.
Yeah, and over there in second, Repulse Forbes and Sinky Fishy, I believe they won their last game to get all the way to 207 points. So that is amazing for the second place finishers. So many top teams here as well on this page. Carry On, Eshes, and Sorif. These guys coming together in week number 2 as a brand new trio, and after that just performing so well. Even some high profile trios like the X2 twins paired with Volks getting 8th place overall, having a phenomenal day 1 and just being consistent on day 2 to lock in a top 10.
Team that was phenomenal on day 1 is our 7th place team. The user name there is actually Gubos, Tyrax, and Link. These guys had 115 points on the first day, and they were first by quite a large margin, but unfortunately did not perform that well on the second day and kind of pulled all the way down to 7th. So that's what we're talking about. We need to have some of these consistent teams that are performing on day 1 on the regions we're going to watch need to do the exact same thing here today as well.
That's just OCE's story for the top 10. So many teams played overall entirely across the world. There were more FNCSs playing out in Asia as well. Their FNCS ended, and we have a winner, Reese.
Yeah, we've got Ruri, Bob, and Moffin. The names may confuse you a little bit just because they're kind of a little bit off from their actual, but Drazna is Ruri, Mogrel is Moffin, and Bob, well, Bob's Bob. And these guys performed very, very well. And there's a little bit of a story behind their previous FNCS because, you know, Bob and Moffin have been playing together for a long, long time. And Ruri and Moffin actually won the Season X FNCS trios. So they've already been a champion in trios all the way back in Chapter 1 of Season X. So the first FNCS we ever had, these guys already won it. Coming into their next FNCS, which was Squads, these guys ended up placing 2nd. So they nearly got 2 in a row. They nearly managed to get those 2 championships. And then ever since then, in the duos, the invitational, and in the solo FNCS, they didn't manage to clutch it up. Now they've come back full circle into trios again and managed to pick up that 2-time FNCS championship.
Yeah, it still was absolute improvement for everyone else on that first page as well. A lot of trios who were starting off the very first portion of the FNCS at maybe 20th and 19th, hitting top 5, like Seek, Peter Pan, and Faxvox. These guys not even playing in the same trio in week number 1, getting 8th place overall once again on Asia. It's just absolutely amazing. These guys are going to be walking away with so much prize money, split obviously amongst those 3 individuals playing overall, but that was Asia in total. There are more trios all across the world who are also fighting out in FNCSs that are only really halfway through.
That's right, and EU is one of those regions. So what we need to do is kind of take a step back, revisit EU standings, and kind of see and paint that picture as what happened yesterday, right? We got to reset this stage because Mongrel, Metro, and Tayson, they just pulled so far out ahead of everyone else. However, there's still a trio right behind him, and that is a previous FNCS champion, Andalex, your previous FNCS Invitational champion, Janice, paired up with Xsqueeze. They're just neck and neck. But you know, guys, I think the biggest, scariest thing is what Reese mentioned earlier, and that is teams that perform on day 1 sometimes can't do the same thing on day 2. So we may see this top 5 be completely different by the end of the day.
And you led into exactly what I wanted to talk about, the fact that these teams up at the top here are going to need to perform the same today. You know, Mongraal, Metro, and Tayson's team performed extremely well. We've kind of already covered how well that they have played in day one. It's been phenomenal to watch their dominance, but they need to continue that into today, 7 games, and really ensure that they stay at that top 1 spot. And Andalex, Janus, and X-Squeeze, although they're 30 points behind, these guys have the capabilities to catch up, no doubt. One bad game from their first place team will make them just catch up so fast, and then there's 6 more games left that they can easily overtake. You know, it's all about consistency across both days.
And Zeke was talking about the competition in Europe being neck and neck. Just look at all the necks on this page. I guess then, right? Like, the competition is so much closer, 63 points to 61 between Kinzel, who started the game in the day off so well with a win, and Flois, Andretta, and Louis. Over there, though, 53 points tied for 8th and 9th place. Our wildcard team in 10th with Nate, Smash Dave, who's Rojo, and Bobo at 51. Any of these guys having a good day can absolutely push forward and get towards that top 5. Maybe even contest Metro, Mongraal, and Tayson themselves.
Do you think that's going to happen? Because you know what? I hope that it does. I hope that we have a team that's currently from 5th all the way down to 15th, maybe even lower, that has this big pop-off day today. And looking at this leaderboard now from 11th to 15th, there are plenty of names here who stick out of teams that can. Actually, you know what? Any one of these teams can. I think the 2 that are probably favorites would be Vel, iDrop, and Stursix, who's currently in 11th, and then in 15th with Flick, Thomas, HD, and Anas. These guys have been popping off all the way through the qualifiers, all the way through the heats, and it's kind of a bit of interesting to see them in that 11th to 15th place slot. So today, hopefully they're going to figure out what kind of went wrong yesterday, bring it back, and start climbing up the leaderboards.
Oh, they've reviewed, they've warmed up, and now they're hungry to have an amazing day of 7 games. We'll see how it works. It'll be a long one, but I feel like it might be the best Fortnite we've watched so far.
Oh, yeah, man. 100%. You know all these trios are looking to bring it. Now, don't forget, yesterday, because we have 7 today, we had a matchmaking issue with one of our games, so we pulled out 1 game over to today, which leads us to looking at 7 games total. This is that added game, I feel like, is going to make a pretty big dynamic change to what we see the final standings look like. Now, we did have some BRs 5 total yesterday, so we should probably reset those up, right? What happened?
Let's talk about day number 1 in EU. It was Wolfie's, CRR, and Kinzel in game number 1 that made it close and personal all the way to the very end, getting all the way to low ground, getting a win, and really showing everyone how much they've improved as teammates and as Fortnite players in this FNCS.
And they actually struggled through the qualifiers a little bit, kind of only starting to catch steam at the end, and then really start to pick up. And you can see that steam carrying over into the grand finals with their current 6th place slot and picking up obviously the first victory of the day. And moving on to game 2 was Metro, Mongraal, and Tayson. Now these guys are not shy to eliminations or a victory royale, and this is the first of their 2 victory royales for the day.
And speaking of 2 victory royales, we're just the number 2 in 2nd place. Andalex, Janus, and X-Squeeze, who is Duck on top, were the individuals to get the game 3 victory royale. They did it back to back. They did it all, basically securing the win alive, making sure everything was perfect, and wrapped it up in such seamless fashion.
And that win by Andalex, Janus, and X-Squeeze was actually 15 eliminations as well, which was the highest we saw out of day 1. So huge game coming out of them. But for game 4, which Blackie, Robabs, right in that end game, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday in our package, but this end game was focused all around pressure. Just these guys consistently pressure, and a beautiful shot onto Lechi just to finish things off there.
Yeah, Lechi got a little bit of an alley-oop all the way from Blackie at the end of that game. But you were talking about 2 wins. Here's Mongraal, Metro, and Tayson's 2nd one, and it felt like it got even easier for them as the day went on.
It did. You know, these guys popped off. They didn't get as many eliminations this time, picking up 9, which, you know, these guys are capable of big games. We saw them in the heats pick up a 19 elimination victory royale, so 9, a little bit less than, but given the consistency that they had throughout the day, a victory royale with 9 elims is still absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so that was kind of the first day for EU. A lot of action, some sprays, some team damage too. It was amazing, Zeke.
Bro, it really was. I'm telling you, I could not be more excited. I get to hang out with you guys to watch this. We get to hang out with our casters, everyone at Party Royale, everyone at home. It's going to be so much fun, and I can't wait to see the final results. Now, of course, speaking of those results, you guys actually made some predictions. Our casters and our analysts decided which teams they thought would walk away the FNCS champions. Sundown kicked us off. Floki, Clement, and Nikos. Now, right now, these guys are in 5th place But again, we've got another 7 games on deck. They can turn this around.
Yeah, they can turn this around, and Clement is known to, because he's the only player on EU who has actually managed to qualify for every single FNCS. So the only one out of the entire region. So this team has the potential to do extremely well. We know they're consistent. And obviously Floki and Nakos also both very, very consistent players themselves. Moving on to my pick, though. Andlex, Janus, and X-Squeeze. Now, I've predicted these guys a victory in Qualifier 3. And I think they're coming back for the 2-time. They're second right now, and they are performing very, very well so far. So 7 games left. I believe in my boys.
Okay, I'm going to drop some fun facts about every prediction. Once again, you mentioned Clement. I was going to say maybe change the name to Cement, or, Cement in general, because this guy just sticks in every FNCS no matter what. He is so rock solid when it comes to just being able to play these games all the way out towards the end. Reese, you're also one of the best predictors overall in the FNCS, is always picking first place teams. So I feel like you have the strongest pick here. Sancho, Mongrel, Micho, Tayson has the most strength right now in first place overall. So this man and this trio are looking so powerful after day number 1. I picked Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD. These guys are having a little bit rough times in day number 1, but Anas is clutching about 43% of these guys' points throughout all the games. He's looking really good when he's playing. Maybe in day number 2, these guys learn up and then push forward, have a glorious day like we were talking about before, and end up in that top 5.
Many of these trios have the possibility, the capability of turning everything around, right? Like, we've seen Thomas clutch single by himself versus other entire trio games, right, in open rounds and heats. Any of these teams can literally take these leaderboards and put them on their head. That's why they're here. They're the top 1%. They've made it to grand finals, and now it's about which team will take advantage of the day, which team will make that stamp and look to walk away the FNCS champions. Now, Fortnite fam, we're not the only ones that are here. We've got our casters that we'd like to introduce you to. So, Sundown, Sancho West, say hello to everyone at home.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Reese, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he's, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. My name's Sundown.
And I am Sancho West, and boy, oh boy, we are going to have some awesome action. And hello, Party Royale Island. It is so hyped to be in-game, and Sundown, I am so excited to get into it. Here we go. It is Fortnite time, Grand Finals, Day 2, Game 6. Let's see how it all unfolds, and the action will only get more crazier as we get to the final Game 12.
And here we go again. Don't forget, we'll have 7 matches today. And for those of you who are just tuning in, whether it's your first time, we'll be explaining a bunch of things. But what you need to know right now, that number 1 spot, they talked about it at the top of show, the best of the best, arguably one of the strongest and most talented trios in the entire world. And they've shown it so far through the first 5 games in Europe, is coming out of Stark Industries. It's E11 Tayson, FaZe Mongrel, and Liquid Mitro, and they have had this place wire to wire the entire time. Anybody who has come here basically gets forced in having to 50-50 one of those henchman chests. Otherwise, they just force you out, and they're doing it again.
The only person that's literally contesting, and he has to, is Iron Man. And Iron Man is getting destroyed by the Thanos of the Fortnite world, and that is the Big Grawl and Mongrel. And what's the most interesting thing is when I tuned into Mongrel's Twitch stream after this incredible day 1, he wasn't creative. Free building to stay sharp. That's the champion's mentality. There's no celebrating. They still know they have a job to do. Mission is not complete. And what was a really sweet moment, so to speak, and I know that may be a strange thing to say when you mention Mongrel, but a really sweet moment was that he was asking for a prayer from his community. He said, look, I'm performing at my best. My mates are performing at their best. I 100% believe that he will be the Fortnite champion at the end of the day and that he will come out on top. That was a very touching moment to tune in to Mongrel stream. So this trio right here, everybody has their eyes on. Everybody in the Twitterverse, the Fortnite fam, was wondering how they would perform. And so far, Sundown, nobody's contesting them. So nobody's going to step up to the challenge to slow down this train.
And largely we've seen this is kind of beneficial to them. Again, we've talked about the stats over and over again, how this team is almost reliant on Mongrel staying up on his feet. He is the one who makes the plays. He accounts for so many, not only of their eliminations, but also just his number of them. He outweighs so many other trios. I think he out-eliminated 85% of the other trios, or I think 82 going on there.
An insane
but
amount.
If he goes down early, it's so incredibly difficult for them. Tayson and Mitro being strong players in their own right, but aren't necessarily able to convert when he ends up missing. And one thing we talk about, just how good Mongo and Mitro are, but if you go back and actually look at their tournament results, outside of Cash Cups, their last quote-unquote signature wins, Mongo shared the love, March 2019. Mitro, baby, we're going all the way back to the fall of 2018. Week 3 fall skirmish, to that shockwave play that shocked the entire world. When he threw it on the ceiling, sent himself downwards, kind of the first time we've seen kind of one of those aggressive shockwaves through the builds. But other than that, Tayson is the one who's had kind of the more recent major tournament victory royale experience, and Mongrel and Mitro are kind of missing that trophy on the shelf. And today, will it be their day?
It can be, or can a new trio on the scene, Wolfies, Kinzel, CRR, who were able to get a victory royale on day 1, and in the opening frame, game 1, they had a strong performance. It was a very chaotic ending in Retail Row. You saw them box fight their way through at the very end, fighting on the low ground, being so aggressive, and they were able to take away that first opening victory royale. But we did see in game 2, they were driving around here on top of the hydro dam. One sniper shot their way, kind of sent them going down a very downward spiral. Inconsistency so far for the day 1. Let's see if they learned their lessons going into game 2. But here we are. There's still a lot of top talent here competing. There's still a lot of money up for grabs here. So even though we're going to keep an eye on course on the top of the board, we're always going to see the other big names in the region trying to compete and kind of accrue literally every elim, every placement point. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars on the line.
Other than that, again, too, you can see right now we've yet to have a trio drop only one player. You can see that in the top left corner of your screen. 98 out of the 99 available players still on their feet. 33 trios remaining, so probably going to get a little bit of aggression here on the north side of upstate New York. We saw plenty of this yesterday, but right now, Chapix, Queasy, and Milan, aka EP Alexa, you can see right away Shockwave coming out, and Pablo Wingu trying to create a little bit of space here, but they're not going to give him even a moment to breathe. Second Shockwave being used from the Enterprise Gaming player, and he's going to find Pablo there. Shakedown as well to try and identify where the other two teammates are, make sure they get the max damage coming through to indicate the Storm Surge, and a good pickup there.
That's not the first time that Pablo tried to kind of poke the bear there in a very strong trio. He did that as well in day 1 with Mongo's trio, and they paid the price. So it's so interesting as well to keep you up to date in the feed. Mr. Savage's trio is getting a knock against that dual media trio as well. So that fight, that engagement, that in Doom's Domain is still popping off here. So we've been seeing, though, in different regions, Sundown, is that sometimes this Craigie Cliffs trio, as you see in Milan's trio, sometimes could push that fight and be wondering. I think in what we're seeing here is this Milan trio is picking on the scavenger routes versus going against a power POI like Doom's Domain, like the NA East Zexros of the world.
Which I think is the right decision, and we talk about these scavenger routes. That's when you're not landing at one of the named places on the map, and you're just trying to get an aggregate number of chests and whatever loot. Generally, you're also utilizing the fishing pools because there is a solid amount of weaponry that you can pull from there. We've seen the clips of people pulling those epic and legendary pump shotguns, as well as just key fish at the right moments. But being able to pick up 3 points there, each elimination being worth 1, and that will be our first trio going down on the day here in match number 6.
Milan's trio was coming into 24th place, so on the bottom half of the board, they had about 23 points, got about 10 elims. Their average placement, though, is about 18 plus, so they're looking to turn that around. And this is the only trio that right now, at the moment, is in striking distance. It is Anilix, Giannis, and X-Weez. This is also a very decorated trio. Zeke kind of mentioned it at the top of the show. Duos champion, a solo champion in Giannis as well. Anilix is that duos champion. X-Weez is the only one looking for that trophy to add to the mantle. And already, Stir 6 getting fully confirmed in the Elim feed. That was another up-and-coming team. But I gotta say, that lead, yes, it's only 30 points, but that's a victory royale plus 5 elims. It's gonna be very tough for Anilix, Giannis, and X-Weez to kind of bridge that gap. because all Mongrel, Mitro has to do, and Tayson, is just keep the pace, get to in-game, you know, don't kind of take any aggressive fights. Make sure they're standing on their feet to accrue those placement points. And that is why that lead difference is going to be very difficult. I know we've been talking about it, Sundown, is that, you know, they've been inconsistent and they take some crazy fights. But I'm thinking they learned their lesson. And that's, you know, I believe that Tayson is like finally they're believing in what Tayson's leadership is. And Tayson's being a very like super gorilla glue there and holding that trio together.
Well, and it feels like all Mongrel really needs to do is to be able to just rein himself in a little bit. You can tell when he gets that red in his eyes, wants to go forward just like the charging bull that he is. But right now, CRR finding a huge headshot there with the Stark Industry rifle. We talked about the first shot accuracy reset on that being very, very, very quick, and they're going to be able to get a little piece of kind of this third-party action. We saw Stir6 get taken down early, and they're using the palm blast there from the Sentinels to be able to send them forward. You get a nice little redeploy going off, and you can roughly control the direction because it's based off of where the hand is facing. But right now, using that to try and close the gap here. However, the revive is coming through, and it doesn't look like they're able to identify where Smudge is right away.
Wolfie's trio and Co, they came right now into this match at 6th place. So they're coming in within that striking distance. They just got to string together a couple of strong games. And you're seeing here their box fighting skills as they pick up a knock on Smudge, who did get a knock on Stir6 here. So Stir6 trio is around this area and there's all the way up. So it's going to be interesting to see what Kenzo Wolfies, if they could get a strong start. They had a good start in day one, getting that victory royale. Nice. Wolfies with the confirmation right there with 2 elims, looking really, really solid. I'm expecting this trio to start picking up elims, considering that is what they do best. Their average placements is about 12th place. The average elims is sitting at 3. No doubt this trio could do a lot more work, but it was that game 2 goose egg that really did hurt their stride, and we have to avoid those goose eggs going forward. So if you're on top of the board, you don't want any zeros. You don't want to get knocked out before that 17th place threshold. You want to keep doing what you do, and that is what Benji and Savage now they have to do. Now there's no Lechi, so that's going to be a duo moving on. So, it's going to be so much riding on the line for this to keep up the pace that they're sitting in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, and they've had a tough time coming out of Dooms recently. We saw the dual media pressure come onto them, Lechi getting confirmed, but generally you've seen them be very good at prioritizing getting the reboot and then remaining 3 up. However, not quite able to get that over either, as they only got 2 eliminations, so seems like a little bit of a split fight out of Doom, but decent loadout right now on 100 Thieves. Mr. Savage there, you can see, also has the epic sniper rifle to help contribute kind of towards the picks. And so far today, we're seeing a little bit of a slower match. We're going to have 21 players threatened by Storm Surge. You can see the damage threshold warning there on the right-hand side. Luckily, these guys off of the contest are 890 above. Now, if you are new to competitive Fortnite, Storm Surge is actually active in every single game, even the regular squads and solo lobbies, but it only triggers when you have a certain density of players. The current threshold when the second zone closes and we go to zone number 3, the number we're looking for is 70. So the 21 players who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents will be put under that Storm Surge pressure. It does 25 damage every 10 seconds. So while you can use utility to out-heal it, generally it makes you go aggressive.
And there you see the dual media trio in the background there. But just to give you an idea how important Lechi has been in these grad finals, he is currently leading the way if elims. So now they're missing that. They are kind of spreading that workload almost evenly, you know, 7, 8 respectively for Benji's and Savage. But they've been the only trio that's been fully all the way up. Like, they spend the most time as a trio. So this is going to be one of the rare times in these grand finals that Benji and Savage are going to have to go as a duo. So they're truly putting in that team effort, and the results are speaking for themselves considering that they're in 3rd place. But you can see that the injury that's been caused by that dual media trio out in that distance here, they're basically 2v2. You're just seeing that, you know, a contested Doom's domain could just leave you, you know, yes, you get that opportunity to get that power weapons, opportunity to get those loots, but at the end of the day, man, you're going into these dangerous zones injured.
And you can see Squeeze picking up eye drop there. He's going to get the confirmation there. Matzo's getting busy on top of these guys. As Savage actually eats a bunch of bullets in the back. I think that was either the dual media or one of the other teams who's kind of posted up on the side there. They're going to work along this bottom side tunnel here, but they need to be conscious of the fact that they don't have a ton of white heals outside of the chug splashes, and largely they want to save those for in-game scenarios or when both of them need them, if possible, because now it's just going to be effectively wasted as they're thrown against Benji there. And you can see Savage has a player at his back as well, hopped into the box, but they're not paying attention to where Benji is. Brilliantly done there to get the first conversion. That's largely going to be Storm Surge pressure, but above them, raining down shots on the Centric ADN and the Train Hard duo, Matzo and Amplify. But Benji going to be able to clean up one. Savage gets the other, and a nice pickup for them there. 4 points so far, but Savage, man, very little white HP.
And if Savage gets tagged here a bit, that's going to be the green light for any trio to kind of jump on down. And just looking at it right here, it's like once you kind of leave your main power POI, the question is, where are we going to find a replenishment? And considering right now, there's literally zero or minimal opportunities to kind of farm up, you're going to have to get it from another trio. And when you're in shambles like Benji and Savage are, that's going to be so difficult. Yes, they get a little brief refresher. They find their little moment of oasis, but that could be soon a mirage going forward for the rest of the ride here in this opening game in day 2. This is the grand finals. This is the FNCS Trios. At the end of the day, we will crown an FNCS Trios champion, and that's going to be awesome. And they're going to collect $111,000, wield the Axe of Champions, and gain the ultimate respect of being a champion.
And are currently on board here. They were 5th coming into the day. Solari, Floki, and then Rams Clement and Nako's, the French trio, being absurdly consistent during their heats and having a good start to the day yesterday, but 2 really waffling games there. The games 3 and 4 made it tough and kind of allowed for the top of the leaderboard to separate themselves out a bit. Now, one thing about this trio in particular is they're a little bit more aggressive on average than any other trio in EU. They generally will pick up their first eliminations around 8.5 minutes in, which is more so than a lot of the other teams. So despite being uncontested, they're more than comfortable to go out and not only get tags, but look for confirmations. And one thing I want to note, we went from 91 players to 66 players in that nice little spurt there. So the Storm Surge driving plenty of action and plenty of points being doled out, but it's all in the form of those eliminations because the placement points won't come through until we have our top 17 trios.
It's the same thing that we saw in NA East in their day 1, which was a fantastic cast covered by Ozzy Antics and Monster D-Face. All those players in the NA East region were playing so tight to the chest. They were making sure that every build mattered and every peak mattered, every edit mattered, and we were seeing those crazy Storm Surge, or I remember like 5 minutes will pass and everybody will still be alive and up and running. As we've seen in the feed, Analyx gets a confirmation on Vettel, so Vettel, iDrop, and Stir6 are out. Benji is still cooking up right there, going against Carrot, a new star that kind of prop up on the scene in the FNCS Invitational as the coolest Carrot. But hey, I don't know how long you could be cool, man. It's time to heat up, man. I don't know what you got to do if you're the coolest Carrot, but now it's time to heat it up, because right now the action is heated up as we can get a nice overview of Thomas HD and that trio who had a decent start. They pulled zone, and I really believe, and I'll get into it if we have an opportunity, I really believe that shifting that landing from retail, from Dirty Docks to retail rope, is really affecting that Thomas HD trio.
Yeah, it makes it a little tough to be able to get out when you're used to a certain circumstance, but you can see utility being used as players will jockey position here on the 4th zone, and positioning in this zone is so important because the change for the next zone, the 5th zone, will then be our half in, half out. What that means is the new safe area will kind of cut around the outside, so players, rather than heading central like you want to for the first 3 zones, will now crowd around the outside for the hopes of pulling that half in, half out 5th zone, so then they'll get priority on the moving zones that happen afterwards. So zones 6 through 9 will completely leave the safe area for the new zone, and that causes everyone to be forced to rotate, and that's where high ground ends up being so important.
Here is our wildcard trio who were able to get into with a very intense, super hype. All the metaphors in the world will not explain how intense that situation is. It is Rojo's trio, and they're doing really well here in the grand final stage, sitting at 10th place, and they pick up a big knock on Hen. And Hen, Puchik, and Deceptos were one of those trios that were a lot of people were picking as a dark horse. So this is going to be a big impact elimination, not only for Dave just on the leaderboard, but for Rojo's trio for just to have that confidence of knowing that they can compete. And that just what's really wild here about that the 33rd team can still walk away with the grand championship at the end of the day. Deceptos, Puchik, and Hen. And we all know, just like Mongrel's importance to that trio, Hen is super important to Deceptos and Puchik. And Puchik goes down.
Punchuk goes down again. Smash Dave, again, you talked about it. Rojo, the World Cup duos runner up there with Wolfie's now representing Smash Esports. You can see SB Nate and then Bobo of Exalti as well. They came up clutch in the final moments yesterday, but now putting good pressure. And we talked about it. Hey, what's the difference between the first and the 33rd team in the finals? Well, they all get to play all 12 games, and it's a fresh slate once you get there. So all that matters is you got invited to the dance, and right now these guys have been very much so capitalizing on the opportunities and finding some great rifle shots. The angles here from these guys almost completely covered, and notice how they have the metal full belt cones above them, cutting down the angle on anybody else who might be or might even thinking about throwing shots towards them. So good effort there to convert into 4 points.
It's all about the acute angles right there. Everything matters. Every moment matters. Every knock matters. Every confirmation and elim matters. This is what the intensity is of Fortnite competitive play, especially on the grand final stage. And some people will be able to step up to that pressure, and they're going to be able to play outside of their minds, and we're all going to get hyped and say, what are you doing? What did you eat for breakfast? How are you doing this? Or some of them are just going to be able to fold. But that doesn't matter. I mean, you made it this far. You have an opportunity to build off of this, to build that confidence. And that is what's so amazing about this, is that if you think about the EU region entirely, it's probably one of the most dense regions in the Fortnite competitive scene.
Oh, it's absolutely the most tense. The most players competing, especially at the highest level when you're going through the most tournament participation. And you've seen time and time again that some of the plays that come out of this region and the gun skill and the level of mechanics are utterly ridiculous at times. Might not have the most discipline, but what does discipline matter when you can beat the person who's across from you 9 times out of 10? And right now you can see Clement and Floki Nakos were able to pick up an elimination onto Vidil and Fastroki's trio. So going to be able to snake away a point there and also avoid Storm Surge for that 5th zone threshold. It is 50 players, so we're right at that line. We are also at the line where placement points are about to begin to be doled out. So once we get into the top 17, every single trio that falls will then be 1 more point. Then once you're into the top 3, there's an additional 11 points on the line. 3rd gets +2, 2nd gets +4, and then the Victor Royale walks away with a big old +5 and whatever eliminations they can rack up at the end. And right now, we're seeing, again, good discipline here from the French trio, finding an angle, being able to put pressure. And they pulled priority on this zone here. You can see their bottom right-hand corner. They have the white line, and everyone else is going to have to pass them if they want to head to safety. And they're going to begin to try and head upwards a little bit. Nope, they open that up, and they see, never mind, somebody's directly above us. We're going to stay on this low ground.
And here we are going into full storm rotations now. 6, 7, 8 are going to be outside of the storm every time this trio gets into the safe zone. And then 9 is the ultimate closing zone. We'll go all the way down to the entire screen is filled purple. But Nakos gets a big knock on Yanis on the same layers there as they're going to make their full rotation. And that is the power of having priority. You could kind of look back, and they get X-Squeeze as well. So they're going to trade out when Nakos is going to go down, pick up the quick heal. That's a great benefit as well, being on the front side of the storm. You have the time to res, and they're going to barely get that res off. And now we're going to take a look at the chaos. You're going to have the low ground form up. You're going to have the mid ground form up. And of course, who is at height is always the question that everybody wants to know, because they're going to have the power position here to walk away with the Victor Royale. Savage goes down and gets fully confirmed in the feed. All the names are going to start lighting up here for the moment here, Sundown.
Yeah, now we have our placement points beginning to get doled out, and they're going to come in very quickly. 2 already ticking over as we're into our top 15. 35 players remaining, but a good execution there coming through from Nakos and Co to get back to a strong 3. Now they're going to about face and start spraying shots. Andalix will also get confirmed by Blackie, so that's our second place team being taken down. We talked about Rojo and Co, but they will be no mo there as he gets taken out. However, Mongro, Tayson, Mitro, if the #1 team doesn't fall and gets high ground every game, this is going to be a race for second as they open up match number 6, just like they closed the rest of the day yesterday, controlling high ground and raining down the AR shots with nary a contestant in sight. So we're going to hop on board here with the French trio, who's continuing to work on the low ground. 4 eliminations so far. Nakos has the legendary pump as well as the bandage cannon, so good opportunity to potentially execute here in the late game and make some plays.
CRR stealth. Wolfies does get knocked, but it is an opportunity, though, for at least Clement, Floki, and Nakos to kind of close the gap as much as possible. Yes, already metaphorically as well. On top of the leaderboard is Mongrel, and on height is this game, as Nakos does pick up an Elan right then and there. It's so important, though. We've been seeing the playstyle in the EU region to overcome height at a moment's notice. We've been seeing a lot of low ground victory royales. The question is can Mongrels hold on? And Kenzo is actually going for height. It's Cammy. Two teams are competing from height, and it's going to be Tayson that's going to be left on alone. And you mentioned Mongrel going down. That is the ultimate closer for that trio. Mitro and Tayson are going to have to do it as Cammy and Raxo take control of height, as you're seeing on your bottom right. On the top right is going to be the low ground, and Clement, and man, look at them. They're getting so many Elans right now, already with 7 Sundown.
And there's plenty more on the board. They're also getting the placement points ticking over. Top 4 with 9 players remaining. But all of a sudden, Clement is all alone. He's going to turn around and pick up CRR. It's going to be a 1v3. He finds a second right away. That was Mitro for the full confirm, but he goes down in third. Raxo up on the high ground, running it out now, and the challenge comes up from Kinzo, and he gets swatted down. Raxo and Gamma Gaming Cammy will close that one out. 9 eliminations and 34 points from the Victory Royale. Match 6 closes out there.
In a blink of an eye, before you know it, a Victory Royale is accrued by Raxo and Co. We're going to need the breakdown from Zeke, Sayo, and Reese. What you got for us, fellas?
What we got, Sancho, is day 2. And we have even more day 2 teams. This is what we were talking about at the very beginning of this show. Cammy, Artur, I cannot believe they find themselves the Victory Royale. Just for clarity, they came in and ended day 1 in 14th place. And now they're going to start day number 2 with the Victory Royale and eliminations. I mean, this is exactly what we've been talking about. I'm so surprised, and gentlemen, we're going to break down kind of what went down a little bit more in just a little bit. But remember, we've got the standings. We have these cumulative leaderboards. You've still got Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. They're far and away, even after that game, I mean, 40 points ahead? I don't know how they're doing this.
It's like they didn't win that last game, but they did not lose it either. They got to survive all the way till the very end, and now they have an even bigger lead, Reese.
17-point match for them. Really, really nice. And obviously, like we said, we need to keep this consistency up. They're already coming in strong on the first game of day 2, consistent as they were yesterday. We can see kind of Andalex not managed to get that many points, only 4. So they're still holding on to that second place spot. But, you know, they really want to be trying to bridge that gap between first and second. And so far, it's only gone a little bit further.
Yeah, so our top 3 also switched up with Benji going down to 5th, and then we see another trio, Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR get 3rd overall. This is what Zeke was talking about, though. Raxo, Cammy, and Artur of Victory Royale. 14th place all the way now to 6th with 76 points.
Wow, that's impressive. And, you know, to answer a little bit of Sancho's question, how did they do it? They did it because they were popping off on low ground, being really, really consistent. They managed to keep that mobility for the end game, take height, and win the game that way. So really nice play from them, pushing them up from 14th all the way up to 6th.
Yeah, and all the way from 6th down to 15th. There's been a few switch ups here and there. Nate, Rojo, and Bobo move all the way up to 11th from 15th from what we saw before. Cooler, Robabs, and Blackie are getting that Victory Royale, but are slightly teetering off now, dropping out of the top 10 place. And Paige, we'll see if they can bring it all the way back. Vettel, iDrop, and Stair6 also a trio to look out for that plays very consistently. And Falconly, Yaxo, and Skype, I love actually seeing their names now. It looks so clean in 15th place. 47 points, not too far behind the competition. Still very close for the top 15.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it when you can read the names, it's clear, and you can find the players. I'd love it. And all the teams that you're seeing here between 16th and 20, you know, most of these guys are really struggling with that early and mid game, in particular with Storm Surge. You know, these guys in this grand finals kind of lobbies, going for Storm Surge tags is extremely difficult, and your strategy really needs to be down. Queasy Milan Chapix in 19th, coming out of Craggy, is really struggling with that right now. So hopefully they can figure out their strategy, get their points, and keep moving.
I think we could chalk some of this up to just first game jitters, right? Like, we watched the top 3, except Mongrel, Mitchell, and Tayson, kind of fall a little earlier on than expected. But again, we've got 7 total games. We've got 6 more. It's okay, just first game jitters. Let's just test the waters. Okay, game 2. It's time to bring it. Let's go ahead and talk about what kind of transpired in this last game, as well as walk back through the Victory Royale. There's a couple key things that happened there that if you blinked, you missed it.
Absolutely. Throughout the entire FNCS, we've been focusing on the top 8, the top 15. Now it's about the top 3, especially from day number 1 and how they looked. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson landing over at Stark Industries, one of the best POIs, and they had a very good game in day number 2.
Some would say the best POI, but the second best POI, in my opinion. Over at Doom's Domain, we're checking in with what was our third place team, which was Benji, Savage, and Lecce. They are contested similarly to the end few games of day 1 by the dual media trio, fighting off spawn every game now.
Yep, and Reese, this is your pick over at Sweaty Sands. They're looking pretty strong as well.
They're looking strong, and you know, the Twitter was going wild about Sweaty Sands last night. They were talking about it heavily because it is a fantastic drop spot, but unfortunately they didn't seem to manage to perform out of it that day.
Yeah, over here we'll tune in with Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel. The reason they find themselves in this low ground chaos is because Cammy, Artur, and Raxo saved all their shockwaves, saved their actual crash pads, took height in the 8th zone. These guys only had enough mats to sustain, not retake height, and they ended up falling. Here's Lecce, Benji, and Savage continuing that fight with a dual media trio over at Doom's Domain. Lecce goes down. It's just Savage and Benji left in the end game.
Yeah, it's just Savage and Benji left. They did what they could, but that fight took them way too long. They ended up being in the zone with 2 other trios in the 2nd zone, still in Doom's Domain, made them rotate late, and that left them with horrible materials because they ended up getting focused in that endgame.
And we have Andalex, X-Squeeze, and Janice in the end game as well. Also a little bit shambles. It looks like all these day 2 trios have improved. These day 1 type of top performers, the top 3, are looking to repeat things, but they will have to adapt to how these teams, such as Raxo, Artur, and Cammy, are closing out these games.
Yeah, and like I kind of alluded to earlier, these guys took height with those shockwave plays in that last moving zone, and because Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson did not have enough materials to maintain that high ground, they could not take it back at that point. It was secured for Cammy, Raxo, and Artur. They just continually pressured down from there on, and that was the Victory Royale.
Man, I mean, again, first game jitters. We'll see. We got to see for the data from game number 2. The question is, though, is there going to be a new day 2 trio that will pop up like this one that we just watched, or will our first day trios show up? Well, let's find out as we jump back into game with our casters. Take it away.
So much, Zeke. I am Sancho West alongside Sundown, and it is a new day. Yes, it is. We are seeing some new trios who are trying to meet the performance of our day 1 trios. And hey, that number 2, sometimes a sequel, it can be better than the original. We all talk about movies here. Sundown, you've seen it before, and here's take a look at our game 2 of 7 here in the grand finals. And we're going to see a finish here up in the Northwest region, which is going to really favor that Doom's Domain and, more importantly, that Sweaty Sands trio.
Yeah, what is going on just slightly west there of the ruins? There's like 3 different teams and 3 different triangles all fighting over kind of the one henchman chest that's guaranteed in that area, and a couple others. So a couple scavenger routes that are directly on top of each other. We're going to hop on board here with somebody else executing on one of those scavenger routes. This was our match number 6 winner as we turn over to now the official backside. We're on the back half of the games here. Matches 7 through 12, and right now, again, we talked about it at the start of the morning, it's who can catch Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. And despite the fact that this trio was able to take away the victory, they were able to sneak up there into a 4th place with 3 eliminations. So still a 17-point game coming out of them there. As you can see a little bit on how the scavenger execution kind of goes about. The key is maximizing your materials, getting enough distance covered to kind of scout where you're available to go to next, and see if there's anybody you can potentially ambush who's also running one of these routes. But so far, not going to happen, as we're going to swing back on board here to Clement, Nakos, and Floki.
And we talked about this already, Sundown. This is one of those trios that were very deadly in heats. They kind of get up really quickly to get those elims. You mentioned 8 minutes or less, and they get an elim. They average about 5 elims in their qualifiers and heats. They looked really good. You picked them as well to walk away as the grand finals champion. And we had some day 1 jitters, a little bit of stumbling blocks. And now they're just seeing this new opportunity. They took a break that is so important. Now we're at that official halftime point. You just to be able to change your playbook, just to change your trajectory. And like we mentioned, it's just a shift in just a little bit. You don't have to do anything too crazy. Just a simple shift could get you back up into the leaderboard standings.
And one thing to note, too, is they had just two really, really, really poor games where they weren't able to get into those placement thresholds. You can see on the right-hand side, each elimination being a point, but the placement starting to tick in once you're in the top 17. And for a trio like this in particular, they thrive on consistently getting placement points. They're not necessarily known for those absolutely massive over-the-top victory royales. They're more than capable of winning a game, but it's not typical for them to be getting those 15, 16, 17 eliminations VRs back-to-back. They did it in heats, though. However, now we're going to swing over to a little bit of contention going on. It's the battle here at Doom's Domain, and yet again, as we saw during the qualifier 3 rounds, Benji and co. controlling the vault and then utilizing the secret passageways back and forth to try and get positioning over here on the north side of the house. And you can see the dual media group now trying to rotate back over here. However, all of the onus here is really going to be on Benji and co. to take this one out.
And we're seeing this engagement could be so detrimental to run. Dual Media's trio is sitting in 30th place at the moment. And day one, Benji, Mr. Savage, and Let You I think they ran them out of Doom's Domain at the very beginning, very early on. It looks like Dual Media has stepped it up just a little bit, maybe trying to take advantage of Mr. Savage, Lechi's, and Benji's slow starts. If they could shake off that slow start, maybe Benji could kind of put a run together to contest with Mongo's trio, to contest with Andalix. But right now, so far, we're just seeing another slow start here, Sundown. Just a little bit. I mean, we maybe see the early signs of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm tasting the air, and I could taste that slow start.
And the one thing to note is about the slow starts today, you think, yeah, well, we got 7 games today. That's one more than we normally get. Like, it's okay. There's time as Birdseye there gets picked up by Benji and a nice little 50-50, able to swap over there to the Epic AR. Lechi is also going to be able to get a pick up there on the site. Benji's going to find the other one, and Lechi doesn't get converted, so saving some key resources there as well, not having to go over and utilize the reboot. We'll have to find some additional white heals. They have the bandage cannon, so not going to lose too much, but I mean, we've talked about it. Everyone is playing catch-up to Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel, and one slow game, they got 17 points last game. So all of a sudden, that difference at the top, specifically if you're Benji, Savage, and Lechi, you lost 12 points last game. You have to make that up some way, shape, or form. And if these guys don't go down, if we don't see kind of that classic patented Mongrel over-aggression where he kind of overreaches a little bit in the early and the mid-game, and they keep getting their Storm Surge tags, I think, again, it's going to turn into a race for second.
I mean, the biggest fear as well is if somebody or some trio just decided to do 50-50s and try to drop into Starks. It happened before. They did lose their spot early in qualifiers when Jazzbase Trio, who is in the grand finals, mind you, kind of contested. They kind of started to lose it, but I think that woke up MMT. That woke up this trio to let them know, look, we're going to have to understand that someone will contest us at some point. And they just obliterated Jazzbase Trio in that next day in that tournament. So that is what we're kind of watching here. It's like, will it happen? Could it happen? We already seen OCE, the Lynx Trio slip from that first place, going all the way down to 7th place or so. It could happen, but so far, I don't taste it in the air. I only smell grand final champion here.
And that would be such a key kind of feather in these guys' caps. We talked about them being some of the strongest and best players in the world, and right now trying to put that on display, utilizing, again, we talked about this as well, the first shot accuracy from the Stark Industry Rifle and the high base damage of it, the fact that it still hits for 35 even at maximum range, and being able to convert on those 50+ damage headshots make it one of the strongest weapons. And particularly, I mean, everybody has seen the clip of Mongrel on the high ground with an infantry rifle. This is about the same, and you'll also notice too, they'll generally run in terms of the rifle choice. They'll have a burst rifle on Mitro, and then Tayson and Mongrel will pick up those Stark Industry Rifles. That way, when you're spraying a wall, you have the fast first shot accuracy from the Stark rifles, and then the 2-shot burst coming through on the burst AR. It gives them a bunch of pressure to hit trios behind their builds.
We saw that stat of Indretta, Sapphic, and Mongrel having 15 plus elims, so they are slaying out. But what a metaphor. You see Mongrel's trio all decked out, swagged out in whiplashes, and then you see everybody else in the back of the pack trying to catch up in the coop. That's the kind of race that we're talking about. Can the turtle catch the hare? And this hare has an extreme crazy start, and they're not going to be lazy like that story hare. They're not going to take a break. They're not going to eat. They're going to keep running at full speed. They're going to take their whiplashes and cross the finish line. The question is, can the people in the coops and the trucks, any kind of Fortnite vehicle, man, I'm going to take it all the way back to the board days, and maybe the shopping cart days, who's going to catch up to that whiplash trio? I don't know who that's going to be.
Yeah, you can see those Mark 51s being so fast on rotation, but I will say the one thing that could end up potentially being a little bit of a stumbling block for the trio would be if they end up struggling with Storm Surge today. We've already seen in the first 2 games, that first Storm Surge has been massive in a completely uncontested drop spot. If they aren't able to kind of get enough tags to get over the top, that could force them into kind of one of those classic mongrel over-aggressive situations.
Right.
As long as they avoid that, I think they'll be okay. Right? I think that if they've done enough so far where they have the playmaking ability over the course of these 6 games, that they're going to have at least 1 or 2 more solid games in that instance. As long as they don't have 1 or 2 absolutely ruinous games by Storm Surge, this should be good enough for them. But right now, we're going to hop on board with the pressure coming from iDrop straight into the box. Downs gets picked up there. No problem from iDrop 7. However, Stirstix is going to eat a little bit of a problem there. He gets caught in a separate box, and all of a sudden, the 2v2 on the mark, you can see iDrop trying to push forward. They're going to try and get a little bit of a disengage, make sure they can get shields up, but a little bit of a slip up there from what is normally a very strong box-to-box trio.
That was like an extreme push. I've never seen the 1, 2, 3 go, and everybody just box dive in with the AR spray and getting right inside as a trio. And then what ended up happening is they ran into that edit with the triangle edit, and one got caught, got hit right in the shins. You mentioned this in the EU side of things. You got to wear your shin guards, man. You got to pop them, or if not, someone's going to crack you, give you that slide tackle, and there's not going to be a referee to come out of nowhere and give you a red card to kick you out. You're going to have to do this on your own.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you'll get a warning there in the form of one of your players dropping down, but the retaliation not going to result in anybody else being sent off. You can see Nems and Wave Doko rotating through the river, using that downstream current to try and get a little bit of speed, but iDrop being aware of that as well, getting good pressure onto him here, and actually looks like they're trying to kind of pick this fight 2v3. You see Storm Surge is ticking on. 20 players going to be impacted by that here in 1 minute and 45 seconds. iDrop trying to force his way into the box, but plenty of angles and pressure coming out from the other side. Super limited amount of materials here, down to only 17 builds. You can see that under his 1 elimination here as we wait for it to catch up, and you can see good pressure coming out from Nems. He is down the shield advantage, but he has his teammate providing some rifle support on both the angles that you can see. Jaganza and Joko just laying down shots for him. A little bit of spread out, though, if they are able to force in and get Nems situated. And they're going to use the harpoon gun straight in, and Nems is going to get picked off. A huge pickup there from iDrop and Vettel, but can they get out of the water?
You're just seeing how great this trio is, but I think what's really affecting them as we're seeing them to try to capitalize and close out this trio is that essentially that change in drop spot is really hurting them. Look at their power weapons. It's not there. They're really doing this with green weapons and not having that firepower. Yes, you could be the most extreme trio that's going to fight hip to hip, but when you're not as strong as Monster was like to say, a 1.5 player that's walking around with an epic shotgun or legendary shotgun, it's just going to be so difficult for you to close out these fights. It's a matter of stamina, and you don't have the necessary stamina considering that you're basically going into these engagements in shambles, and already iDrop 7 goes down. Sirstix is already out, and Vettel is literally on the green HP as Storm is going to overwatch them, and there it is. They get cleaned up, Sundown, and this is the same interesting that I was talking about Thomas HD, the change in drop spot. This trio of Vettel landed in Misty Meadows during their heats. Thomas HD landed in Dirty Docks. They made the switches, and they have yet to kind of find the right rotations out of those changes.
We can see all the action going down as everyone trying to get above the Storm Surge threshold. But most important to the leaderboard there, we saw Andalex and Co. ended up having at least 2 of their players fall. So going to be forced into a 1v3 situation unless they can stick a revive. We're going to hop on board here. Nako's Clement and Floki sitting on 1 Elim, courtesy of Nako's vertical shockwave coming out, pops him up into the air, but not going to really find anything. Going to be able to utilize his hard mats, just kind of drop back down. You can see the Elim feed lighting up, and the only thing that matters is we're not seeing Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson on the right side of that feed. In fact, we saw them on the left side of that feed getting a knock, and right now, Vadil, Kylie, and Frostroki under pressure here from our top 4 French trio of Nako's, Floki, and Clement.
And Vidil was one of those trios that was so hot coming into the grand finals, and they just literally, just like a hot iron heading cold water, boom, just get cooled down instantly, just like that chug splash. No doubt must be feeling right now. It's so sweaty, the competition's going to get so stiff, and you're looking at here, things are going to get ratcheted up a notch, considering Sundown, we have a Coral Castle finish in our midst, in the distance. But let's just focus in on this trio fight right now. Floki, Clement, Nakos, who's been heating up, had a great game previously. These are the fights that they had lose, because we saw them in day 1 where they had those bad game 2 and game 3. This cannot go. They have to go their way here. Yes, it's a nice knock on Vadil.
Yeah, Floki actually just put Vadil in a blender there for a second, getting over to the side there. Kylie also going to end up dropping from a couple boxes away, getting a key siphon too over onto Nakos, who desperately needed the extra shield. They wanted that pickup. They know that Frostroki is still around here somewhere. They have the additional flopper, but keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. See all of those triangles who are already rotating the zone ahead of them, and with only 1 shockwave, it's going to be very dangerous for this trio to approach the outside. Still 66 players remaining. 25 trios, so continuing the trend of having a little bit of a denser lobby. However, thanks to those 3 eliminations, they're not going to have to worry about this tier 2 Storm Surge when it rears its head.
Yeah, it feels great. They got the elims, but they're not yet in the placement threshold. We are about 8 trios going down before we can start doling out those points. And this is the things they're already overcoming these engagement obstacles, but they're not out of the water yet. There's still some stormy skies ahead of them. Nakos, Floki, and Clemento are making their way up the board slowly and surely, but they're going to need like a big victory royale to catch the monstrous lead that Mongrel's trio has. And yes, look at the mini map. So much aquatic terrain to kind of navigate here, and that's going to be so interesting to see how it all goes down, as Nakos though does get a little bit of lobby focus, but that's what you got to do. You're going to have to shoot back and let the people know that are doing those window edits stop shooting at me.
And one of the key things about this trio is their ability to get eliminations gives them the opportunity to climb up the leaderboard just a little bit more effectively. Again, we've talked about it in the games where they don't drop right away. They're one of the more aggressive trios, so their averages are brought down a little bit by those complete and utter goose egg games. When you take those out of consideration, they have a really good time. But forget what I'm saying right now, as the matter of importance is in the bottom right-hand corner. You see that white circle? That's the 4th safe zone. There's only 3 trios currently inside of it, so everyone else is going to begin a mad dash to just pack in on the southern side of that circle. The entirety of the lobby will be trying to squeeze into that area because everyone else is going to be coming from that side. Nobody wants to put themselves as the first ones out over water. It makes it so easy. You can see everyone going at once, just desperately swimming, hoping to avoid the fire at the top. And just look at the charge up the beach. Storming the beachhead comes EU.
Oh my goodness, and we're seeing trios already going for height. Mongo and Mitro at height, and just behind them, looming in a distance, as Benzi trio. And they're kind of gambling in. If the circle goes their way and half in and half out, they're going to have a strong hold here. So Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson here are just now beaming any kind of salmon trying to swim upstream. And they're going to be that bear that's going to feed on this entire rotation here. And look at the congestion that you're seeing here. Everybody, like you mentioned, Sundown, all trying to get on the beach as much as possible and hold on tight. And already there's only 1 trio that's kind of sitting up there, that pink one, and Floki. Oh no, Floki goes down. That engagement that took up the time is influencing them, it's hurting them on this rotation, Sundown.
And they're completely out there. Clement got picked up earlier. Nako's going down right afterward in the long rotation. The top 14, we talked about their ability to get eliminations, but at what cost? Apparently everything, as our number one trio sits high atop their perch, high atop the throne. They're first in the leaderboard. They're first right now in positioning here. Nakos gets a little bit of a gimme there as Dave, aka Rojo, will tick over, but one more player will drop and our Storm Surge will turn off. We have 19 trios left, so almost into the placement points, but yet again, up on the high ground, Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson priority positioning. Our second place team still in the lobby, but they're going to have to be toppled at some point. The clock is against everyone else as Janice and Andalex are also without a squeeze. They're in a duo. However, luckily for everyone, the lobby is pulling completely away from that with the little side note that we are going all the way over the water. So expect a ton of utility to be burnt here with only 3 trios having priority.
Split Splash, we are taking a bath here in this in-game. It's all going to be aquatic. It's all going to be chaotic. It's all going to be dangerous. But at the end, there's going to be someone that's going to have a victory royale. They're going to be soaked. They're going to be tired from all the sweat and all the water. But it's going to be a big game. Somebody could easily kind of bolt their way up their leaderboard. But if Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, yes, they didn't get the victory royale, but Shayo said it best. They kind of got a mini victory just by staying up. And look at it. They're at height. This is going to be big considering everything's going to be over water. The low ground warriors are not going to have the ability to save the resources because they're going to have to build floors as well.
Yeah, and we've talked about it too, the opportunities for when these trios could potentially be taken out, and that was it. However, the well-executed Shockwave, they didn't even need height. They just all needed to stay together. They said, Sundown, don't you know who we are? We've been on height nearly every single game, and it's going to have to be pried out of our eliminated bodies right now. As you can see, 3 eliminations, everyone still trying to pack on in, and again, placement points starting to get doled out, and as we keep an eye on the top of the leaderboard, every single placement point that Tayson, Mongrel, and Mitro get effectively nullifies the placement points everyone else is getting, because it doesn't matter if you get that point, they're getting it too. They'll continue to open up that lead, and unless somebody can knock them down off of this throne, it looks like it's going to continue to be a battle for second as the 5th zone will close. We'll have our transition into the end game, and we're going to head over to the Shark, baby.
Yes, and now Cammy, that was a trio that was able to knock off Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson with a Shockwave play. That is the EU thing to do. No doubt, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson know how to kind of combat that. They know the defense, and they get a good spread, and there it is. They're going to beam all these people trying to go for it. They're already going to the tip of the nose of the Shark. They're becoming the Sharks of the region. We already have a Rogue Shark, NA East, the X-Set boys, and all that, but Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson are being the alpha predators, the apex of right now in this EU region, and that is proof in the pudding considering they're sitting on top of the leaderboard and they're looking pretty and they're looking swaggish because right now Tayson picked up a knock in the feet, and we already seen this. Double E limbs comes from height. The E limb natality is strong with this trio.
And you can see, have you ever just wanted a shark with a laser beam on top of its head? Well, this is the best you'll ever get. It's Mongrel up there with a legendary Stark infantry rifle, raining shots from above. We saw Savage go down in the feed. Lechy's going to pick up another Elim. Despite the fact that 17 players have dropped, not a single trio has gone down, so only 1 placement point doled out. And as I say that, they begin to tick over. Mongrel gets another elimination. 15 trios remaining, going to be forced over to the side. He's going to build back up. He needs to get over to the high ground and connect with this team, but they are doing a great job of executing this textbook high ground control, and it's going to be their match to close out. However, low on mats is Mongrel, but he says, don't matter, don't care. I got the AR I need in the Stark Industry Rifle, and he finds another elimination. We have our top 20 players, top 11 trios.
And it's going to go back over water again. And it all is up to Tayson, the in-game leader, to kind of lead Mongrel and Mitro to the prime positioning with getting a knock on ZQ, getting them those angles that they need to send those beams down. We've already labeled these as one of the strongest players in the region with beams. And look at this, it's gonna go off a waterfall. So the more elevation is gonna go down and down. This is gonna be crazy. This is intense. Coral Castle. And now we're gonna take a peek just for a brief moment at what is going down in the chaos down below. We have the ultimate box fighter teams, Wolfie, CRR, and Kenzel sitting in third place, trying to say, wait a minute, not so fast, Mongrel. We are going to contest you, and we are going to have a chance to win. But it's going to require a huge effort to dethrone the Kings on top, Sundown.
And we still need to see them go down. However, Janice on his feet, despite Andalex being up to the second place team, at least still getting up to fifth. That's what the top trios do the best in the game. They manage to find a way to eke out these placement points. We've talked about it, that Europe has kind of been the run of the Lone Ranger of the final moments. And if there isn't a trio hip to hip, then there's an opportunity for the clutches to come through. But right now, on the low ground, you have one of the most dangerous trios who is hip to hip, as Hen will go down there. Deceptos following in his feet right away will signal the end of that trio. But Wolfies is at the back of the storm. But at the end of the day, the story of EU, time and time again, E11 Tayson, the Chapter 2, Season 3 solo winner, Liquid Mitro and Mongrel on the high ground, running it out. It's a 3v2. They have 11 eliminations, and at this point, it is a battle for second. There is no way, unless there is a monumental ruin, that with the way this trio is playing so far, anybody will be able to catch them or repeat this performance. And this is why Mitro drops down. Tayson and Mongrel shooting fish in a literal barrel of the zone. 13 eliminations, 38 points.
You know they're feeling it when Tayson edit downs Mitro to be the ultimate swanton bomb off the top rope, getting the big time elims and the victory royale. Sundown. Wow, man. We all question, will Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson have a successful hot start in day 2? And that right there, with the great consistency in that opening games, proves that they have a great chance of walking away to being that FNCS Trios champion.
55 points through the first 2 games. This trio is averaging now just over 25 points a game. That's a victory royale with nothing else. This run is nuts, but we're going to send it on over to Zeke, Shio, and Reese to show us how good it really is.
First game jitters, no. Thank you, Reese. Thank you. Number 1. Listen, first game jitters are gone. The trio cracks back. I can't believe it. And these guys did a perfect job of calling this out for us, right? Tayson being your solos invitational FNCS champion from Chapter 2, Season 3. Coming in, you've got the veterans, the pioneers, Mongrel and Mitro. You slam them all together, and we may very well be looking at the next FNCS Trios champions. Let's take a look at these leaderboards. Look at this lead, gentlemen.
It is monstrous. 186 points to 122, and these guys have 3 victory royales.
That's incredible, actually. 64 points in the lead. And you know, Mongrel and Mitro have been known as this really aggressive 2 players. Solo, duo, trio, squads, it doesn't matter. These guys are very, very aggressive. And you know, when they started teaming up with Tayson, I felt like it was a personal, fantastic choice, because Tayson is very calm, collected, very keeps his own head, and he can IGL these guys into victory. And throughout the start of the FNCS, there was a lot of memes on social media about Tayson, you know, struggling to keep these 2 on their leash. But it seems like at this point, he's wrapped it all up, and these guys are just playing incredibly consistently.
And we'll have much more to break down as to what they did in that last game. Pay attention to the 2nd and 3rd place, Kinzel and X Squeezes trio. These guys are now just 1 point beside each other. We'll see how their story kind of unfolds in these next few games and who gets to have that 2nd place slot. Over here from 6th all the way to 10th place, Benji, Savage, and Letchi finding some success with elims in a few games, not making those end games completely. 85 points right now. Past that, from 7th to 10th, it is just a 4-point game from Floris's trio all the way down to Teeks.
Yeah, very, very close between the 6th and 10th. And, you know, we just talked about Benji's team there. They kind of have been struggling being contested off spawn, kind of similar to what we've seen during the qualifiers. You know, they'll win that fight, but it'll drag out way too long, and the rotations just aren't good because of that. So I don't know what the next plan is for the next few games today, but hopefully they can kind of figure that out. But moving on to our next page, 11th down to 15th, kind of the similar names that we've seen over the last 2 days on this page.
Yeah, I was going to say that the top 15 is really kind of looking standard now. These guys have found their pacing. It's about improving even more now, taking every game as an individual moment, analyzing it, making the best decisions, and winning, just like we saw Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson do in that last game. From 16th to 20th overall, we also have a few new names coming in and out, but at the same time, the same teams still on the page. We see Lanuf, Marine, and Jaspe on this page right now, 47 points, contesting that top team in first place. Hen, Deciptos, and Putric finding some success here on day 2, but these guys will have to have great games to catch up to that top 5.
Guys, this last game felt like a superhero movie, right? We had the shot of the waterfall. We had players trying to go up and down. And then finally the heroes find themselves basking in the sun at the end, being victorious. I mean, we very well could be looking at our next FNCS champions, but there's more that kind of happened here in the game. So I'm going to kick it over to you guys. Walk us through what you guys are seeing.
That we'll have some big perspectives here earlier on in that end game from Mongrel, and how these guys kind of learned from their last game, game number 1 of today, fixed their mistakes, and in game number 2 really played the zone very well to get that victory royale.
You can see they're already on height at this point, but they claimed that during the 50-50 zone because they got the zone right on them from 4th. But these guys are good. They've already claimed a high ground position earlier on, so when they got that 5th zone, they could completely utilize that and keep height from there on out.
Yeah, in game 1, the mistake was kind of putting all the eggs in one basket, but not really knowing exactly where that basket stood. In this zone, there was water completely in the low ground. They were very comfortable on staying on height the whole time. Tayson here as well, staying at the front. Mongrel staying in the back, so he could keep tabs on any trios trying to shockwave up like we saw Artours do before. There's that water dive bomb play, as Sancho called out. CRR, Kinzel, and Wolfies tried their best to play this water zone, but being on height is the best choice when you're in this type of zone, this aquatic kind of formation of what ends up happening for everyone on low. It's so hard to find your footing, and because of that, Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson stayed high, stayed dry, and ended up winning that game with beautiful decision making.
And Mitro actually, if you saw there, edited down by Tayson, which didn't seem like an accident. You know, initially when you watched that back, it seemed like Mitro was going to make the aggressive play to go pick up those eliminations. But, you know, even the top teams make a mistake at the end, accidentally editing Mitro down into the water. But because they were over that water, he was safe from fall damage, and they all managed to frag out and pick up that big victory royale.
Hey, look, you just got to fake it till you make it, right? It's not a mistake if you don't call it out. It's a calculated risk, a calculated plan of attack. And when you're as far ahead as these guys, when you're as skilled as these guys, when you've been on the scene as long as these guys, they turn these L's into W's. That's just what they do. I want to see them continue with this momentum. Remember, we've got another 5 games on the day. Anything can happen, but will it? We have to kick it back over to our casters to continue the storylines, and we'll be back after this with more breakdowns. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Reese. And here we are into the match number 8. And so far, it's been all Tayson, Mongrel, and Mitro with nothing less than a 7th place finish over their first 7 matches, so incredibly well done. But already looking at the mini-map, for the first time in what feels like a long time, there's some other triangles at Stark Industries. So somebody has decided to pony up, somebody has decided to rise to the challenge and be the David to their Goliath over at Stark Industries. We'll be keeping an eye on that elimination feed, but with the Southern Zone 2 right on the edge of that, it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Hey, I don't know, man. I've been watching Ghostbusters, getting me in the Halloween spirit. You guys released some awesome outfits. And that is a biblical proportion type feat. That is one giant marshmallow man to overcome there. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to bust the bubble of Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. They are on an unbelievable ride. But one hero that may stand tall, one trio that can get that job done is Kenzel, Wolfies, and CRR. They can make things interesting. And the reason why I say that is because they could pop off with elims as well. And they've been putting it all together. We're getting some placement points, Sundown.
And one thing to note in particular about the last game, you saw how he had the bandage cannon on the low ground, but being out of mats, and when you're in the water, you can't actually fire the bandage against anything. It will go all the way down to the bottom of the water. So despite being on 20 HP, he didn't have anything to kind of mark himself against, as we actually see up in the elimination feed, and Dretta picking up another early elimination there. But also, we saw Lecce end up going down as well. So another one of our power trios over at Doom's Domain struggling a little bit here off of the start. The Dual Media boys giving them everything they can handle so far here on day 2.
And I gotta know, as we seen that Snipe does pick up an Elim on Benji, what happened? What went down there in Stark Industry? We gotta see in a moment notice. We'll get that replay up going.
Yeah, and that was Benji's full Elim as well. Their trio is down. You keep an eye on that top left corner now, as we're going to see. It's an Thomas HD and Flick. If there's anybody to rise to the challenge and go after these guys, it will be them. You can see Anas already holding on to the elimination. Flick finds Mitro off of the start, and not only that, but the power weapons in their hands. You can see Tayson tries to make a little bit of an escape here, but you know they're going to ride that one down right away. Big white tags coming out there, and Flick, who accounts for 75% of this trio's eliminations pre-round or pre-zone 5, is going to find his second one here, and they're going to wrap up for the first time in this tournament. Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel go down with 0 points. They had never finished lower than 7th place before this, and that was all the way back in the first game. So now, all of a sudden, that battle for 2nd place, everyone else gets that one opportunity to kind of, I believe the technical term is, whoop, shrink that leaderboard gap just a little bit.
Oh man, and that is the story that we have now developing. I took a look at Twitter, okay? I took a look, and Flick, all he tweeted out was a demon emote. That's all, emoji. That's all he tweeted out. Anas, he said, we should have never left. I'm telling you, the problems of switching from their drop spot. They switched from that dirty docks where they were being so strong and so prominent, and they had strong finishes. When they switched to retail row, I just think they noticed that it wasn't enough. They weren't getting their power weapons. They weren't getting all the resources that they need for their playstyle. And now they realize that, hey, man, you know, yeah, you never know. They could pop off. You never know, Sundown.
And we've talked about it before as well with this trio coming through. One, they're incredible in terms of their playmaking ability. Whether it's early or late game, we've seen Flick just kind of let running. They also get a nice little Llama 210 pick up there, some extra maps, extra utility. Not that the Stark Industries team will need it after that fact, but I mean, the playmaking capability. But on the flip side of that, let's talk about kind of the mental check that's now going to put on Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson.
Huge.
Because for this entire competition, they haven't had to worry about sitting there in queues. They haven't had to worry about thinking who's going to come there. They haven't had to game plan something else. They haven't had to prep for somebody to come challenge them. Now, all of a sudden, not only are you eliminated in 30 seconds with 0 points, you have to sit there for a half hour, watch everyone else play outside while you're stuck there in jail. No more games for you back in the lobby. And they're out of that rhythm a little bit. They're a trio who very much kind of rides on that momentum. They're very, very emotional players. When they made the World Cup announcement back in the day, people joked about Mitro and Mongrel being the loudest duo, both for the keyboard clacks and just the way they celebrate when they make their plays. But now that they've been silenced for a second, how do they react?
Tayson will have the biggest challenge of them all. Will Mongrel and Mitro put up that brick wall and not listen to his calls? It's going to be up to Tayson to kind of hold that ship from going capsizing completely. Yanis, Analex, and Xweez, they have an opportunity now to gain some grounds here. They are about 60-plus points away. They're certainly sitting in 2nd place. Another trio that we took a peek in down in Slurpy Swamps was Kinzel, Wolfie, and CR. That opens up the door to gain some ground, but we're talking about a difference of about 2 victory royales and some like close to double-digit elims. That's what's going to be required, and the difference is as well is we still have plenty of games to go, Sundown. We're just barely into the second half here of the grand finals here of the FNCS trios.
And it was starting to feel like it couldn't be overcome because of how consistent they were. There was no hope. There was nobody who wanted to rise up and be the ones to challenge there. However, we've kind of talked about it before. Like, JBR and Co., yes, they 50-50'd the chess, but they were relatively successful, and they turned a couple of those late games around. So especially if a top trio comes in with a game plan on how to take those fights, and they come in not necessarily fearing those three off of the bat, which they're one of the three players who can really genuinely say, like, yeah, let's go fight these guys and maybe come out better than 50-50. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to think, okay, Mongo really wants to get revenge there. But if they're not, they haven't had to practice this drop being contested through the first 6 or 7 games. Now, all of a sudden, 8th game, they lose it. 9th game, if they lose it again, there's going to be that seed of doubt in there. But right now, Razumi trying to get a little bit of doubt on this team rotating away here, and a little bit of storm tags as they just remain utilizing their soft mats to get some positioning.
And Safik's trio here is looking for a good start here in day 2. Haven't gotten any points at the moment, in 11th place. Safik has been one of our slayers here in the region, picking up 15+ elims by himself. But speaking of opportunities, opening the door here, it feels like, you know, Anas, Thomas, Stacey, and Flick have slayed the beast, right? Now all the villagers are going to have a good time to try to claim that castle up there. And Nakos, Clement, and Flokis have an opportunity to storm that castle. They're sitting in 4th place at the moment. They're still about 30 points away, so that is a victory royale. They could definitely do it in one punch, but they could slowly jab their way up their leaderboard, Sundown.
I would say it's probably more equivalent to either scratching the dragon's nose and making him think for a second.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's where he breathes the fire out of, so he's got like a little, it's like, hey, that's some minor discomfort.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that. I'm going to come back in a moment, but like, the villagers are celebrating. They're like, yay, we drove off the beast. Or it's like punching a great white shark in the face. It's like, yeah, you know what? You punched the great white shark in the face, but that shark is still in the water with you. Yeah, you showed that maybe you might be a little bit of a threat, and maybe you can punch back. But he's still there. They still exist. And while they're going to be forced out for just a little second, one, who takes advantage of that opportunity? And 2, what happens when that angry shark, that angry dragon, the poked bear decides to come back in the next match? But right now, we're going to keep on board here with the teams who will have an opportunity to close the gap, because realistically, going into the back 5 of these games, only really the teams in the top 4 or maybe the top 5 can statistically still kind of overtake this route, and it's going to take a large effort. As you see Clement going and doing every little thing right, making sure they maximize on the utility here, going all the way out and picking up that second big pot, and then going to rotate back up the zone.
You know, I know the Halloween party is over and all that spooky scariness, but I've always learned to double tap. You always got to double tap and make sure that monster is down. And that's what Flick, Thomas, and Nos, they're going to have to double tap that down if they're going to keep Mongrel's trio at bay. So, Mongrel trio is out. Now let's just focus in on who is in and who has the opportunity to go up the leaderboard. And if you're questioning anybody out there, like, why would Thomas and Nas and Flick do that? Because they're slipping down the leaderboard. They start off the day with 15th. They're going down to 17th. Having Stark, that strong POI in their back pocket now, could enable them to get up their leaderboard and secure themselves thousands of dollars. All of it is on the line.
And people are going to say, oh, why would they go and grief the top trio like that? And to my response to that, are you crazy? Are you crazy? They're competing to try to be the absolute top mark.
Yes.
And if this is a trio who is more than capable of winning games, especially when you see Thomas and Anas enabled with shockwaves, that's kind of what you really need to take away. They have to have a reliable way of getting the late game utility. That's how they've won their games. And if you can go Stark and guarantee that, yes, you have to fight one of the best teams in the entire game to get them. But if you want to win, you have to beat those guys anyway. And they finally said enough is enough. And if you're going to post your spot on Twitter, if you're going to talk about how you're so good at defending this spot, you better have a game plan, and you better back it up. Because anybody has the opportunity to land anywhere. This is Fortnite Battle Royale. And if a team gives you a hard enough time, you need to game plan better and find a way to deal with it.
And that is what we call preach right then and there, Sundown. Now we're on board here with the BDS, Robots. They got a victory royale here. They were able to have a very nice aggressive play. They kind of took the textbook of fighting on the low ground, doing really well. and they got a victory royale. So one of the few teams that have a victory royale, because Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson have 3 victory royales. Giannis trio has 1 victory royale. Kenzel's trio has 1, and as well, Gamma's Cammie's trio has 1 as well. Cammie and Co. So those are the stories that are unfolding here. And the great thing is, we can speculate all you want, but it is the competitors themselves that answers the questions. And that is what we're watching here as the drama unfolds. And the drama will pick up for Wolfies and CRR, considering Kenzel, the back-to-back DreamHack champion, goes down. And Kenzel is just like just like Tayson for this trio. He kind of holds it all together, considering that in DreamHack, it's a very placement-heavy format. And having that ability to kind of slow pace, passively, aggressively at times whenever you needed to get your way further into in-game, that's going to help off people like CRR Wolfies, who are known to be great opens box fighter players.
But right now, we're keeping an eye on that Storm Surge threshold on the right-hand side, just above the map. We talked about them being below it. Well, the key snipe there coming from that World Cup runner-up there, the young controller player from England, Wolfies, finding a great tag and a sneaky little bullet in there onto Kira through the window, just like a true sniper would. Well done to put himself above. And we talk about the little moments. That moment is so much bigger than just the 1 point on the elimination. Shedding themselves of that Storm Surge threat is going to be massive in terms of just getting positioning. As we've seen, atypical compared to what we've seen in Europe so far. There's been more and more Storm Surge pressure, and coming into Grand Finals, no team had more Elans versus Mongrels trio than Flicks, and a part of that has to do with the rotation path. They're always coming out of the East and passing that Stark Industries, and also, man, just pound for pound, they're one of the few trios who actual wall-to-wall matches up with those guys. And when we talk about kind of wall-to-wall, that's when you're in a box against somebody and not necessarily in the same space, but owning 1 or 2 walls in between you guys. These guys execute on those fights almost better than anyone in Europe.
And Thomas is a superstar, had a great run in heats. Nas and Flick are right behind him as well. They're forming a very strong trio. Thomas HG had some Twitter barbs with Zexero from NA East. Thomas HG was talking about, hey, who could come over here from NA East and compete? Should I go over there? It's so interesting. We all wish we had a World Cup Part 2. Like I said, sometimes the sequels are better than the originals. We all wish that. We all wish we'd be able to settle the great debate of EU versus NA. And don't forget about the Latin American. Don't forget about the Asia. Don't forget about OCE. We're talking about Fortnite, baby, worldwide. Some of the best competitors all throwing down, and it's all happening here in this amazing month here. I cannot wait to see who's going to walk away champion here for EU, and I cannot wait to see who's going to walk away for champion in NA East, so the debate's going to kick up back up again.
You can see right now we're hopping on board here with that second place team on the leaderboard, who's going to try and take advantage of that opportunity to shrink that leaderboard and shrink the lead of that top trio. But I'm glad you mentioned something about Latin America, because if there's an international land, we've seen just how good King can be in those circumstances. But right now, all the focus is on Europe, as Xqueeze, aka MCES, Duck on top there, finds a nice little knock and some key shots on players trying to rotate in. Now, this positioning, we've talked about it time and time before, it's called the gatekeeping position. When you're in the safe zone and pressuring players who have the zone at their back, or either already into it and need to make it into the new safe zone. It's where a lot of teams who had the foresight to rotate earlier are able to get key opportunities to pick up eliminations. And you can see right now, Duck on top doing a great job spraying down shots there, having control of the pieces in the area, and now trying to locate where that weak member is.
And we're seeing already the rest of the lobby, seems to heating up at the right moment. Hen picks up a knock right there in the Elam feed, so that's going to be huge for them. Now that we know that the big monsters are out of the game, that's just going to make everyone play a little bit more loose. It's like all of a sudden the parents are not watching anymore. The kids are going to run rambunctious. The Rugrats are going to do what they do best, and that's going to be an opportunity that they have to capitalize. You're going to have a big pop-up game here if you're Analyx, Xqueeze, and Giannis, if you want an opportunity to get that first place. And I mean, we're all going to have to keep an eye on. We talked about moments leading to bigger moments, and that moment of the opening engagement from Thomas, Flick, and Anas getting out Mongrel is causing so much waves throughout the entire time. And look at that. Analyx, Giannis have someone on the ropes in that back half. Let's take a look at the overall picture here and see who's going to have a strong position going forward. This is going to be a very interesting in-game considering we have a lot of water and Lazy Lake POI in the distance.
And right now, you can see Wolfie's CRR not having to move, just still perched up on top of the building. Lanouf, Moraine, Jaspe, the other team who had originally contested over at Stark Industries, but not brave enough to go over there in the grand finals, posted up. Getting a nice 360 view here. Shout out to the observers, by the way. They've done a great job catching all of the action and giving us some of these beautiful shots. So you see a nice little double ramp rush coming out from our second place team. That to me indicates that that fourth zone was revealed, and they're going to try and get priority over that entire western side, and a good push from them there. As we see Floki also pick up an elimination onto Swag. So the French trio continuing their tradition of picking up more elims than normal in the mid game, as Andalex in another one of those gatekeeping positions here, priority high zone. And I mean, the reason they're packed around the outside is that fourth circle. So we have half in, half out right after this.
And this is a strong gatekeeping opportunity. The only danger they risk is getting sniped, returned. And that kind of return to sender type lethality is going to be so dangerous to deal with. But they're sitting good. They're covering angles. And someone kind of almost out of nowhere, kind of peekaboo, jack in the box, took a shotgun blast for Analyx and kind of woke him up for a brief moment. You got to be careful here. You have those edits open. The greed sets in. And we've been seeing time again, Benji gets sniped in the back various times. We saw a highlight where Thomas HD was able to sneak up on him and they had a harpoon snipe play. Hey, that greed could catch up to you. You have to be sure that you have all your angles covered before you move on. But look at this, Sundown, a max rotation pull, and this is going to be tough for Analyx, Giannis, and Squeeze, considering that there's a lot of people in their way for making this rotation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Okay, I was just about to say, trying to see who has shockwaves on that side, because they're going to be using it right away. Because if you go too late, everyone else on that side will have already built up on the high ground and be turning around. So you need to kind of time it with other teams. So there's a plethora of targets going through the air, and you don't end up just getting swatted down like a clay pigeon. But right now, Xqueeze and Andalex instead opting to stay up on their high ground, and they're going to pick up Patrick and Deceptos, leaving Hen all by himself there. We're also now rotating into the first round of placement points. 18 trios remaining, so one more will need to fall. Then every single trio that drops will be a singular point. Wolfies picks up a huge knock there onto Clement, indicating they're also making a rotation towards kind of that central zone. Everybody already posted up in Lazy Lake is more than happy and keeping an eye on the Elim feed. Janice gets knocked there as well. So our top four trios facing a little bit of adversity, but who's capitalizing on the opportunity right now? It's the team who took the situations by the horns. Thomas HD and Co. grabbing some elims, but we're going to hop back on board here with Nate, Smash Dave, and Bobo, Exalti, our wild card team, trying to find some more rifle elims on the side.
Rojo's team going into the day or top 10. They kind of slipped a little bit there, and they're trying to find their footing in 12th place. This is a strong opportunity. You had basically the lowest of chances to get into the grand finals, and you were one of the ones that came out on top in a wild card finish. And they're just proving the point how strong the EU region is. The 33rd team is now sitting in a top 15 situation. Now we're going to kind of pull back. Let's take a look. We already know that actually Wolfie's spot get taken out by Flick's trio. So now we're going to take a look here as now the first 6 full rotating circle is revealed, and Exalti, Nate, and Rojo get that prime priority position.
And that's the benefit of going early with the utility. They're going to be able to go before anybody else identifies the opportunity to. Keeping an eye on the top left, Thomas HD and Co. still rattling off the eliminations and making their push further up into the money, taking advantage of the opportunity they made for themselves. It's a breaching charge up the leaderboard, but right there, Bobo finding a great shot and good conversion onto Matzo that Rojo's going to be able to pick up. Hen still on his feet, trying to do it 1v3 style like he's used to. Steelix finding CRR in the feed as well, but Bobo just trying to find a little bit of room here on the low ground. Sees his teammates are a couple levels above him, should be looking to rejoin them, as now we're going to flip on over to the side of the zone, get a wide shot there to see everyone trying to rotate and get in front so they can then about face on the rest of the lobby. And our second place trio is still up on their feet, but it's just in a duo form, as Floki is also going to get knocked. It's all going to be on Nakos now for our 4th place trio, as the first placement points will take over. Every trio up, beginning 1 point, but still 40 players remaining, 9 of which are under Storm Surge. Our 4th place trio going down. 2nd place trio also getting knocked here, as Nate, Dave, and Bobo are continuing to just be on the front priority of the zone. Hen doing his best solo ranger impression, picking up another knock, but right now all about priority, as these guys are going to begin to find picks.
We're going to see a new name at Hype very shortly, considering Mongo Trios is out. They went out at the very beginning. This is the wild card on the low ground, working as a unit, doing really well. They're trying to find space control. They don't have much of it, considering there's a lot of enemy builds, but they're going on the Storm side of things, so they're going to be able to save as much as possible. A nice pickup by Nate right there is going to go back into the Storm to pick up those valuable loot. Now we're going to get a point and see and look at who's at the mid ground, who's at second height, who is at the low ground. It looks like Nate Exalti, actually Bobo going down. So it's going to be Nate to Rojo right now. And Rojo is really low. So all of it's going to be back time for Nate, considering that he has a strong power weapon. He has some crash pads, so he can cause some destruction. And now Nate is going solo dolo. Steely picks up an Elam. Hitsy picks up an Elam. And Steely and Hen picks up a knock. And Hen is still up. And Nate picks up an Elam. Everybody's trying to capitalize that, knowing that the big dogs are out of this match here, Sundown.
And Hen finally going down the solo run into the top 10, but Nate says, I'm Mr. Solo Dolo himself. Crash pad up on the high ground, gets Antarak, and we saw SLQ had a brilliant kind of tactical performance yesterday, hiding in the tree there for their 2nd place, so some high ground control, but again, textbook from the top down. When they're given the power position, they're taking advantage and trying to storm up the leaderboard. Thomas HD flicking it off on the high ground, and nothing to do now.
And Sweeze is out, so that is the 2nd place team going down, getting eliminated. This is Thomas and Anas and Flick's world to be able to bolt themselves up their leaderboard. This is the strong opportunity to do so. They already have, look at that, double-digit elims, 11 elims. This is going to be such a strong game from this trio, and now we're in a top 4 situation. And Flick, Anas, and Thomas HG has initiated the spread, the split, the deadly split that a trio could initiate and rack up a lot of elims and cause disruption. And Flick has those crash pads as well. He's going to be able to throw them down and cause more disruption on the low ground.
But I want to see them execute and close out this game. Too many times during the qualifiers, they'll be in this position and it'll slip away in the final moment. And if they want to put themselves in the money, if they want to unseat Mitro, Mongol, and Tayson all the way, not just from the landing spot, but from a miraculous run and unseat them at the top, they have to get all the elims into victory right now. Nos finding Flois in the side. Thomas making sure he's all the way up on height, and he has a shockwave to also throw down on the low ground. Gonna continue with the crash pads, sends up Anas, but Flick goes down. They're gonna put the heals onto Thomas, and then Anas is gonna go down and try and close out the match. Challenge comes up, but a big 75 tag coming through. Here's the thing, Anas is down 1v3, but the tick is gonna end up coming over. Centric is in the zone, he has the healing pads, and Thomas HD clutches it up there. Well done, Louis, going down in 15 eliminations.
That was awesome. Unbelievable. It is grand finals. It is hype. We are going to need a leaderboard check. Zeke, Shio, and Reese, what you got for us?
It up saying Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, no longer. We are the new Kingslayers on the turf. We will find you on your POI. We will claim it as our own, and we will walk that through to the victory royale. A massive 40-point game swing, and now they are looking to contest in that top spot. Can they keep doing this, though? Shy, if they could keep this going, if they could keep shutting them down, we could see them walk away the victors.
It'll have to be a repeated time loop every single game, though. They'll have to come to bargain over and over again, because right now, the top 5 is looking exactly the same.
You have no changes here at all. What I'm very interested to see, though, is where that put Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD. These guys really were not performing. They were down at 17th, and up to their own standards, these guys are definitely a top 5 team. However, where's this put them? And here's our answer. 6th place after that. So that's moved them up 11 spots on the leaderboard, just from one victory royale with 15 eliminations. Another team that we've seen moving up here there was Nate, Bobo, and Exalti there as well, down in 10th. These guys have moved up from 12th. I meant Rojo instead of Exalti. I said his name twice, but these guys are fantastic. They've moved up there from 5 eliminations 5th, and we saw Nate going into a little bit of a solo endgame. He came 14th in the solo FNCS, so he's capable of that clutching, and that was really showing there in his gameplay.
Yeah, but Sundown said it best. It doesn't matter how many elims these guys get or if they just get the victory royale. It has to be everything. It has to be a combination of both in one game, done multiple times if you want to hit that top 5. Even with such an impressive game there from Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD, it only puts them in 6th, and they were all the way down here from 16th, 15th to 20th. So any of these teams, if they want a shot to push forward, get there in the top spots at the end of day 2, have to play perfectly repeatedly, and that is a tall ask.
Yeah, you know, some of the teams that we've seen here, 16 to 20, I kind of mentioned it last time. They're just struggling that early and mid game. If you look through their game history, a lot of them are going around that 25th, 24th slots. And this is, if you see this in the leaderboards, usually means that they're going down to Storm Surge. You know, they didn't have enough tags, and then they have to try and take a dumb fight that they didn't really need to.
Yeah, but now we have a little bit of a tournament on our hands because it's not guaranteed that the first place team of Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson has a game to play every single time off drop for free. Stark Industries is one of the most polarizing drops that can fights where they just end in a matter of 5 seconds.
Guys, this is very scary because you got to think about it. This time, it went Thomas and Trio's way. But this next game, especially if they're looking to contest them game after game, if they are the ones that fall and then Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson turn around and get a victory royale, this could really stunt their overall placement and like lessen the amount of prize money they could walk away on the day. We have a tournament on our hands. You said it the best. Now let's talk about what we have watched in this game, the change up of the drop spots. Break it all down for us.
It was Thomas, the hype tank train engine we were looking at in that last game. From the beginning, we saw it happen on stream. Well, let's look at it again. Making the last-ditch effort decision to contest one of the strongest spots on the map, to contest the first-place team, and win it without anyone going down. My goodness.
And you know, Anas tweeted that they were going to be landing here for every single event once the place was actually initially put into the game, and they didn't really hold up to that. However, we've just seen Anas on Twitter retweet it saying we're landing here, and this was clearly the forthcoming of that because they landed and they popped off big time.
Yep, and they continued it all the way to endgame, a dominant showing of just staying on height, a clutch crash bat to make sure Thomas HD got the win. Flick went down, it's all good. They had complete trust in their last man who was clutching all the way towards the top. It was Thomas's show at the very end of the game, but it was this trio just playing so well and making the best decisions to keep their tournament dream alive.
It looked like there was some baby oil on the low ground there because so many teams all just fell at the exact same time going down. But Thomas HD, you can see the huge shockwave up there, and using the Stark Rifle, kind of like Shio mentioned there, has really good accuracy from the hip fire, so while he's shockwaving, he's going to be able to hit those shots like that and pick up that big victory royale easily.
I just can't believe it. Just watching it back, it's like, dude, the confidence that Thomas has, and we were kind of talking right before we came back, it's like, Thomas, you've been in this situation before, you know what you need to do, and he's just so comfortable. For him, it looks so effortless, because in these times, he knows he can clutch. There's no fear, it's just, we're going. We're going to walk forward, we're going to find the victory royale, and we're going to push ourselves closer and closer up to the top. I am so excited that this could be happening. I'm very scared to watch these trios fight it out again, because again, it may not go the same way. It may be very different. We'll have to see. Fortnite fam, we're going to go to a break. When we return, the final 4 games, and inevitably, our new FNCS Trios champions. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Come back. You won't want to miss it.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reset back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. And we're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame. This is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into 2 separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zate, Saf, and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zate and Saf building over onto another area so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zate, Saf, and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zate, Saf, and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zate hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zate does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zate actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zate. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players at contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zate was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zate and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zate ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the victory, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zate didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the battle boss. Beep beep.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the FNCS. If you did not see it, There is more things unfolding before us. Thomas, HD, Flick, and Anas are contesting Mongrel, Mitral, and Tayson. They flipped this entire region on its head, and Retail, where they left, now has 4 trios there. There's a lot going on. We're jumping back in the game. We'll see you in a little bit. We're kicking it over to our casters. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome back, everyone. We're hopping on board here. Thomas, HD, Anas, and Flick, already 2 elims to their name. You can see right now we are a little bit into the match. We've already had 4 trios end up going down, 19 players total here as we're coming back from the break. 1 elimination in Thomas's hands, 1 in Flick's, and all of the spoils apparently as well.
And also, it looks like we have more people landing in Stark's Industry trying to go for those home run plays. And his Moraine, Jaspe showing up here. Milan, Chapix, and Queasy showing up here. I think what's happening right now is we're getting to closer and closer. This is game 9. We have a total of 4 left, including this one. We're seeing a lot of teams now going for those home run dingers. They're going for those, I guess, mid-pitch shots towards goal at the moment, going all for nothing, because that is what we have here. Everything has to be put on the line. So that's why you're seeing this. Now the question is Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson alive? Are they still up? Can they still build on their lead? Because already that gap is closing.
And one thing here in particular as well, if you do get eliminated early, I guarantee you need to have somebody going back, doing your homework, and finding a secondary spot, because there's only so many games where you're going to be comfortable taking this type of pressure. It happens every single time up on the leaderboard, and now swinging over, we see Mitro and Tayson on their feet, 2 elims in Tayson's hand, but time and time again, we have talked about it. This trio struggles without Mongrel. They have yet to find any amount of success when he goes down early. He is their playmaker, and despite just how strong the other 2 in their own right, it seems like they really struggle to find ground as a duo.
It's so interesting to see this change of drop spots. I mean, the biggest areas of drop spots fights has been Retail, Misty, Steamy, Lazy, and Dooms. And so essentially throughout this entire grand finals, I mean, Stark's Industry has been chill. You know, chill vibes all around as Hen picks up a confirmation in the elim feed. So Hen is now finding his footing. Hen, another rising star in the EU side from Become Legends. Now, Tayson and Mitro, their main objective, you may say, is, of course, get Mongrel back, reboot him back from the reboot van, but it goes beyond just having him back. He is their ultimate closer. He has the most elims in this grand final. He is such a dangerous player, and together as a trio, you've been seeing the results, and that is why they're on top of the board here with 186 points going into this match.
And one of the key things they're doing right now, knowing they already have the 2 eliminations, and also compared to every other game, this is so much of a sparser game. 78 players, 77 players remaining, when before in these situations, we've seen upwards of 91. They're hanging out in the side of the zone. They know there's more than enough bandages, more than enough med kits. They have a bandage bazooka as well. They're just trying to hang out and wait for this reboot van, knowing that the priority is, if they have the card, getting Mongrel back on his feet. It is the only thing that matters, because their potential for picking up points goes up so incredibly high. And here comes the play. And notice how they waited until the zone was pulling 2, so everyone else left. They have excess white heals. They're going to try and get as much through. This is an incredibly intelligent play, because if they had gone and done the reboot beforehand, the other teams who are still there, who are still hanging out, or waiting for this top trio to leave, would have heard that sound and effectively would have been a dinner bell.
This is the ultimate mental check. Every champion goes through adversity. That's what makes you a champion. Like Dwayne Wade said, that 3-time NBA champion. Fall 7 times, get up 8. So it's now in time for Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson to stand back up and let the EU region know, yeah, you could send out your tweets, you could come and contest, but the ultimate tweet that's going to echo in eternity is that screenshot of you being on top of the leaderboard, saying that you are the FNCS Trios champion. And that is what's on the line for this trio.
and a good job. We talked about it. Hey, they might not be getting out of here with all the spoils, but they got 2 points. They're not going to be under threat of the initial storm surge, and Mongrel is on his feet. That's all that matters. Yes, the white HP is going to be a little wanting. Yes, they're going to be lacking on shields, but because of the bandage cannon and because they're doing such a late rotation, there's going to be a minimal amount of pressure on them here. So this is realistically going to allow them coast to at least a little bit of a safer endgame. And if you don't completely wipe them out, it's not good enough.
It kind of reminds me of the World Series here in the 2020 over here in the States. I know this is an EU region broadcast. In that World Series, the Dodgers, the Los Angeles Dodgers, went on to win the whole thing. They were mostly known as a home run hitting team, but then they started playing small ball, going for singles, doubles, triples to accrue their runs. So now it's going to be a small ball game for Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. They cannot go for that big home run with that big old, according to Twitter now, Starks equals victory royale. It's not going to be that simple for them, but like I said, a champion's ride is going to go through some troubles. Now a champion going through troubles is Benji, Lecce, and Savage, who have not yet to kind of hold on to their day in day 2, but it could happen right here. Benji with a big time 200 back to back, and now they know Benji's here to fight, and Benji's able to clutch it up solo style, but man, clutching up this early in the game all the way to in-game, that's going to be a huge story to tell for Benji.
That is a huge ask, but if anybody can step up to that plate, it's him, and he's going to get the pick, know he's clear of Storm Surge, and then just get out of dodge, knowing that rotating past him would have taken him past Andalix, Squeeze, and Janice there. So instead, going to move towards the north side, try and find the little bit of a more sparse, a little bit of a safer rotation, finds a big pot in there as well. So his loadout not looking awful, and he's got plenty of excess utility. So, I mean, he's set up for, and that was it just 2 slurpfish hanging around there?
Hey, I mean, sometimes you just walk around and you vulture your way and you get some nice loot. Sometimes, you know, Lady Luck is on your side. And now that's what's going to be required for Benji. As you can see, there is a dangerous trio looming in the distance. This is their second place team in the grand finals. Is Andalexianus and Xweez still really super behind here. We're talking about 40 plus points behind our first place of Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. And you know, their work that they did, they conditioned this leaderboard sundown, and all they have to do, you mentioned it time and time again, is just be on your feet, rack up those placement points. You already are going to be safe because you don't have to deal with Storm Surge, because you did have a very contested drop, as we saw there for that brief moment. And now, you know what? When you're on top of the board this way, the rest of the EU region, they don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want to walk around that someone was able just to put triple digits on them easily. They don't want that. You have a target on your back now, and the question is, how are you going to respond to that?
And the one thing to note in particular, too, is their inability to capitalize on the one opportunity they got while getting the placement points and while getting some eliminations. It's not quite enough because Mongrel and Co. have 17 more eliminations than the next closest trio. These guys are still fragging out. They have 41 elims. They're the second highest, and they have a 7.2 placement. But the fact that Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson are beating them in both of those categories, with the most important aspect being those 3 victory royales. Every single one of those victory royales is just a base plus 5 points. So from the victory royales alone, that's plus 15. The difference in elimination gives them plus 17. And then they also have a better average placement score coming through there. So you have to find a huge performance on top of them going down. And again, with 4 matches left, it's still possible, but every single match that passes makes it more and more unlikely and more likely that everyone else is fighting for second.
And at the same time, you have Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR who are right behind you. They're very close to up and your right here and get into second place. Every placement here matters. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars of prize pool money on the line, and that is what's at stake for all the other trios. We kind of joked, we kind of say, hey, Mongrel and Mitro and Tayson statistically are so far ahead. It's just a battle for second and third. But now that we're seeing that the EU region is stepping up, they're now landing at Stark, multiple trios. The question is, can Tayson lead Mongrel and Mitro to a better pasture when it comes to these kind of contestations, as now we see Tayson now trying to get a snipe in, and look at them. They're still being aggressive. Granted, they just left Shambles Town. They're still trying to do their best to enter that champion's row.
I'm very questionable about drawing any attention to yourself right now.
I know,
We've seen they don't have excess shields. You're making a rotation through the open, but they say, Sundown, don't you know who we are? We feel comfortable with the lead. We feel like we need a refresher here. Let's go box to box. We're some of the best in the world here. Mongo providing the support there with the burst rifle as Tayson leading the charge there, the E11 player, straight into the box. Forget box to box. He's inside the box. Mitro knocks Smudge. Pricolino goes down, and in the blink of an eye, 23 teams to 22 teams, well above Storm Surge, but we talked about calling attention to yourself, and what happens? They were able to get the mats, but now it's going to be on Mongrel to hold off the lobby focus, and everyone should know that's them. There was no other action. They should be pouring the shots in. Tayson is down. Mongrel is down. Mitro, no shields and just the white HP to his name. You would assume that everyone would just be pouring in the bullets right now and not giving him an opportunity. They need to capitalize on this, and there it is. Down they go. 21st for Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson. They get 6 points, but again, that door that looked pretty firmly shut, deadbolted and had a lock on it, well, maybe there's a little bit of light. Maybe there's a gap, but the question is, who will step up?
That totally reminded me of that scene with Mean Girls with Regina George, where all of a sudden everyone realized Regina George was on the ropes, and everyone uprises against Regina George, and that's right there. All of a sudden, the lobby focus just decided, enough, Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, enough. We're going to put you in your place for the time being. But, hey, that place is on top, man. They're still feeling good. There's still another ultimate mental check for them to deal with, and Kenzel has a lot to deal with. Kenzel now has to be solo, the back-to-back DreamHack champion, which was a solo tournament. That was an amazing ride, and Kenzel getting that signature victory on his resume showed the world, showed the EU region that he is a strong player. He's going to have a strong performance right here already. Benji with the biggest ask. Now we have Kenzel with the biggest ask.
Now you can see he's currently sitting in 3rd place, but if anybody's able to make a play like this into a 50-50 by himself.
Oh, too big to ask.
And now we're on to the next trio as he gets beamed out of the sky. The bouncer shockwave not executed well enough. He says, how tall do you have to be to ride the ride? Well, regardless, the 2-time DreamHack champion swatted it down there. So we're going to hop on over to another trio who's looking to capitalize on the opportunity. We have Gamer Origin, Deceptos, Become Legends, Hen, and Navi Patrick. Again, we've kind of talked about it a little bit. Hen has really been the fulcrum for this team. He's been the playmaker, and if they're able to keep him on his feet, they have plenty of opportunities to make a splash. The issue is they struggle in concluding their mid-game fights quickly, and they only seem to really win in the games when they're winning really hard and don't have the ability to kind of tilt that in their favor that often. And if you're not able to kind of minimize the RNG and manipulate circumstances into your favor, it becomes difficult. However, every once in a while, things are going to pull your way, just like they now have priority positioning on their zone and not a team in the way. As I say that, the rotation begins coming out, and you know what? They said, everyone hop in the sedan, we're going for a ride.
And just to show you what kind of ride that you could have with a pop-off game right here, right now, Thomas Eshi and Nas and Flick were able to go from 15th place all the way to 6th place with that strong finish in the Victory Royale. Hen, Deceptos, Patrick are now sitting in that 15th place. Can this be that pop-off game that they're looking for? Making that vehicle rotation is so dangerous, but Hen, Patrick, and Deceptos, their game plan is to go for height with a really aggressive retake. So, yes, they're currently sitting really close to low ground, but watch them as you're seeing on the top. Deceptos leading the charge, tunneling, tarping his way, and now you're going to have Hen and Patrick that kind of be looking in the backside of things. Patrick most likely is going to be the support player, but Hen is the one that's going to be the most damage as a fragger.
And the one thing to note right now is they actually don't have any utility to go up. No crash pads, no bouncers, no shockwaves. What they do have is floppers.
Oh,
so they're going to try and find some picks or find a play there. They find Analyx and grab the body, huck him back, see if there's anything there. Shields sorting through. What they're looking for is a way to go up, because as you talked about, that's when they do best, and what they get from that is a crash pad, and that's going to signal the alarm. You hear it in the background. It's going off right now, and another down coming through. Navi Patrick finding the elim on the box-to-box. Deceptros is going to be the one who's able to confirm it there. And all of a sudden, with only one elimination on the low ground, they're going to turn it into 3 and some utility to potentially make a play. Crash pads and floppers in the inventory.
And man, and what some great space control on this layer, and the EU region wanted the smoke, and now the fire is ablaze, considering that Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson are out. Who is going to stand tall after all the ashes are done? That is the question to ask. And Hen, Patrick, and Deceptos, we've all been waiting. We've all been wondering, where are they? They had such a strong performance in Heats, and Hen on your bottom left picks up a knock right there with some double beam, triple beam support from the rest of his trio mates. And now Hen, he's not done yet. Just like a machine, he's going to turn his attention to the backside of the storm. Very strong trio performance as we are now in the top 11. So placement points will be doled out. And here we go. They're going to try to make a move. And be careful, though, because height could kind of beam down on them, because considering that they're very close to second from height.
And this is what it's all about. Players taking opportunity and rocketing themselves up the leaderboard. A huge pump there in the bottom left-hand screen. That's the one you want to keep your eye on. That's Hen with the floppers, with the shockwaves. He found another one. He found another one. The backside of the zone plays. The young Englishman who's been on fire since the Cash Cup win on his birthday is trying to catch a dub here on the largest stage possible and take themselves from 15th back into contention, just like Thomas HD and co. But Deceptos goes down. That's generally his partner in crime, so Patrick is going to have to do. But look who's still in the lobby. Thomas HD's name in that elimination feed. They're capitalizing on the opportunity and making plays for themselves. We're going to hop back on board here with Hen. 11 players remaining, 9 players remaining, 4 trios left as Thomas gets a nice double there to continue their push towards the top. High ground, though. Munch just raining down shots. We have Hen in the bottom right, Thomas in the top right. These are two of the best playmakers in the game as Hen finds another one. Shockwave's about to come out. It's all up to Hen as he goes for height. Doesn't find it there, but still has the floppers. Thomas also looking for his own room. Can either of them solo clutch up against the trio on high ground? That's been the theme of Europe, and here we go.
And Thomas gets another elim. Thomas has the ability to do it. With 9 elims, it is a possibility. 2 solo players. Oh my goodness, Hen's on height. The trio is now between the sandwich right now of Thomas HD and Hen. Hen is raining down some fire, and they're going to go down into the arms of Thomas HD. Hen and Thomas pick up elims. No build for Hen. This is an opportunity. An opportunity. Yes.
What a play.
Up and gets Thomas HD and Munch. Oh my goodness. Hen, what a way to close this out, and Sundown is speechless.
And that was sick. We've talked about how good he is, how him and Thomas are the fulcrum. Well, the two of the best individual clutchers in the final moments there, going back to back, punch for punch, shot for shot, elimination for elimination. But in the end, Hen walks away, and that's now twice in a row. We've seen the 15th place team rocket themselves up the leaderboard with a victory royale.
And that's all you want, man. That's all you want is a chance, is an opportunity to represent your trio. We are getting close to the end, and we are going to need a monster breakdown and a leaderboard check from Zeke, Shao, and Reese. Analyst S, what you got for us?
Bro. Day 2 of EU. Y'all bringing the heat right now. Oh my gosh. I'm just shocked. Like,
bringing the hype.
Bringing the hype. Hen, first of all, I love that Sundown specifically yelled out the moment that Hen took this game into his hands. He literally goes for height. He drops a person that's chilling in the circle safe, and he just holds there for a moment. The minute he picks up the siphon, he's like, okay, no one else. I've got the lay of the land. I'm just going for it. You'll love to see it. Now, we have to take a look at the overall standings because the story is still Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. I don't know how they're doing this, how they're pulling this off, but look at this lead.
It's a lead that's shortening every single game based on what we're seeing over and over. This game, 21st place, they had 6 elims, so they made it work, and we'll break down how and why in just a moment. But look at some of the new names on this page. Flick, Anas, Thomas HD, 4th place, 45 elims, a victory royale, and 121 points.
And how does this sound for Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD? Last game, 15 elims victory royale. Now, 3rd with 13 eliminations. So they've just, I think they've tripled their points in 2 games coming up, and they've jumped up the leaderboard to 4th. And now look, only 3 points away from Kinzel, Wolfie, CRR in 3rd. So they're almost jumping up again into 3rd place from this play.
And on your kind of whiteboard, it says hype. It's for me just shock. And for these guys, the word is hunger. They want to get that top spot. They're climbing from the depths, the pits of these leaderboards. Right behind them, too. Look now. And Deciptos Putric in 7th place. They were in the top 15 before. Benji Savage lets you have to fall because some trios need to be moved down as others move up. Floki, Clement, and Nakos are still here, though, in 8th, trying to survive with all this chaos and pandemonium going on around them in EU.
Usually we talk about this 6th to 10th page, and we're like, hey, you know what? Some of these names are the same. We're just seeing kind of consistent gameplay, and it's changing around every now and then. But this is just, it's all over the place. Teams are having huge pop-off games. They're moving left, right, and center, and this is the kind of excitement we really want from a grand finals.
I mean, it's just ridiculous to think that Mongrel, Mitchell, and Tayson are like slowly like climbing this mountain. And every single game, there's a new trio that is grabbing onto their packs and saying, no, not yet. Can they close this gap? We only have 3 games left. With performances like this, it can literally happen in the last game. Like, it's crazy to think as well, they swapped up their drop spots 2 games ago. And this is the result. These are the results we're seeing.
Yeah, and we were shocked about... Oh, yeah, go for it, because this is Retail Row.
I know, Retail Row. We've looked at this. This has been absolute pandemonium over in Retail Row. There's 4 teams landing here now. Just for a memory check, there was no one landing there since Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD left. People saw it and they decided, hey, let's all go there at once.
And there's 4 teams at Starks too. You just saw Mitro and Mongrel trying to land, look up, and dip off. They go towards the garage, took a car to Retail Row after the fact, and there were more fights here. Strokey, Vidil, and Kylie in Retail Row.
So if you notice, this team for Strokey, Kylie, and Vidil were not one of the teams who landed here originally. So he had 4 teams that landed here, and then this is the team that landed in Lazy Lake. They said, hey, we need Storm Surge tags. Where is everyone? And apparently every single team has landed in Retail Row, so that's where they went to fight and get some Storm Surge tags.
After all the chaos in the early game and end game, it was pandemonium with Hen, a force of darkness on height, with a sick clutch, a trio in the midst with Thomas HD down below getting elims too. We have literally just the most 2 insane clutch players playing the end game, a trio that just got dismembered over there at the end portion of the game too. Hen with the beautiful timing and play to get up top, get the win. We would need like 6 different packages to break that game down on how many things changed and what ended up happening in this game of EU.
With so many games left, this is just going to keep happening, right? Starks, it's no longer free. Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, what are you guys going to do? How are you going to respond? Thomas HD, are you guys going to keep the ball rolling? Is there going to be some other trio that shows up and says, look, we're putting our name in the ring. We want some of this action. Guys, this is everything I could have asked for and more out of the Heats. My biggest question is, can Mongrel, Mitra, and Tayson hold on? Can they keep the ball rolling?
I think they can, but it all started with Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD inspiring the whole region to just take a risk, take a chance, and go for different drops. I'm wondering what else is affected around the map.
In all honesty, I just want to see 8 teams land there now. That's what's the like. Surely that's the natural next step. We've seen 3, and then we've seen teams in Retail Row landed there. Let's just all go start for this next game. Let's give us a good package to something to talk about, something crazy.
The story is like insane, you know? It's like, okay, Thomas rallies the entire lobby. If Mongrel, Mitchell, and Tayson win, then they defeated the entire lobby trying to contest it. Otherwise, you're looking at Thomas HD's trio, and it's like they pulled off the unthinkable. It could go either way, Fortnite fam. And we're coming down here to the last handful of games. We gotta kick it back over to our casters. We gotta keep the action going, the momentum going forward. We hope you're enjoying all the action. For now, though, let's dip back onto the battle bus. We got Sundown and Sancho to take us in.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, as we've loaded on in. And this is match number 10 in total. We have 3 more to go today, and then we'll crown our FNCS Chapter 2, Season 4, European champions. They'll be walking away with the axe. You can already see decent amount of spread going on here. Some triangles over at Stark, so there's definitely going to be a contention going on, but otherwise there's a decent spread of teams. However, it feels like there's a couple more people also lurking on those out route kind of passes just outside of Stark, as we're going to swing on over with our match 9 winners, Hen, Deceptos, and Patrick.
And what a great performance from Hen, the clutch factor that he has, coming 15th place going into that match, getting the clutch victory royale as a solo, got them to 7th place. That is going to be huge, and that is thousands of dollars of pop-off game potential right then and there. And we've been talking about it the entire time. We've been asking, when is Hen and Deceptos Patrick going to pop off? They had so many great pop-offs in heats. They kind of surprised everyone by strong performance. I believe in one of their heats or qualifiers, they had like 3 victory royales. They look super strong going into the grand finals. And unfortunately, it took them a while to get their footing here. And finally, what a big way to get that foot through the door here. And having an opportunity to at least get into the top 3 now, considering that if they get another pop-off game, Sundown, it's possible that they could get it right up in there really easy.
Yes, so far, the story of day 2 has been the fact Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson opened up big, and then all of a sudden, everyone had enough. They're like, why are we so scared of them? They haven't had fights this whole time. Let's go see what's going on. As actually, we're going to swing way away from Stark here. Mongrel and Tayson out in the middle of nowhere. So this is something I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit. Having a secondary drop spot, having somewhere to go when you are contested, whether it's a scavenger route or being able to go game plan somewhere else. It looks like a call was made. However, that call might come to bite them in the heel as Tayson gets picked up by himself. Mongrel forced to rift away without a shotgun, no excess heals, just a shockwave, attack SMG, an AR, and a prayer that he doesn't draw any attention, as him and Mitro are going to be forced out and into a really rough scavenger route.
This kind of reminds me of that Pikachu meme. It's like you post that you have the power of POI, and they're like, we have this uncontested, come and take it. And all of a sudden, when Trio starts showing up and contesting you, you got that Pikachu surprise play. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. I wasn't expecting this. You gotta expect this. It is kind of what happens in most FNCS competitive play. When someone builds a big lead, the only way to slow them down is to contest, and it's to fight. As you're seeing in the feed, the Dual Media and Co. picking up a knock on Benji. So that is another contestant spot that we're seeing, that we're watching here. But the story is, can Mongrel and Mitro survive this mental test? We all know mechanically in game they know how to rocket, they know how to slay, they know how to box fight. But a big important factor in FNCS competitive is their mental.
The mental is what matters so incredibly much, but we've seen before that as long as Mongrel is on his feet, he's going to be capable. However, they were forced to rift out, and you saw the shakedown come through as well, so there's going to be absolutely no opportunity to get Tayson back here. He's going to be forced into a backseat coaching role, and now, again, Mongrel is desperately looking for any form of shockwave before he gets caught into a fight, but Blaster, Alpha, and Nikov, the ones who got the elimination are Tayson. They see red in their eyes. They see that first place. And if you're not ready to defend yourself, you're going to go down quick. Mongrel gets picked up. Shakedown onto him. It's the one time he's been bullied so far. The last 3 games feel like they're getting to him a little bit now, as Mitro shaking down, and he's going to be running away, trying to avoid going down here in 31st, but AR shots from both sides. Matzo Amplify and ADN on top of Ruins doing what they do best, looking for those AR tags, and it seems like 3 games in a row, Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson, and you know what? He gave it up. He said, if I'm going down to the Train H boys over there in the Ruins. You took my other 2 teammates. We'll give 1 point over there, but that is tough. And again, hey, I'll say it one time. If you're in first place there, if you have the only spot with a vote, and then a team is able to win, or not win, but at least push into the top 3 twice in a row with double-digit eliminations, you better have a backup plan. All you need at this point from that top trio is one good game, and nobody else will be able to catch you. You need to keep a little bit of pressure. You cannot crumble in the final moments. And it seems like that might be that horror story from Season X, the MMB trio, where they dominated from wire to wire and then came up short in the final moments.
Oh, man, you just gave me goosebumps, man. It's like you're telling a spooky tale. We're all sitting around a campfire, and you're like, let me tell you the tale of what went down in Season X. So it just shows you that the outer POI teams are very strong teams. It's a very dense talent pool out there, and you kind of test those waters out there. And I think at this point, Mongo, Mitro, and Taste, you talked about having a secondary backup plan. I think they still have to give it a chance. They have a couple of games to deal with. We've already seen Mitro, we've seen Giannis, Xweez, and Andalex. Kenzel, Wolfies, and CRR are the ones that are in striking distance. A new member now is Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD. Haven't really capitalized them not being around, so maybe why not take a dip into that, take a stab back into it, and stake your claim back in the Stark industry.
It's possible to be able to do it. They've won that fight a number of times. It's very practiced. The issue is when there's more than just one trio there, it turns into a clown fiesta. You can cue the circus music that everyone loves in the Fortnite community, because it is quite literally people trying to 50-50 guaranteed chess, desperately trying to get a vault key, maybe get the vault key and then dip for a second for an opportunity to come back in, deny the people those resources, and then get the late rotation as the storm has come through. We've seen people do that before, but now, with 3 matches on the table, Mongo, Mitro, Tayson, off. Andalex Jen is currently in second. They both came from behind to get their wins in the FNCS Duos and the Invitational. They've read this book before. The question is, can they write a sequel, and will it be that bestseller? Because coming into the match, they are the ones in striking distance. There's a number of other teams who are about 70-plus points out who could potentially do it. This team 40 points out. That's a solid victory royale to then be nose-to-nose with that top trio again. And if anybody is capable of doing it, it's Jonas, Duck on top, aka Xweez, and Andalex.
You're taking a look here as well in 5th spot. Flois and Dreda and Louis, they're another trio that have been having a very quiet day. And Dreda is one of the top slayers in the region and in the grand finals, doing really well, picking up double-digit elims so far. So that is another trio that we haven't seen a lot on the desk here on the broadcast, but no doubt they are actually making waves and baby steps their way up the leaderboard. Wolfie, CRR, Kenzel, we saw in the previous match that it was essentially up to Kenzel to kind of hold on as long as possible, and then he got taken out quickly on a rotation. So maybe that mental check, you see that trio that I mentioned, Flois picking up some elims there in the feed. That team is still around. There's, hey, I mean, listen, it was looking like the Mongo Mitro Tayson show. It looked like we were just all watching Mongo stream from a secondary POV, but not so fast. The EU region has stepped up. They've taken the challenge. They hit the Giant in the jaw. Question is, does the Giant have enough time to get back up? And if the Giant does, I think one big game from Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson will put it all out of reach.
And the key thing is right now is, yes, while the entire leaderboard is squeezing up to them, we talked about it before. The fact that they opened up such a monstrous lead, they still have 3 victory royales. They're still, I think, in terms of even with those absolutely horrendous placements right there. And missed chug
Oh my
splash.
goodness.
Speak of absolutely horrendous there. And again, sorry, don't mean to continue the train, but saw in the Elam feed, Hen actually ended up getting a knock on Janice.
Here we
so
go.
absolutely horrendous is turning into horrific. As we said, while they built up such a huge lead, the top teams, the top 3, and the one team who mattered, the French trio coming out of Sweaty Sands, hasn't been able to capitalize on that opportunity. They've stumbled. So that Hair, despite him dawdling, despite him going and grabbing some tea and maybe stopping over to help a neighbor with a fence or something, they're unable to close that gap right now, and again getting a little bit of harassment put onto them.
Taking a look here, the record for day 2 points in all regions was set, then matched in the last 2 games. It's just showing you when push comes to shove, when you only have a very limited opportunities, people would just play out of their minds, play out of their bodies, have a, what are you looking at? An extraterrestrial type performance, out of this world performance, and that is what we're watching unfold right in front of us in Hen and Deceptos and Patre. Hen, you know, he's one of those players that could heat up and microwave himself, and I think that confidence, those 2 major performances, and especially that clutch that Hen had in the previous, getting that victory royale, could be the thing that kind of catapults him, and that is another dangerous up-and-coming trio that is knocking on the front door, that top 5.
And Deceptos has been around forever as well, somebody who is very, very, very consistent, the player for Gamers Origin. And Patrick, as of late, has had some very incredible results as well for the solos. So it's been largely them getting their chemistry. But I'm going to put myself a little bit on blast here. They were my prediction during the Week 2 qualifier. But kind of when we talk about them, like with the analysts, I always call them a bargain Thomas HD trio. They have the same kind of clutch potential in the clutch duo between Hen and Deceptos. That's my analog for Thomas and Anos on their side. They're still a Become Legends player on either opportunity there, and they have some of the big moments and some of the huge solo results, but not quite necessarily there in the team modes. And there seems like right now they're pushing that level up a little bit more, but their issue has never been their ceiling, it's been their floor. You have to bring that skill floor and your placement floor up if you want to be able to contend seriously for a top 3. And while kind of right now, that amazing performance of last game is pushing them up into contention, they need to ride the momentum, which is something we've seen they're capable of doing.
Seeing in the feed that the trios, Floki, Clement, and Akos, are having their momentum slowed down a bit, considering that they were in the top 3 and they're sliding down to 8. There's people moving up, and now we have trios moving down as Flois as well. That is our top 5. I already saw Indreda getting confirmed in the feed, so we've gotten some multiple volatile action happening in the top 10, and it's not over yet until the final bell has been rung, and we're still, this is game, essentially the last of the 3 here. We still have 2 more going in. This is the last moments, the last frames, and Cammy, Rexo, and Altor are doing really well. They got a victory royale here today, and that's going to be a strong opportunity to at least stop the slide for the moment, because Hen and Anos and Thomas HD, that they just came out of nowhere, man. They just out of nowhere just heated up, and wow, man, that was just a crazy ride those past 2 games to see these trios that we've been hyping up the entire heats kind of perform here in grand finals to make us feel like, hey, at least we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, and another trio who I ended up predicting and has been unable to take advantage of the opportunity so far today with only 35 points here is Floki, Clement, and Nakos. And I'm actually a little confused because I saw one of them get knocked and I thought confirmed early, but I guess not coming through there. Is Clement going to pick up another Elam on his side? This is something we see this trio do very often. They are not afraid to fight wall-to-wall and box-to-box in the mid-game situation. They do so more often than any other trio in the region, and they're able to convert on that there, finding 2 eliminations in what feels like getting a footing in the game for the first time in a while.
And we are going to get a scary in-game again. We saw a scary one up in the northwest area, all aquatic, but now we have a mountainous terrain, Old Man Mountain. There's 2 of them, a crazy valley to go through with the river, and at the same time, a bridge that cannot be broken. That's going to be interesting to see how the in-game leaders navigate this treacherous in-game.
And we talk about the tale of Old Man Mountain. For those of you unfamiliar with competitive Fortnite, when you get into those endgame zones, the safe zones move completely outside of where the current one. It's called the moving circles, and it happens between zones 6 and 9. But the tale as old as time is Old Man Mountain will always claim his toll, and the change in verticality forces players to either burn utility, build up quickly, or just fall. And I reclaim always go back to the epic Mr. Savage Shadow Bomb clip that qualified him for the World Cup as the epitome of Old Man Mountain taking it. But right now, we're just going to see who's able to get some space, as yet again, we talk about it, our second place trio unable to capitalize on the opportunity that is given, handed to them, literally handed to them on a golden platter, but they're not finding the placements and eliminations to make up for the fact that Mitro and Mongrel are getting stonewalled right now.
I can tell you who's taking advantage, though. That's Hen, Deceptos, and Patrick. Hen getting on the left side of that Elam feed on Wolfies. So we'll see if Kenzel, Wolfies, and CRR, if they are in shambles. Right now, Andalex and Xweez are in shambles. It's just a matter of look at it. Yeah, I mean, the builds are not there, and you were taking a look at the zone. It's going to be all between all that terrain. It's going to have a river in it. There's going to be multiple layers to navigate. It's just not looking good. They're going to desperately need looking for a refresh. Sundown.
This is one of the worst areas in the entire game for players to have these moving zones. The rapid change in verticality and how quickly every single direction, if you're looking down there, you can see the river on either side. That's a mountain, but it's a steep drop off no matter which way you go. So there's going to be no reprieve regardless of which direction those moving zones pull. And the half in, half out reveal, that's zone number 5, is going to play a big factor in determining who is able to dictate the pace of the end game. As you can see there, despite the knock coming through on Hen, that was another snipe. We've seen him putting in work with that weapon as well. So we kind of talk about the quote-unquote bargain Thomas HD. He says, hey, I could do it with a sniper as well. We saw him converting on Janice earlier. The knock on the Wolfie's not getting ticked over, but we get a lay of the land, and we kind of get an idea of where that 4th zone is going to be as everyone is pulling towards the mountain there on that east side.
And I'm going to tell you what my wife told me. Off-brand is just as good as the big brand, and the off-brand is rocking it at the moment, solidifying themselves with an opportunity to kind of sneak on our way in a top 5 finish. And we are watching this action unfold as Florix gets taken down by Analyx. The number 2 trio doing their best as they do to hold on, and that could be that refresh, that frag that they need to desperately, if they can find any kind of mobility just beyond this crash pad, they're looking good. Taking a look at their builds, not looking solid right now, but they're going to kind of hold on tight together. And there's the rest of that trio down below. They're kind of squeezed in between the two as Florix does get picked up. So they're not going to be able to take advantage or find any of that reprieval loot that they were looking for there, Sundown.
Which is really, really what they feel like they need. You can tell, oh no, did they just lose the shockwave? They left the shockwave on top of the cone and through the wall replace. Wow. It fell. That's disastrous. That is awful game management right there from Xweez. And we talk about in the moments when you have to do everything right, losing your one utility, your one vertical and horizontal utility tool in such a tremendous moving zone area with huge changes in verticality is going to end up spelling potential disaster for them. However, the disaster going to be averted for now as the 5th zone lands smack on top of their head, and it's going to come down to whether or not they can win this fight against the team that spitefully stole that shockwave away.
They have 6 splashes. They have peppermints to kind of make a crazy rotation. This is our 2nd place team who have yet to capitalize on Mongrel sitting in 1st place. They're getting a nice tag there. Yes, the Swedes go ahead and confirm that, so it's going to slowly, surely there. Look how close. Look at this right-hand peak. Look at it. They're just holding on for dear life, and another knock. Wow, on Norwood. So that's big. That's huge. They were in shambles, and that might be all that they needed, Sundown.
I didn't see him able to get a shockwave, but he is able to snag away a shotgun upgrade there. You can see Clement and Co. all the way down on the low ground. Utter shambles in terms of HP, but they got the elims that they're so well known for. The question is, 6 elims, plenty of excess utility, but can they make this rotation up the side of the mountain? There's the Gorgeous Gorge bridge they're trying to make up now. Floki will get the conversion onto Jaspe a little late to get some bonus siphon onto him. Good job coning their head in, but they're coming in the absolute low ground, which is such a risky area. This is a trio, again, we talked about it. They've been banking on consistency points, but running into a tough time. Now building with hard mats. 18 trios remaining. One more will go down, and the placement points will start. And the 2nd versus the 4th team on the walls of each other right now, and Andalex is going to hastily retreat, saying, not now, not outside of placement points. Be safe.
We took a look at 4th place, and now it's on 3rd place right here. Kenzel again for the 2nd game back-to-back, riding solo dolo. He has some shockwaves if he gets into some dangerous situations, has some decent amount of builds, but it is the lack of power weapons that's going to hurt Kenzel. No doubt Kenzel is going to do his best to kind of emulate his DreamHack championship. The back-to-back champion now is back-to-back solo. He does get priority of zone, but I just don't think he's going to have the ability to hold on as much as possible. A trio could easily overcome them. Yes, you got one player, but with that blue power pump, it's not going to be enough at all. You're going to get traded out so easily. So, but hey, Kenzel, All you gotta do is stay alive. Just get to placements and you'll be able to get closer and closer and get away from Flickanos and Thomas HT, who are right behind you.
And he was trying to bait somebody dropping down into that box, knowing he had priority position on the zone. But it's gotta feel bad if you're CR and Wolfies. That's 2 games in a row. They pulled that priority there in that first moving zone, but everyone has been down and they're not able to capitalize. It would have been a great opportunity to climb up the board, but the story so far has been the inability to get the key points you need. Gets a pick there, but that's only one more, as still 18 trios are on their feet. We're gonna wait for the replay to catch up here in a second as Kinzo gets dropped all the way down, but let's take a look at Height and an unfamiliar name up there for the first time as Skype, Yaxu, and Falconly are going to force Anos, Flick, and Thomas HD down. We're going to go down all the way to the water to Kinzo, doing his best Dolphin impression right now, trying to find some shots on the side as placement points begin to tick over. 16 trios remain. Nikov getting a knock onto Robabs there. Kinzo eats a huge shot with his teeth there, 35 HP. Will he result to the shockwave? Will he use it and position himself correctly? You hear the chug splashes go out on the wall, out of dodge, and gets smacked right away.
Unbelievable. Sweeze is still alive, though. Sweeze has an opportunity just to get a little bit of points, but it's going to really hurt because, look, he's at the very bottom, and he has to go up this elevation, and the Trade Hard trio of Falconry, Yasuo, and Skype are looking to have the opportunity now to add some points to their leaderboard and be able to get up more. These are thousands and thousands of dollars victory royale here that's up for grabs. Now let's take a look here at some other trios. Now we got Nikov, all with his trio of mates, looking very strong, but the story here is Andalex and Sweeze, who are still in this. Look at them in shambles on the low ground as Nikal picks up an Elim. That trio is fighting at full force. And now look at your left side here. The storm is going up and up Old Man Mountain.
Old Man Mountain claiming his toll, first in utility, then in builds, then in your tournament, potentially ending right there. You can see still 2 games after this, but a huge pickoff from Nikov in the storm. And this is what we talked about. You got to get the pickups, and then you got to find a way around the mountain. The bandage cannon will bind him sometime, but right now, Duck on top goes down, and if you have to capitalize, if you're Andalex, and into the box of Deceptos he goes, gets a much-needed siphon, has some minis as well, but needs some space. Plenty of builds in a second pickup right away there by Andalex. That was massive, and Nikov finds some room as well. The individual plays continuing here, Sancho.
Hen picks up an Elim as well. Now it's about solo stars on the top and right of your screen. Nikov and Analix doing all they can to back their trio through. On your left side, you're seeing Train Hard trio is being contested by Nakos for the brief moment here. That is going to be something to watch. And look at the very bottom of that left side. It is Become Legends Hen with another clutch performance as Altor and Raxo go for height against Train Hard. And there it is, a nice opportunity to hold on to. But the story is our second place team on your bottom right, Andalex, doing all that he can to hold on and trying to close the gap. Nikov had a great performance, but look at this build up on height. Oh my goodness. And down below it's Matzo and ADN, and they have an opportunity, and all they have to do is chop this down. And Raxo, oh my goodness, that was scary.
He was able to hit the bouncer to give himself some of the fall damage immunity, now ignoring Skype all the way up on the high ground as Kami is still up there, and he's going to be able to take it. And it looks like Gamma Gaming, Kami, and Roxo looking for victory number 2 on the day here as they have a 2v2 against the low ground duo right now. And you can see them trying to get the mats in the correct spot. Roscoe is the one who's going to stay up on the high ground. No, as I say that, he drops the flopper, which indicates he's going to go down. Kami's going to stay up. Nope, they swap it again as Roscoe is the one with the HP lead. So Kami's going to go hunting. Roscoe's going to play for the heal off, hoping that he can get an angle. He has small fries found there as well. So ADN and Matzo are going to try to off.
Kami!
Excuse me, Kami, you okay there? But he's going to be more than fine knowing that Roscoe is going to pop a flop in the zone. As long as there's no bandage cannon in play, he'll be the one to walk away with the victory. And as Matzo ticks over to the 9th zone there, Roscoe, Artur, and Gamma Kami pick up their second victory royale.
With 9 limbs, and it comes on down to the smallest of fries. 2 games left. Let's get a breakdown and a leaderboard check from the analyst desk. Zeke, Shio, and Reese, what you got for us?
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We got our boy Shio right here. This is him, Shio. Just kidding. Yo, this is just like, there's so much going on. My mental fortitude right now is about a big 0 because of everything transpiring from drop spots to end game. It's all happening so quickly. We have to take a look at the standings. Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, the Titans that had pulled away. They've been shut down 2 games in a row. And now the standings are closing. These gaps are closing. Look at the point difference now.
Wow, 192 to 173. Frozen in time in first place, like you mentioned, Zeke. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson now actually have a closer race they have to finish in these next 2 games.
And we know Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson these last 3 games have struggled a little bit. They've only managed to get 6 points total over the last 3 games. Before that, in their first 6, their average was 28 points a game. So obviously they're really struggling now that they're being contested. So we're going to have to take a deep dive into that in our package to see exactly what's going on.
And Lex, that last game was doing so well. Past that, too, Raxo came in, Artor getting that win. A very confusing win that went down to the last moment, last wire. 2 victory royales for those guys. This next game will be so close, even on this page, 120 to 94. That is a difference of just a victory royale. If any of these teams win, they can do exactly what Raxo did that last game and just get up into that top 5.
Yeah, you know, Raxo moving up into the top 3 should be kind of motivation for some of these guys, 6th to 10th. You know, the tournament's not over. Even if they're 6th to 10th, their placements are still very, very good, and this is still a very solid performance. However, these guys should know that they need a big game to get up there into that bigger prize money.
Guys, I'm so worried. We're going to break down specifically what has transpired here with Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson. But something has shaken them, and that is Thomas HD. And now they're reeling right now. They're on the back foot. They need to go into preservation mode, right? I get that they feel they don't have Starks anymore, but what they're doing and what they did in this game isn't the play. So please break down what exactly happened and how they can hope to correct this, because they still have a lead. They can still do it, but it needs to happen right here, right now.
Yeah, the dust settled a little bit. They went into preservation mode, I would say, last game. Their mental going through kind of like a hyperbolic time chamber. They've chosen to go Sweaty Sands. I mean, Reese, what happened over here?
So look, this looks like a very weird drop for them. They're splitting. Mitro's landed in the grass. It's odd, no loot, but you got to understand the context behind what was actually happening. You know, so many teams were coming Stark that they said, okay, we need to go and land somewhere else, and they know that Sweaty Sands was uncontested. Flying in, their drops were not that good at all, and if they'd landed, the chances of them being eliminated by Andalex's team off spawn was very high. Not too sure what was going on to Mitro there. However, they go down and they had to back out from that instead of contesting off spawn in hopes that they would actually be able to get any eliminations.
And this was the reason why Anas, Thomas HD, and Flake being able to get Starks uncontested, looking good, but that end game was just way too chaotic. This is a low ground trio, and there was a mountain in the way of that low ground. So it was very, very difficult for these guys to be able to get into that clutch mode. Very difficult to go low first and then Shockwave for high. A Shockwave actually separated the whole trio. They ended up going down fast.
And that's what we see very commonly about these trios who try to use kind of their mobility in the early moving, say that first moving zone. A lot of the times they try to use their mobility like the shockwaves or the crash pads, and it's so unreliable because it's really good solo mobility rather than trio mobility. So these players get split up, and then it just becomes a solo game and they get picked off individually at that point. And obviously our victory royale there by Raxo, Cammy, and Artor going down to a big heal off. Great job splitting all of those white heals to Raxo at this point and picked up the big victory royale.
And Raxo had the best position too after that ultimate height build fight that we saw just the zone before. He actually went all the way towards the back, was the last person to land, so he had the most info. He knew the best places to hide while healing, and he got the heals at the last second too. So very good from him there in his trio. They're now in 3rd place. We'll see what ends up happening, and if anyone else in the top 10 can boost up and over.
And for Raxo and his trio, they already doubled their points. They came into day 1 with only 41. Now think about that. They've earned 100 points, and now they're in top 3. That's fantastic. If they don't even make it to first, just being able to say at the end of the day, I made top 3 after coming in with a performance of day 1 like it was, that's going to be incredible. That's so much prize money, so much recognition. But now the question becomes, with 2 games left, what can Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson do? I'm very concerned that Janice is going to take this away, right? His trio is only 20 points behind. This is striking distance. They can do this.
They can, but I feel like Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson have had that breather. They've taken 2 games. They'll be back hopefully at Starks or somewhere where they look confident.
Yeah, they've made the mistakes already. These guys are now going to go, we tried this, that didn't work. We tried this, that didn't work. Let's get back to our bread and butter Stark Industries.
Bro, they have to. They got to run it back. They have the pieces. They just need to reset themselves, center back up, and aim towards the end of the last 2 games. Fortnite fam, 2 games left. Who will be the FNCS champion? We're going back into game. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Zeke. 2 games left, and all is semi up for grabs here. We're seeing some great performances. The pop-off is all coming down, and they're trying to catch up that huge lead that Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson built here in the first day. And a little bit of this one, I am Sancho West alongside Sundown, and it has been an amazing ride. And while I have this opportunity, I would like to thank everybody on the production side, Shayo, Reese, and of course Zeke. It has been an honor and it has been a privilege calling all the action. And man, just 2 more and that's it. It's over. A month's of work here, Sundown, all coming down to these 2 games.
Yeah, shout out to all of the observers, the directors,
Yes.
everyone behind the scenes who makes this all happen. But also, shout out to all the players for playing their absolute hearts out and making these last kind of games very, very, very interesting down to the wire. And then also, shout out to you, the viewers at home, all the boys and the girls, however you identify, however you are watching, whether it's Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, watch.fortnite.com, or in-game on Party Royale Island. Thank you so much for joining us and letting us give these players an opportunity to show just how freaking good they are, as the action today has been bar none some of the best competitive Fortnite I've had the honor of casting. And right now we are on board here with our 3rd place team, who has rocketed themselves up the leaderboard. 99 points today compared to their 42 yesterday so far, from Gamma Gaming, Cammy, Roscoe, and Artur.
Here it is. These are the slight moments here. Everyone always is focused on first place, as we see Benji Lecce just sitting outside the top 10 here. They have an opportunity. Who knows, man? They could pop off 2 games coming back to back. We've been seeing the pop-offs. We've all been waiting for Benji, Lecce, and Savage. These are the times that they tend to pop off, considering that they have slow starts. But could all those slow starts kind of catch up to them? I mean, it looks like it's appearing so.
And I mean, right now coming into this game, they were in 10th place. And looking at kind of how they've played the entire trios, I would say that's about representative of what they've done. And now we're going to hop back on board here. Here is that #1 team hitting their alternative route, saying we'll leave those 3 teams over there, and they're just on the western side outside of the Lumberjam. You can see immediately they have a legendary AR onto Mongo. They're going to look to set up for an ambush, but at contact, they're just kind of backing off. Don't want to take too much of a risk. And it seems like, to me, there's a little bit of hesitancy around this alternative route. I'd be very interested to know how often these guys have practiced one of these alternative routes, as there are a bunch of other scavengers who kind of play this area. There's a couple of guaranteed henchman chests down here that make this not quite so much of a risk compared to some of the other scavenger routes, but also just ipso facto, because of where they are on the map, they're rotating right past Andalex & Co. up in Sweaty Sands.
And that will be interesting if they clash. That is 1st and 2nd place. If they clash together, we know that throughout historically in these things, the scavenger team is not going to have the power advantage when it comes to a team landing at a POI, especially as powerful as Sweaty Sands. As my boy Aussie Antics stated, there has been a little bit of an upgrade with the trick-or-treat candy that's been around.
Yeah, but the trick-or-treat, all done for today. The candy's still there, but it's all serious business, as we've seen. Tayson, Mitro, and Mongo ran away with it. They were the freight train on day 1. Then matches 1 and 2 today, 5 and 6 overall, 17 points, and then 38 points. They're averaging 25 plus points a game. Since then, they've only been able to scrounge up 6 total points, and those were all from the eliminations in another shambles game. So the second somebody stepped up to the table and said, hey, what do you got? Well, they got forced away, and now can they continue to just hold off the horde that is EU? And here is their #1 challenger, the one looking for the belt, to deny Mitro and Mongrel that signature victory, the trophy on the shelf, and its players who already have one.
I gotta say, though, to be real, yeah, Thomas HD, they're the one that stepped up for that brief moment, showed the chink in their armor, showed the weakness, showed that they had a weak spot. Yeah, I get that, but it was then like four other trios decided to all step up at the same time once they saw that the beast was vulnerable. To be fair, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, they worked really hard to build that lead. And, you know, I would guess the rest of the EU region is probably kicking themselves knowing that they could have had those opportunities earlier on. But when you second guess yourself, it's just like when you cross the road, like in those old school games, you know, you gotta be no hesitation. You just gotta get it. You know what I mean? And that hesitation may have cost a lot of trios opportunity to walk away with the FNCS Trios Championship. And at the end of the day, a lot of money is going to be rewarded and the Axe of Champions.
Look at the bottom right of the map. Look at the bottom of the map right now. Oh, he saw the pings. Oh, that's so unfortunate. So, Mitro, Mongo, and Tayson, those are the yellow triangles in the bottom right-hand corner there. It might be a little bit difficult to see for some of our mobile users out there as well, but they were trying to set up an ambush. They're trying to cut off that white line rotation path, knowing that Andalex, Duck on Top, aka X-Squeeze, and Wave Janus are going to be rotating along that path. They're trying to secure the victory royale. They're trying to secure the overall tournament win right now by stopping them on their rotation here. If they're able to deny this rotation and not let these guys go past, that's it. It's over. We could be watching the entirety of the tournament come down to a single engagement, but they spotted it out, and will they be able to go around? As we're now going to swing on two of kind of our movers and shakers, two of the catalysts, two of the trios who've been popping around the map a little bit more actively than anybody else. It's Fadil and Fastroki now fighting off against Flick and Anas, with Thomas being the one who got dropped early. So going to be a lot of the pressure onto Anas to make this happen, as Kylie now joining the fray.
And Vidil's trio are still very dangerous. They were very dangerous in the heats. They took out a lot of big names, so this is not going to be an easy engagement, as, yes, Thomas is gone, and Nas and Flick are going to have to do it solo. This is a trio that is just moving up, and we've already seen Wolfies, Kinzel, CRR. They are only 3 points right behind them. Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR have unable to take advantage as well of Mongo's, Mitro's, Tayson slide. But now they have to focus in and deal with the challenge of Kylie, Fasroki, and Vidil, who had a very strong heats, and now the grand finals just have unable to produce that. But we saw this in heats, man. Just those last 2 games, Vidil was able just to show up and all of a sudden start slaying.
Yeah, and Vidil is somebody, we've talked about it time and time again. We talked about it during the qualifiers, able to go toe-to-toe with the best in the region during the solos competition, just absolutely waxing Mongrel 65% of the time. We saw him put him in a blender as well during the heat competition, but Mongrel's been the one blending everyone else, as Anas is able to find a good shot there, but it's only enough of a reprieve to pop his big shield, which to me shows how nervous he is. He's not confident enough to get the siphon. He doesn't want to go down here knowing that Flick has no excess shields. He's going to be the one to make the play. He's the one with that epic pump shotgun. He has the ability to hit those big 200 damage pumps, and he needs to make something happen, especially with only the 4 builds. You can see that under the 1 there on the Elam counter. So it's going to be a quick little ambush shot. However, each one of these players, minus Vidil, is in a relatively healthy range. Now you can see we're going to rotate back over to another team in contention. It's Wolfie, CRR, and Kinzel.
It's so dangerous. We've already seen Kinzel be back-to-back solos all by himself. It was up to, you know, him to kind of hold on to placement points and unable to do that. Wolfies and CRR have already gone down twice. They cannot afford. The slide has already begun. They were in top 3 for the longest time. They worked really hard to get there with a phenomenal day 1 performance. Their day 2 was getting just as good, and unfortunately they hit, like you mentioned before, a stone wall. But Kinzel, the back-to-back DreamHack champion, I just like to say that because that is an unbelievable feat in itself. Wrangle in the other solo stars, the CRR Wolfies. They've been cementing themselves as a strong trio, and now we're just seeing the inconsistencies kind of show its ugly head at the most inopportune time, considering there's only 2 games left, including this one. We're getting closer and closer to the end game. I think, actually, you know, to quote that famous doctor, It's the end game now, Sundown. We're in the end game now.
And the end game for this game is what's going to matter, but keeping an eye on the top left, Tayson gets a knock onto Gianza. If they're able to convert onto that and just staying in the lobby is what's most important. But we've also saw in kind of that match number 9 situation, you can't draw too much attention to yourselves. You have honestly quite larger than a target on your back. It is a missile silo. It's a huge red X that everyone is looking for and trying to figure out where you are. You can even see Jonas, Duck on top, Andalex marking some spots here. But currently, our number 2 ranked team, the only one who can realistically catch Mitro, Mongo, and Tayson, they're below that Storm Surge threshold. And right now, they're starting to take shots from the Rift. They're trying to get on the opposite side of this, but they're going to be very heavily split out. They're the orange triangles there, and they're being cut off on that rotation by Mitro, Mongo, and Tayson. X-Squeeze takes a ton of damage. Duck on top, down to just 20 HP. Janice desperately trying to find room to pop some of those mini pots, and you know the pressure's coming. Storm Surge is also coming. There's another team on their back, but Nems gets picked off. Sometimes all it takes is a couple bullets thrown in the right direction, and Nems going down there might have been that pivotal moment. The key thing, you're throwing a lifeline into the tournament, and it was Nems to push them above the Storm Surge. The 2 tags coming through. Andalex trying to snipe his teammates out with the bandage cannon, chucking slurp fishes. This is desperation defined from our second place team right now. Mongrel and Co. finally getting the conversion onto their first elimination, but they cannot go down here. They have to make this rotation, and it seems like it's almost too early in the game for this pivotal of an opportunity. But looking back in the storm, it's Mongrel and Mitro. They're the ones who got bogged down in the storm. They recognize that and got out of dodge. What a great rotation from Andalex, Janice, and X-Squeeze to get out of there. And now Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel are in the same situation we talked about, desperately having to avoid. They're in the zone, and they're stuck. You can't all go down here. They have to find these elims and the siphons. There's no white heals. There's no campfires. They don't have a fishing rod to hit the double pool right there. As long as Doko doesn't give them the siphon, they're going to go down for what will be the 4th game here. Mitro gets a siphon ticked over. He's going to be on his feet. Tayson is down. The elim will finally come through, but they have such a long run, and the 2 points isn't going to be enough, as we already saw the second place team rotate ahead of them.
This is the intensity that we're witnessing right here. The tournament is at stake on this rotation. Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel, who have had a huge lead, now only sit with easily a victory royale from Andalex, Giannis, and X-Squeeze could take that lead away, and Tayson, their in-game leader, is down. It's all up to Mongrel and Mitro to hold on, and at the other side of this rotation is this, and they're being gatekept. This is an opportunity to be sighting out as well. Giannis is in trouble, only down to 1 mini. Oh my goodness, Sundown, as Mitro gets knocked as well.
Yeah, Mitro going down on the side. X-Squeeze knocked. Andalex knocked. Janice, if there was ever a time for heroics, it's now. And Lanouf said, we're going to close the door for them. It's going to come down to the final match with an 18-point lead on second place. All of a sudden now, the teams 3rd through 8th. You know what, Sancho? You smell that? Smells like an opportunity. You know what? Meat's back on the menu, boys, as the top 2 teams fall outside of the placement points. And now, for what feels like the first time in a while, the European Horde can raise its head. They can kick open that door and announce their presence going into the final match.
Absolutely. For the first time in forever, we might see someone new, and I'm so excited that it's literally going to come down to game 12. Now we're seeing Wolfie, CRR, Kenzel. They have an opportunity to make things interesting if they have a pop-off game in the Victory Royale. You're just seeing Mongrel there finally getting through, picking up an elim. That's going to be nice. It's going to be that, hey, it could all come down to 1 elim point, 1 placement point. We already saw in the heats it came down to 1 shot from qualifying into the top 8 to get into the grand finals. We're talking about an entire month of FNCS competitive play all coming coming down to these last moments in the last game. Everything's going to matter. Every gatekeeping stance matter. And it's going to be a big time finish here, ladies and gentlemen, folks of all ages. And Kinzel goes down, but Hin also gets knocked by CRR. Oh no, Hin is now the big time clutch player, and he goes down.
How is Kinzel getting knocked there? CRR has a total angle on 3 different teams rotating through the zone. Kinzel off by himself. CRR finding another knock there. They needed to be together in this circumstance. This was an opportunity. CRR by himself converts into 3 eliminations, but at the cost of the 2-time DreamHack champion going down. Savage will pick up the Siptos and end the run there. So while Hen was fantastic on that individual run, we talked about them needing to pick up that floor if they wanted to stay in that top 5 contention, and going to drop again here. When you get one moment, one opportunity to seize it, will you? And right now it looks like he's got mom spaghetti everywhere. As we're going to swing on over, you can see ADN Amplify on the side there with Matzo, Chapix, Queasy trying to find a little bit of space as well. That 4th zone is revealed, and we're heading in towards the lake, towards Retail Row, excuse me now, with a little bit of zip line in play, but otherwise pretty natural finish.
And we're going to find out whose knees are weak at this moment, considering that, look at this. Old Man Mountain. There's a couple of them out there that can kind of go ahead and chop anyone down that's going to try to make their ride up their leaderboard here. You already mentioned 1 and 2 is out. Our Tor, Cammy, and Raxo had a strong opportunity and got the victory out to put them in that 3rd place. Here is another trio, Floki, Clement, Nakos, that are on a bit of a slide. They could do this. They could come around and get a victory out. And when we're going into Game 12, Sundown, we're going to Game 12 with about the top 5 all up for grabs and the number 1 spot. That's the kind of finish I want to see.
And while they're on a little bit of a slide, they've been putting it together better than their less consistent games yesterday. They're 3rd in terms of overall eliminations. What they're missing on today so far is that deep placement run with also combined eliminations. They've had one or they've had the other. If they can get both here, they're currently sitting in 7th. They can put themselves into that top 3 area in potential in contention for 1st. But there's a number of other trios who can also do that. As you see, Savage, Lechi, and Benji, another full trio wipe. That's 3 more points over to them. They were 10th place on that outside, looking in for the top 5 coming into this game. But as we said, 1 and 2 are down. If you're watching and you're wondering what we care about, it's those teams 3rd through 10th and whether or not they capitalize, and the French trio has prime positioning to do it right now.
And 4th place just fell. Wolfies and CRR eliminated out. So more shakeups are going to happen. The analyst desks are going to have a lot of work going forward here to take a look at their leaderboard, because so many teams are going to be able to slip and so many teams are going to be able to overcome them. And this is a trio right here, now down to a duo. Raxo, Kami, they get a nice one on Squeezy right then and there. Another big name going forward too. So Raxo, this is a prime opportunity for this Cohen company to kind of all of a sudden heat up, and they're trying to go on this rotation here on the other side here, but they're being greeted and met with some bullets. Now the retreat is on. They're going to go back into their old builds. This is what's so important about space control. The ability to have the retreat and not get lobby focus is going to keep this trio alive, and the opportunity to move up their leaderboard to kind of close the gap between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, EP Alexa, a.k.a. Enterprise Queasy there, going down in a good pickup. But you've seen that this trio was able to get their victory royales when they had everyone on their feet, and they had a decent amount of utility as well. So the fact that Artur has gone down is going to make this execution a little bit more difficult. But one thing I want to call out for Kami, he's got those fireflies going on. It's one of the few things in the game that can apply that fire effect to builds. If there's somebody who is building out towards wood or ends up getting too vulnerable there, they end up running out of mats. It can be a surprisingly effective tool in the late game. But right now, we see Lenouf getting a confirmation there onto Flick. Eyedrop also going to down Floki. Nakos going down, so all going to be on the back of Clement. Otherwise, the top French trio going to fall short of placement points again. And Cammy finds the angle with a brilliant crash pad. Floor replace, finds Thomas HD sticking his head out there. The 190 tag, enough to tip him over the top. And that's some top of the leaderboard crime right there.
1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th are now most likely out completely, including that knock and Elam from on against Thomas HD. Now Clement here all by himself in the 7th place trio, now gonna ride in the backpack phase now, and we've seen the clutches, we've seen the Lone Rangers, we've seen the heroics come out through the EU region, and Lunef gets knocked by a Nas. I was about to say, enough and Jasper are getting some big knocks at the same time as the big names of Benji. The old guard is trying to hold on tight and not let the new guard kind of come out of nowhere and take the titles.
And now we're into placement points as well. 17 trios remaining. The full moving zones are out. This is match number 11 in total. We'll have one more after this, but can any of these trios, missing members, clutch up as first on board here with Clement? He's got a pepper pop, but can it turn into plentiful points? That's Rojo, aka Smash Dave, the wildcard victor, going down there. Some key mats going over to Clement, and that's one more point, but no additional placements coming through as Lecce gonna pick up ADN. Clement checks his 6, but no bogeys there. Gonna continue, try to get his HP up and riding right on the edge of the storm. The backside of the zone is where you're gonna find excess utility and the most opportunity for these solo plays, trying to find people just stuck and ratting in the corner. And Clement now tracking through these old builds, looking for his next target, as we're going to get a pad and see what the control looks like, as I believe it's Vadil and Frostroki up on the high ground. We're going to swing back on board here with Clement, and he's going to go down 16th place. One extra placement point coming through, but they're beginning to drop like flies as Anas gets Nate as well. That was Karma who's able to pick up Clement, and the trios are beginning to tick over as we have a new name up on height.
New names in the zone is going to go back into old builds, so that's going to be a little bit of opportunity, more box fighting, more chaos down below, and of course height is going to have the ability to maintain a little bit longer. They're not going to be able to get the E-limbs because it's going to go through these old builds, but still holding on to height is so strong because now we are in the placement points. Top 11 trios here alive, and Andretta, Lewis, and Flois are one of those top teams sitting at the top 5. They could totally make a move right here. They've been quietly doing it throughout the entire time, and this is a strong opportunity to do it with a loud statement going into the last game here. This is game 11. We still got one more, folks, and a Nas picks up an Elam on pink.
Yeah, Anas and Savage still on their feet, but right now, Flois, Louis, and Andrata running the low ground. No eliminations, but plenty of control in 6 chug splashes as well. They're going to find Karma there. That's M10 Sniper God getting taken down. You can see Remix still raining down shots from the high ground. They're going to be more than fine up there. No contestant necessarily coming out, but a late shockwave could be in play. We're going to hop on board the 2-time and last match winner, Roscoe, looking for a little bit of space. He finds a huge shot. He needs the siphon, though. He has to get the siphon, and he doesn't get it. He goes down too late as the crash pad blocked his way out, and we talk about it. Sometimes it's the matter of moments, but pure seconds there denies Roscoe the opportunity to clutch up, as now we're going to hop on board with the World Cup Week 10 qualifier himself, or Week 9 qualifier, Andretta, who's doing it all himself on the low ground. First and 90 tag, finds a good replacement, then 100 tag, second good replacement there, snagged, gonna fall to the storm. 13 players remaining as we head in towards our Tar 6. Steelix also gonna fall to the storm there. Once those conversions over, he should have top 5 and a little bit more room to work with.
Here it is, Andretta being the ultimate maverick right now. Ooh, with the big time hit. Let's go, Andretta, one of the top slayers in the grand finals for the EU, showing why he has been racking up, but now this is an opportunity to actually put in some big time points here in placement. It's a top 3 situation. We have the full trio. We have Benji and Savage here. It's a 2v3 now for these last moments here, going into game 11. Can Benji Savage, this will be big. This will give him the big opportunity. But they have to go up the mountain, and down goes Lecce here. The Remix and Co are holding on. They get down Benji as well. Sean Squint here. It's going to be a strong opportunity. A game 11 finish. There it is. Remix and Co with the victory royale.
35 points coming across there, and that's their majority on the day, but it's going to push them closer in contention to the money there. But going into the last match, we got to take a look at what the leaderboard looks like and what's up for grabs. Zeke and Co, take it away.
Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. You're on fire right now. These games are closer than ever. The standings will give us the perfect setup. We have a single game left to go. A championship is on the line. The FNCS winners will be determined in this next game. You guys, Shy, Reese, I'm going to let you guys set this up. Take a look at the points. Take a look at your top 5. Shy, kick us off.
Reese, I want you to just tell me the one line that'll say it all right now. What is it?
Well, I don't know what your one line you're thinking of, but I'm just going to let you know. Mongrel, Vito, and Tayson, if they go down and Andalex, Janice, and X-Squeeze pick up 21 elims, they are going to take into first place. I don't know what line you're asking for, but I'm hyped because I want it.
This is the line. The top 3 is all that matters for the win right now. They're the only people who are close together in contention, looking at going forward. And like you just said, if Mongrel, Micho, and Tayson go down, it's a big game needed by Andalex. If Andalex's trios goes down, then Raxo, Kemi, and Artor, based off the kind of pop-off we saw last game from Raxo, almost there, able to survive, they can overtake and go all the way for first. It'll have to be a huge game, though. Past that, though, there is Andretta, Louis, and Flois in the top 5. That pop-off from Andretta that last game was crucial to get them on the first page. They might be able to overtake and get towards third, but at first, it's a 2-3 team game.
And something we didn't see there was actually Benji Fishy's team really fly up. 17 eliminations in second. Something we didn't actually catch up too much on. However, it does move them up to 7th. They're not really in contention of getting up into that first place slot. They can, however, if they have another big game, take up and take 3rd, which would be a really, really big game for them. Lecce did tweet, we are going to drop a 20 bomb next game. Just a little bit shy of that. If they managed to win with the Victory Royale, they would have actually got that 20 bomb. So close attempt.
Very close. And Kinzel as well. Wolfies and CRR are holding on and fighting every single game, whether it's against a trio or against the zone. We'll have to see what will happen with all these teams and their relationships with each other.
And that's what you guys are going to set up for us here with these replays that you have pulled for us. Is going into this last game, we're looking at those top 3 trios. We're looking at who could possibly walk away a champion.
Absolutely, and it's Sweaty Sands once again that we go back to with Andalex, Janice, and we'll see the last teammate there as well, Tayson, who's landing. But there's something new going on, Reese.
We talked about this in the game before, and I said that Mongrel, Mitra, and Tayson need to go back to Stark Industries to contest, and they said, no, we are going to land in Sweaty Sands. They did that, they disengaged to the west, then they kind of wrapped south all the way around to this position you can see here, and they're just trying to rotate, but at the same time, they're trying to tag up Andalex's team as much as possible. This is a strategy that they need to do to ensure that they continue to go up. If Andalex's team has a poor game, then they are going to secure this first place game. So that's why they're deep in zone trying to fight at this point, but unfortunately, they overcommitted too much and went down. But because of this also, Janice, you can see 5 below Storm Surge. We watched this on the broadcast, ends up going down to Storm Surge.
And that's what we're talking about, right? The top 2 teams going down, they're actually putting themselves at risk to try to make it happen. And there's definitely a reality where both teams are in the game, fight each other, get no points at all, maybe 1 or 2 Elam points, and then it's all up to 3rd, maybe 4th place to make that jump, make that rise, and get the clutch victory royale.
I mean, could it be any simpler, right? Like, watch Fortnite fam, as we're watching this game, you got to keep your eye on the top left elimination feed. If Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson are wiped out, that means 2nd place has the shot. If 2nd place goes down, 3rd place has a shot. It is a battle for the top 3 right now. But also, real quick, props to Andretta and his trio, jumping up to 5th before this final game. You know, again, it's not that one spot, but that's still going to make such waves, especially in your earnings, especially in your notoriety, to be able to say, look, whatever happened, we placed 5th. Very big hats off to this trio. Now, my biggest question will be, which trios come up here in the final game? This is it, the final shot. Because at the end of this, we're crowning an FNCS champion. They will hold the axe of champions. It is now or never. One final game.
It's one final game with 1st and 2nd place fighting each other at the same drop.
Oh, I need to do it. I need to do it. I need to get the hype chart back off. It's off the charts. I need to bring the I'm on Cloud 9 one back out. I'm over the moon. I have all these. I have, you know what? I've come prepared and I didn't even realize. Andalex, Janice, X Squeeze. I also have my Mongrel, Vitro, Tayson. They're going to fight off against each other. I'm so excited. Oh my lord.
Oh, wow. Thank you for that, Reese. Thank you. Man, I needed this laugh because I'm so tense. I'm so worried. My little baby heart can't take This pressure, we only have a single game left, and that will be it. Now, if you guys, you're looking for more action, you're like, man, I don't want this action to stop. Don't even worry. Stick around. We're going to be jumping into NA East. We'll have 6 games there. We're going to be catching up on other regions as well. The action today has been ridiculous, but this is it. We're jumping out of the battle bus one last time here in EU. At the end of this, there will be new champions. Sancho, Sundown. Let's do this one last time.
3 rounds of qualifiers, 4 heats, the historic wildcard match, and then 11 games so far. And it comes down to this one final moment. And despite only 8 points in their last 4 games, FaZe Mongrel, Liquid Metro, and E11 Tayson hold on to a 20-point advantage over the rest of the field. The question is, in this final opportunity, this final match, can Andalex, Janice, NX Squeeze, or Roscoe, Cammy, and Artur unseat what have been the undeniable kings of Europe so far? My name's Sundown, joined here by Sancho West, and we'll be bringing you the final game right here, right now, and we're going to kick it off where else but in Sweaty Sands, with 1 and 2 standing toe-to-toe, mouth-to-mouth in the ring at one of the strongest POIs, but not a vault in sight, just some good old-fashioned Fortnite.
May your builds be strong, may your shots be true, and may your journey end with the ultimate victory royale. But this is going to be a baby victory royale. This right here, this engagement going down in Sweaty Sands is going to determine the FNCS Trios Grand Championship. It's going to be crazy. At the same time, though, if 1 and 2 hurt each other so aggressively, that opens up the door for Raxo, Kami, and Artur to snake away that grand championship. It's all or nothing right here, the top 3. And I just like this, that it's just so crazy that the opening moments, the drop spot, could determine your fate.
But a key thing, and we saw it at the start of the game, zone pulled to this side. The onus to go and take the fight is on Andalex, Janice, and Duck on top. The MCES duo in the wave player need to go and find them, because if Metro, Mongrel, and Tayson just slip into the middle of the zone and are guaranteed to get into this late game situation, that's it. That's done. You're not going to catch them by outplacing them. They've done incredibly well when they've made it into those mid and the late game situations. They need to go find them and not let them slide into this horde and disappear into the shadows and claim that #1 spot.
And we have seen that Mongrel and that trio love to kind of park themselves underneath that tower. We've seen it in the very openings of the grand finals. Andalex, Giannis, and Xweez being right on top of Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson. They kind of neighbors in this fact. And you're right. That is why Giannis is so far out there. He's in the pawn. He's going to be as if like he's a scout, making sure that he's going to be the first person to be like, yo, Mongrel is coming. Mongrel is coming. Tayson and Mitro are coming. He's going to ring that bell for Andalex and Xweez to stop looting. But look at this. The flopper plays. I like it.
They're trying to get as many fish as possible, knowing the victory royale, the bonus 5 points, every single aspect matters. But just keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, there's not a triangle in sight, when typically there's at least 1 or 2 other trios in this area who are doing scavenger routes. To me, that's trouble for this group. That means there is so much more room for Mongo, Micho, and Tayson to just go find space and disappear. Because every second that they're not on the right side of that elimination feed, they have an opportunity to just stretch that lead. But the Dark Horse and the Surge, not a prediction in sight, but they say they don't care. Roscoe, Gamakami, and Artur have stormed up the leaderboards with 111 points just so far today, 153 total, and they're currently sitting in 3rd.
You gave me a lot of awesome high premium gas, and they're going to need that premium gas because they have a long trek as they're going to go took coast here, and it's so treacherous, it's so dangerous. A bad rotation, a gatekeeping stance from another strong trio. Again, the EU region, strong in trios. I mean, we saw those in the stats. The stats don't lie when it comes down to it. Numbers don't lie. There's a lot of strong people rocking these scavenger routes, rocking these secondary POIs, and if Artur, Raxor, and Kami kind of take this wrong route, that's the end of their run. That's the end of their chance to take that first place.
And again, every time a trio is eliminated in this match, that's it. It's over. It's done. Your run for this FNCS will have come to a conclusion, and you'll join everyone else as a spectator to see what happens in the final moments. And I'm not sure if intentional or not, potentially so, because destroying that, since you're the first one rotating through, denies the gas from anybody else coming behind you, which makes the rotation that much harder. Ideally, they would have fueled up beforehand if that was the play, but no damage taken over, so not a whole lot lost there, as we're going to hop on board with another team who is absolutely surging on the second day. Anas, Flick, and Thomas HD trying to remain in contention. They are our 4th place team, so a little bit out of really the contention range for first place, but if they are able to put it all together, they could potentially end up there. But right now, you see, every little play that matters can affect the overall scoring in the leaderboard, which also affects your prizing, Sancho. Still a bunch of money on the line.
Absolutely, thousands and thousands. And Nas, Flick, and Thomas HG going back to their old stomping grounds, already getting 3 elims total. And Verox's trio was landing here. They kind of claimed Dirty Dogs. Verox was known to be the staple of Dirty Dogs for the EU region. He always landed here at the very beginning of the Chapter 2. And that's what pushed Thomas HD out until Retail Row. Eventually, after time and time again, after Mongols getting in his trio, getting victory royales, Thomas HD said enough, and we're going to go ahead and push Stark's Industry. And now, because they made that aggressive push, they made a huge jump on their leaderboard. Now, they having that confidence, they went down to Dirty Dogs here in this final game 12 and pushed out and eliminated fully Verox's trio. So that is the kind of ride that Thomas HT and Knots and Flick are having right now. And you're right, a victory royale and if Arturs and Co trio goes down, that means they will slide into that 3rd spot. And just behind them in 5th place, we already saw it's Indretta, Flois, and Louis. They had a strong finish in game 11 as well.
And there's going to be a little bit of a different pacing for this game. You can anticipate there not to be a storm surge right off of the bat, with already going down to 77 players even before that second zone has closed. That's because the aggression coming out from those with not really necessarily a horse in the race at this point. However, there's still plenty of people to be able to capitalize on those points, and this is one of those teams. You can see Louis Andretta and Fury Flois trying to find a little bit of room here. However, eyes on the bottom right-hand corner. There's 4 different colored triangles all getting together right now, and Andretta going to opt to box on over there. And I think one of those names, if I'm not mistaken, might have been Mongrel and Co. I'm going to need to see when we check back out on the wide, but the question is always going to be, where did they go? Because they did. They disappeared in the center of zone. They said, as long as we hold on, we're good. And now, for them, rather than being in that elim feed the entire time, they want to be silent. They want to get tags. They want to avoid that second storm surge, because that's going to be the best way to close out the game and get that staple trophy for Mitro in Mongrel.
Seeing Wolfie, CRR, and Kenzel, who have had a very bad slide recently in these back halves of the finals here, that is going to be interesting to see if they could kind of stabilize. A lot of fans, a lot of people in the Fortnite fam have become big-time supporters here of Kenzel, Wolfies, and CRR, just a little bit more, considering that they all have really strong solo performances, and to see them combine almost late in the FNCS Trio season, combine together and do really well. But now it's interesting. That's usually Mitro, Mongrel, and Datco right there, and Tayson in those whiplashes. There is a new people with that ultimate swag there, Sundown.
Yeah, but it's somebody who's familiar with the Mark 51s themselves there. As you can see, Gamma Moraine, Lenouf, and Jaspe rotating a little bit ahead of them, but flicking on over. The fight, they're just underneath, and this is the position we've talked about before.
No.
It's the bottom of the hotel. It's getting into that upgrade bench. I don't want to say a hot take, but I don't know if this is the right call right here. Keep an eye on his number of materials. And with the zone closing, he just went from having about 90 plus builds opportunity down to 30. He's going to spend the rest of this time farming. Granted, the epic shotgun is so huge, but if I'm Mongrel right now, I don't ever even want to be firing that. I don't want to be anywhere close to in shotgun range with any other player. I don't want to have to be hitting these really loud and obnoxious metal and brick builds, because so far in the past 4 games, every single time my name has appeared somewhere else, somebody sees my skin, or anybody's even remotely close to me, it's a literal dinner bell where everyone is yelling, it's buffet time, and the shots end up come ringing in. When all you have to do is hold on. 20 points is a huge lead. Those builds are so valuable, but right now, still finding enough room. He's recouped about 50% of them, but still, it's tough, man. That's a tough decision, and we'll see if it ends up coming back to bite them.
Yeah, man, I kind of agree with you. I kind of want to see Alex and Giannis and Squeeze kind of like determine what's going on. But you want to beat the trio, you got to beat the trio. And already I took a look at the feed. There's some action happening.
But you can see the top right-hand corner, they're 35 damage below Storm Surge right now. Granted, there's still 90 seconds to figure it out, but they're going to have to expose themselves for shots. You can see both Mitro and Mongrel are busy farming right now. That's another thing that goes into it. They have to make up the match from the upgrade. That's going to put the onus on Tayson to find those AR shots. Granted, he's very good at it, and the threshold isn't that high. But as we've seen in this final game, odds are good people are going to play safe for those last kind of moments, and you can't rely on somebody else breaking the surge for you.
And the most scariest thing throughout the entire time, yes, Storm Surge, it's looming, it's ugly hat, but we're already going to have another finish here in the northwest side of things near Coral Castle. A lot of water we already saw cause so much chaos, and Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson were able to hold high easily, but that is when they had very strong loot going forward. We just saw Mongrel upgrade, using that upgrade bench, eating up a lot of material. So that was another kind of maybe a calculated risk that you have to make, knowing that maybe when it comes down to it, you walking away with one elim could be enough. But I kind of agree with you, Sundown, considering those kind of, mat resource extensive rotations into this deadly end game, you might want to hold on to anything that you could find and hold on to.
And for those who are unfamiliar with Storm Surge, as it could potentially become so key very quickly, it punishes the most passive players in the lobby when we are above a certain limit. So for zone number 3, aka in 14 or more seconds, the players who are below the threshold, as you can see currently sitting 26 below, will take 25 damage every 10 seconds. They have to find an AR shot here. The damage is going to start ticking through, and because they were on the scavenger route, they don't have the excess utility to necessarily get it. They're 1 damage below. This is possibly the most important AR tags of Mongrel's career right now. He has to find a target. The damage is coming through. Keep an eye on that shield bar. It's 25 every single time. Down the 40,
there it is.
But he finds it. He gets the headshot. 39 damage above. 149 above now, and some rifle shots above. And we talk about every single shot, every interaction mattering. Sometimes it's a singular bullet, and FaZe Mongrel potentially secures the tournament right there by beating back Storm Surge and preventing that damage from giving the MCES duo and Janice an opportunity to yank it away.
Oh my goodness, the intensity. Just beaming, you're just hoping that they could hit it. All the Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson fans out there, no doubt putting that energy right behind that energy beam, and it was holding on tight. And now look at this rotation. It's going to be so dangerous to make. You're going to have to go ahead and go all the way across the beach, all the way across this water, and already Andalex and Giannis and Xqueeze realize that, and they're gone. The question is, does Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson moving out? And we might have a clash on this rotation between number 1 and number 2. It could all go down in these moments right now. The grand championship is up for grabs on this treacherous aquatic rotation. Here we go, Sundown. It's about to happen.
And you can see, keeping an eye on that bottom right-hand corner, when we cut back, the green triangles are Mitro, Mongo, and Tayson. There's the one you want to pay attention to. Currently behind on the rotation. Now keeping an eye. Janice, Andalex, and Squeeze. They're on the front of your screen right now, but now we're going to hop back on board. Outside, looking in, no excess utility. However, the team in front of them who they're spraying, they're marking it right now. They're saying pour the shots into them. That's second place. We can finish it right here, right now. But look at how many triangles are in between them and the finish. They're going to have to push their way through here, and there's not a bunch of real estate. And 1 and 2, wall to wall, Sancho. This is what we came here for.
We talked about being toe-to-toe. Who is going to be the big toe? As Thomas HC is lighting up the feed, but the focus is right here, right now. The grand finals, we have two, number 1 and number 2, being neighbors for this brief moment. And for somehow, Mitro, Mongo, actually, Andalex, they belted. They're gone. They went right below the waterfall, and that's going to be a brief moment to extend this match right now. But right on the heels, on this rotation, is Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson, and they have to stay alive as long as possible. We're not even near the placement points. 24 right now. It needs to be the 17th place. And some of the lobby focus is creeping in. They got to be careful when the bullets are going in.
That's them underneath. That's the MCS duo underneath them, putting pressure. Tayson, this could be it. They can't go down here. Tayson's down. Mongo on 20 HP. Mitro on 20 HP. And when it looked like they had it all boxed up, when they had the trophy already on the shelf, the chickens were counted before the eggs were hatched. And now it all comes crashing down. The door is wide open. Andalex, Janice, X-Squeeze, a.k.a. Duck on top. They only got one of those eliminations, but the 1 point is now going to close the gap, and now the math begins. They were 20 points down to start. Can they find the 19 points to make the difference here? It's all going to come down to match number 12.
And the rotation gets dangerous and more dangerous because now that they keep pushing into the northwest all the way through Coral Castle and as well have to deal with the waterfall on the other side. They have yet to capitalize every time Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson. Throughout the entire day, the door has been open and they have yet to walk through that door. This door is just not like any other door. At the end of this door is the Grand Finals Championship. It is time. It is your opportunity to clinch it, to go up and grab it, to seize it. Don't let it slip away. Let's go.
And now it's all going to be on to them. This is the story we talked about. Just one singular opportunity, but they have to take it. An opportunity is nothing if you're not able to have the ability to capitalize. And with only the shockwaves and the peppermints and no extra shields, very limited builds, the opportunity looks like it's slamming in their face. The door ever so slowly creeping in. Storm Surge, not going to be an issue, but you see they need every point possible. If they drop, Mitro and Mongrel get their trophy. They have the chance to steal it away, but it's going to be so incredibly difficult, as you said, because look at the number of triangles between them in the safe zone and the ambush. Janice goes down, the solo champion, falling there in a key moment when you need to have everyone together, when you need every placement point in every elimination. He falls.
Now, oh my goodness, it's up to Andalex, the duo champion here, to kind of form up and know the lobby focus is real. And when you're down to these kinds of matches, it's all but a matter of moments. It is second place on the ropes. Are they reeling? They might get knocked out right here, down to green HP, as Squeeze and Andalex are holding on for their tournament life and the opportunity to get the first place. It's not going to be easy. Sundown, they have a brief moment to breathe, but look at that half in and half out. They're not safe at all. There's still danger arising. Can Andalex and X-Squeeze overcome the adversity and have an opportunity to at least get a victory royale and the overall championship?
They need the space, and we talked about being fortunate to even have an opportunity, but you have to be able to capitalize, and right now, they aren't getting that chance. There's too many people in between them. They don't have the resources. They have to find a key refresher, and right now, a smart path to go forward a little bit and over the side, but as you called out right there, 7 builds, Sancho. 7 builds, 21 HP, and a dream of first place, and an Axe of Champions as they begin to rat through the catacombs, but each door you break could potentially potentially have a surprise on the other side, especially as you creep in. And we can see the yellow tiles right through the side, but Andalex recognizes their door opens up. They can't take any fire. There's no excess shields, and this is the tournament right here. Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson have been dropped. We're getting closer to placement points, but the only trio with a mathematical chance of catching them has their back against the wall. Nay, the wall, a massive mountain, as currently 21 HP, 121 between them, 0 shields, 2 builds on Andalex. He has to find a snipe to make this happen.
One pump shot, one edit is enough to knock out Andalex and Squeeze, and that is why they're hoping. But look, Zone says, you know what? No way. You're going to have to go up the waterfall. Now, all of a sudden, we're at an all-time high in danger. The tournament right here is at stake. No doubt, Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson are happy, and this could be big. This could be big. This could be that refresher that they need. Let's see what that Squeeze finds. A brief moment just to relax and just breathe a sigh of relief here, but they're not done yet. They got a lot of work to do as they're unable to clean up that knock.
Oh, and a bad shockwave! A bad shockwave separates Andalex and Duck on top, and this is horrible because Andalex has no build.
No!
We talk about being a fish out of water. He's a fish in the water, and now he's done. It's all going to come down to X Squeeze, but they're into the placement points. It's a survival of the fittest, and how fitting. The story of EU has been the Lone Rangers and the clutch opportunity. X Squeeze with the opportunity to rise here and to make it a historic moment. 34 players remaining, 16 trios left, but he has a pump, a epic burst, 10 builds, and a dream, and the dream is quickly dwindling like a candle. He tries to find a little bit of space, but it's not going to work right now. Zone is closing in. He needs a refresh. He doesn't have the tools to win the game with 4 more builds.
Oh no!
Somebody in his box! He finds the box. Siberian Jake could be the gift that he needs. The damage still coming through. 43, 10 HP, and he's down. It's it. It's over. They don't rise to the occasion. Mitro and Mongrel get their first Keystone victory right there. Tayson combines as well with his solo invitational one, and we're going to ride out the final moments to see who can move up the leaderboard and earn themselves a little bit of cash.
And that is a strong opportunity for Andretta's trio. They've been silent throughout the entire day. They're in 5th place, and Andretta gets taken down, the lead slayer of that trio. So that's going to be an opportunity. So see who's going to get that game 12. It's all a matter of just technicality at the moment here, and we will be able to soon crown our grand finals champion. But let's see how this one rides out. We've had a month of intense FNCS trios competition. Let's see who gets the last victory royale before we close it down here on the EU side of things. And yes, a nice pickup right there. Who's going to be able to build on it? And a nice knock right there for Dwaja, Swag, and Snap. This is going to be a nice opportunity, though, to build on their success and an opportunity to get that victory royale.
Yeah, and you want to push yourself up the leaderboard because, again, we've talked about it. There's always prize money on the line, and we've seen it plenty of times. Crew in the final game, World Cup solos, 66-6, a monstrous performance, and who can take advantage of it? Let's see the names in the lobby. Who's still on their feet? Moraine is still up as well. On the backhand side, you can see Karma and Cartoon trying to get, or Legends and Cartoon, excuse me, trying to get a little bit more room as well. 4 trios remaining, as we can see who can steal away the final moment and get a little bit of that screen time, get that 12th game victory royale, and it's looking good for Dwa as he also has 3 floppers in the inventory. He's going to open the edit for his teammate, and it's going to come down to a 3v2 here.
Here it is. That's Swag, Miro, and Snap right now. Swag, Snap, and Miro trying to hold on as much as possible. It's coming down to the final moments here in Game 12. Going to go up, and there it is! Swag and Co. get the victory royale. And what a great way to end here for Game 12. But the story, the unbelievable finish, the race between 1 and 2, Sundown. Oh, my.
Swag, Snap, and Miro stole game number 12 there at the end, but it was a tale of holding on through the first 6 matches, averaging over 25 points a game, getting stonewalled at the end, but finally FaZe Mongrel, Liquid Mitro, and E11's Tayson will get that victory. It didn't matter if the Horde in Europe tried to hold them back. They were unable to dethrone the Kings, and they will sit high atop their perch. And wow, what a way to close it out. Thank you guys so much. I had an amazing opportunity and a great time casting the entirety of EU this month. My name's Sundown.
I am Sancho West, and Mongrel's trio of Tayson and Mitro are the crown jewels of the EU region. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sundown. Thank you, everybody on production side. Thank you, Fortnite fam. Zeke, Reese, Shio, thank you as well.
You know what, Sancho? Thank you. And thank you, Sundown. Thank both of you. Massive congratulations, Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, Reese. They did it. They did it.
You know, I wrote 2 cards in preparation for today. I wrote my Andalex, Janice, and X Squeeze one. My pick. Okay. You know, I was backing them, but obviously I also did Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson, and this is the only one I drew a little 1 on. With a 1 before the day started, and it seems to have come through. Huge congratulations to Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson for picking up the first place.
And it was done in a way that we haven't seen before, in the way that they adjusted on day number 2. It's very hard to have a lead and then hold on to it the entire time and end up winning at the end. Off spawn was a nightmare for this trio, but they did it at the end of the day. 194 points, the best decisions, and $111,000 for that big win.
You know, their first day was so dominant, in particular, this first game on this day as well. And then, you know, as soon as they got contested off spawn by Flickanas and Thomas HD, kind of threw total spanner in the works, but they made the right plays by moving over to Sweaty Sands and getting that victory royale. Something we did see there also is that Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD have moved up into 3rd place as well. These guys started the day in 17th.
17th. That is a whole 3 pages of rise, a whole entire amounts of top tier trios that have to just abide by, pass by as well. In second to X Squeeze and Alex, these guys got to hold on all the way throughout, I think, both days almost at the top spot. On this next page though, Kinzel, Wolfie, CRR, 135 points, 6th place overall. Every trio here, honestly, Reese, just deserves the incredible amount of support from the community and their placement overall. They played great to earn the top 10.
They did, and a top 10. Another thing that we could also pick up on there was Nate, Bobo, and Rojo. They came through qualifying through the wildcard match, a complete wildcard pick, and ended up in 10th place. Really, really consistent placement, and just shows that anyone who can qualify through can perform if they have the games of their life.
Absolutely, all the way here from 11th to 15th place. More trios that put everything on the line. Noirix, Sniper God, Kira coming in 8th in their heat and 14th overall, just scraping by with a clutch top 5 placement in the heats, and now 14th overall, beating half the trios in the lobby. Safik as well, one of the people that I just found out about this FNCS in terms of watching the gameplay. The most clutch player I have seen so far in EU, next to those top 5 teams that we saw as well. Shockwave plays this guy was making in day number 1. Day number 2, clutch plays as well. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and his teammate Siberia, you know, a name that has been in the scene for so long, but somehow, since the inception of his game here, he's been called Siberia Jake. And it's been continuing all the way through, and his name is just Siberia, and that's the one. It's gone. It's a legacy that's lasted him through players and everything. So, moving on to our 16th to 20th page here, some teams that we thought would be a little bit more consistent there, like iDrops Trio, but still performing very, very well, getting to that grand final stage, and still some really nice prize money for them too.
Congratulations to our new FNCS champions. They will be claiming the Axe of Champions for Mitro and Mongrel. This will be the first time they can just take a breath and bask in the sun. Their climb is done. These veterans have finally earned the respect, the Axe, the recognition, the prize money. Earned it. They've had it, but now it is a statement. They can say, you know what? Never question us again. And for Tayson, he gets to once again hold on to the Axe of Champions. We're going to take a look at our predictions. We made these calls, and ultimately, Sancho West came out on top, calling the team that he believed, he backed, he put his heart and soul into, and they did not disappoint.
Man, good work. I'm just going to say good work. It was a good pick. Came in first. I've got to say, Floki, Kumlent, and Nakos with Sundown's pick was great. They came in 7th. Some really consistent games from them. My pick, Andalix, Janus, and X-Squeeze, very, very close. We pretty much watched that all of today and how that fight happened between Mongol, Mitro, and Tayson, how they clashed over and over and over again, and how tense it was. That last game had me on the edge of my seat, thinking they could clutch it up, and I could pick that prediction of number 1. Yeah.
And in third place, too, Flick and Nos Thomas HD. They say third is the one with the hairy chest sometimes. In some rhymes, I say that thirds are the one that clutch the best, because we saw some insane duo and solo plays both in day 1 and day 2 from that trio. Europe was just amazing.
Absolutely. Fortnite fam, once again, if you want more Fortnite action, we're going to take a break. But when we come back, we're going to be diving into the last 6 games over on NA East. It has been a pleasure to bring you this action, to crown new champions, and just massive congratulations to everyone. At the end of the day, you have all made it this far. We love you, Fortnite fam. We'll see you on the battle bus. Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. My name is Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Shy Wager and we've got Reese. We just got done wrapping up the region that is known as Europe, and we crowned 3 brand new FNCS champions, Mongrel, Metro, and Tayson. They get the Axe of Champions. Shy, Reese, that region was just such a pleasure and such a joy to watch.
Yeah, it was an absolute foot race for every single trio at the top and the bottom and the middle as well. Honestly, it was a shake-up till that last game, and that is the best thing to watch when you're looking at grand finals in any region of Fortnite.
Yeah, and you know, it gradually built up as well, because at the start, you saw Mongrel, Metro, and Tayson continually kind of get ahead, and then it just started to slowly get closer and closer and closer. So I'm hoping we're going to see that same level of hype and that kind of build up as this day goes on for NA East as well.
Absolutely, my friends. We've got 6 games of NA East action, and then we'll crown champions over here. We're also going to be taking a peek into some of the other regions, but we'll get to that in just a second. First off, let's talk about the overall tournament format and what has led us to this very moment in time. 3 weeks ago, we kicked things off with open rounds. From there, the top 15 trios moved on to heats. Now, there was 4 different heats going on at the same time, and from there, the top 8 trios moved on to grand finals. That led us to yesterday, where a wild card match went down. The trio that got the Victory Royale jumped in to grand finals and joined the other 32 trios that were already there and waiting for them. 6 games happened yesterday, and now we are back to end it all. 6 games on the line. And at the end of this, a brand new FNCS champion. Shy, do you still have energy? Are you still with me?
Yes, absolutely. We're lit and we're live right now. The Axe of Champions is also what these guys will get for getting that big win at the end of the day. Today, that wildcard match team is also active for day number 2. We will see what the combined efforts of all these trios will actually amount to in the games that we have. 33 trios, 6 more games in NA East. It's about to be insane.
Absolutely, and here is a look at your breakdown of the formats. We got the Victory Royale. We're 25 points. Remember, there's 33 trios facing off. So around half, or making it a top 17, will get you into at least a point. Then every elimination is worth 1 point as well. You know, Reese, right now we're looking at Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K. Their average placement is about 4, and average elim is about 7, a little higher than that. These guys have a pretty strong lead.
An average placement of 4 is insane. Their best placement was 3rd, and their worst was 6. So extremely consistent. And, looking at the finals format that we have here, I kind of always talk about the balance. These guys don't have a Victory Royale out of 6 games, yet they're first. And the team in second, which is the Exit trio, has 2 Victory Royales. And it just shows that, you do need to pick up a lot of consistent placements, a lot of eliminations. And the Victory Royale is obviously very important, but you have to be doing all of the 3 to ensure they're actually consistently up there in that first place slot.
We'll have to see. Now, of course, landing that first place spot, you can see here is a breakdown of your total prize pool. But not only the money, we're talking recognition, we're talking clout, we're talking the Axe of Champions, an axe, a pickaxe that they will be able to hold in game to show everyone else in their respective lobby, hey, I am a champion. What's up? I like to see it. We're going to get ready to hop into games in just a little bit, but there's a couple more things we want to break down here on the analyst desk. First off, if you're watching over in Party Royale, what's up, guys? Hey, everybody. Hey. Don't forget to use your favorite emotes, throw the paints, the tomatoes, use the grapplers, just bounce all over the place. We're going to have a good time, all right? Now, I did mention the other regions going on. We have our winners from Middle East, so we could take a look together because it is time to crown another trio as FNCS champions. Congratulations, Vagnar, Lexpro, Dexafite, 202 total points, 2 total Victory Royales, and 49 eliminations.
And the last game in Middle East was insane. Before this, Vagnar Pro and Dexafite were 4 points down to Sudor, Mev, and Epic Nile. They actually tied at 202 points. The fact that they had 2 victory royales got them the overall win in the Middle East. You can see it happen right there. That last game, there were so many teams that were tied side by side. Hell on Steam actually gets above Lozer, Aziz, and Meta B. After that, 2 Speedy, Hype, and 7-Man. These guys also elevate themselves all the way up into 5th place. It was a complete Game 12 shakeup, and you guys have to go back to watch this region if you're at home watching or in Party Royale for one of the most insane runs we've ever seen in Fortnite.
That is absolutely incredible. I'm kind of mind blown here. You know, every single elimination matters. Every single victory royale matters. The difference between those 1 eliminations and having the 2 victory royales over none has taken that 1st place slot. And obviously that's a lot of prize money that they take and claim to get that #1 spot. But moving over to our next layer of the leaderboards, 6th down to 10th here, we see Spy, Nasir, and Toby. Big names for this region, and obviously performing very, very well here. 163 points and 4.5k earned.
So well earned, so well fought from the region. Once again, congratulations to the new champions coming out of the Middle East. Now, we have to turn our attention back to NA East, because that's the games we're going to be taking a look at today. We have our standings, so let's get a refresher on what kind of went down yesterday. I kind of touched on it at the very beginning. We got Reverse 2K, Day, and Miro. They're holding strong up in that 1st place spot. Now, if you missed the action in Europe, we saw something similar happen from Tayson, Mongrel, and Mitro, but they ended up holding on strong all the way till the very end of the competition. Now, Shy Wager, my question to you would be, do you think Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K can do that? We have 6 more matches. Are they a Day 2 team?
Can they do it? Yes. Will they, and are they a Day 2 team is a question I might not be able to answer. I can give my opinion of it though. Absolutely, because in NA East, there's lots of variance on who can actually win. There's so many different teams, so many different types of zones that other teams are good at. And if there's one person that's different getting the victory royale all the time, 2nd place can stay consistent. And Reverse 2K, Day, and Miro are so good at landing 2nd every single game with double-digit elims every time.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that we haven't really picked up on about the TNA trio is that during the qualifiers and the heats, now into the grand finals, these guys have changed drop spots pretty much every single qualifier. So these guys are not only consistent in their placements week to week, they're wherever they land, they're doing good. So I don't really see today in any reason being different. You know, it's the same as yesterday. They've already got their drop down. I'm pretty sure these teams are just going to be very consistent all the way through.
That's right. Remember, we had 5 or 6 victory royales, that did take place yesterday. We're going to relive those moments, reset the stage for you. Shy Wager, Reese will talk us through what they watched, what they've seen, and what they expect coming into today's finals.
Yep, and we've all seen it before. Insane games that start all the way in game #1. It was Aspect, Enpen, and Zunies taking control of the entire lobby and stamping their slot at being a top 10 team in NA East Day 1.
Yeah, and they're currently in our 4th place team. They got 12 eliminations this game, sorry. But moving on to game #2 was taken by the XZ trio, who picked up a total of 2 victory royales throughout the day. So this is the first of 2 that you will see. These guys are known to be a fantastic low ground team, consistently popping off and picking up a massive pump there on P-God.
Hey, you were talking about 2. You forgot to mention the back-to-back that it was, because it was actually game 3 that these guys picked up. Night on the low ground. We called it yesterday. It was kind of like a night show. Ooh, definitely in the nighttime. And a huge shockwave play happened just 15 seconds before Knight's POV right now. Aspect tried to survive, but it was not possible. They also had a good game, but then XZ trio wrapped it up.
Yeah, and game 4 was taken by our Heat 3 winner. Now, Heat 3 winner, if you didn't check into our Heat stream or didn't know anything about the Heats before this team won 6 of the 12 games in the Heat. So these guys are very, very capable of performing very well in this high level of lobby, and they showed that in this game by picking up the victory royale as well.
Absolutely. After that, we had Bucky, Creo, and Kanata raining down shots. Creo going down into a box where Mikey and Mega were popping off. They picked up a very fast win.
They did in our last game. Game 6 was taken by our Season X FNCS champions all the way back in Chapter 1. Zexro, Calc, and Mako. These guys performed that last game, kind of bringing it back. Over the day, they were just getting better and better. And I wonder if they're going to continue that into today. Are they just going to keep going on an upward spiral?
Yeah, Sundown had this analogy of like doors in EU, right? The doors opening and closing. I thought the door was closed for our, previous season X champions, but that last game kind of showed me there's still a crack of light kind of coming in, and these guys want to push through. So let's see if that's possible for these guys. The game 6 win is really good for momentum going into day 2.
And I gotta feel like there's just so many big names, right? So many big trios here. We're talking Day, Miro, Reverse 2K. We've got the X-Ed trio, Commandment, Scented, Edgy, Aspect, Zuni's, Npen, Slacks, Acorn, Jock, right? This list just keeps going and going and going. So my question to you guys would be, how do we think that this possibly can unfold, right? Because there's all of these massive trios, right? For example, even World Champion Booga, Avery, and Jamper, right? Like, all of these guys are going to come slamming into each other in these final end games. And with 6 matches to go, this could literally go any which way. We could watch a different trio win every single game. Because, like, kind of what you touched on, Reese, was like Slacks, Acorn, and Jock, right? Like, when you're winning 50%, 6 whole matches of 12, if you could do that today, who can stop you?
Yeah, and, I think this is really possible. We've seen pretty much a complete spread of victory royales for day 1. Day 2 could be dominated. There were some teams who didn't show up too well, like Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. These guys are known for picking up a ton of victory royales and being really, really dominant. Didn't show up too much on day 1, but this could be their day. These guys could easily pick up 3 of 6 victory royales, no problem. And there's a lot of teams in this lobby who are capable of having a performance like that. So we really could see anything. We could see big victory royales and big numbers from a kind of 1 or 2 teams, or they could be completely spread out. Teams could be consistent. The whole leaderboard could be close. I'm kind of hoping for that, so there's a lot more hype built up, into that last game. Everything's tense. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Nice. I mean, when it comes to Zeke's question of what do you think, my hot take one-liner is don't think, because there's nothing we could actually come up with to predict how the things will go today. In game, it'll be some next level play we haven't seen, like Hen, solo clutching against a trio, and Thomas HD on low ground from EU. It'll be absolutely insane today.
Oh, man, the hype is building. We hope you guys are just as excited as we are with 6 games on deck here in NA East. Now, gentlemen, we did make some predictions. We talked about which trios we all believed would walk away the new FNCS champion. So we're going to talk through some of this. Now, Monster Deface went with Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. But, Shy, you kind of talked about it. These guys, they didn't have the day 1 performance we kind of expected.
They're just trying to make it interesting, right? They're just trying to say, hey, let's make things a little bit more even. We'll take the harder route. That's kind of my headcanon for this trio. Aussie picking the X-Ed trio. They're looking really, really good today. We'll see if they can bring it back, hold up all the way to first against TNA. They had a few clashes in a few games, and these are 2 trios really trying to control the game in their own ways. We'll see if it's possible. Bucky, Creo, Kanata. These guys always looking good fast out the gate. Not, the expected first or second place performance that I think everyone was looking for from day number 1. But if there's a team that can learn, adapt, and then overcome, it has to be this one. I feel like they might even take away the whole competition today. Reese, what about you?
I got Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. These guys have been dominant since forever. I was going to give you an exact, but since forever, since their days back on West, these guys have been so good all of the time, and today's been no different. And yesterday's 6 games, they started off really, really hot. They were definitely in contention for that first place slot, and then the last 2 games kind of fizzled out a little bit. So hopefully they've learned from those last 2 games, bring it back today, and they're gonna get first.
Hey man, it's all about the day 2 teams. Which teams can put it together, which one's going to gain that momentum and start the ball rolling. Now we do have the standings. We can kind of set the stage here, kind of take a look at which teams are on top, what the point values look like, what the eliminations, the victory route, all of it. Let's break it all down right here. We'll take a look at just a moment. Just kidding. It was a joke. I lied.
Anticipation.
Listen, I got to keep you on your toes, okay? Listen, that's what the host does. We keep you on your toes. No problem at all. But for real, though, I can kind of just verbally talk us through some of this stuff to kind of get you guys right where we need to be. So we got Day, Miro, and Reverse UK. They're holding strong, 128 points. Right behind them, though, we got the X-Ed trio. Shy, this is a trio that you did a package on, these low ground warriors that are also showing us from the high ground, they could get W's.
Yeah, both teams kind of know when to play low and when to go high, but both teams prefer to play low ground. And if that's the case, it'll be a Royal Rumble matchup, a 3v3 maybe at some point that these guys end up in the final zone. That'll be amazing to watch. Past that too, though, we have Reese's pick of Commandment, Edgy, and Scented. They're in third place, looking very good with overall 96 points, so they're not so far behind. I mean, Reese, what do you think? What did they have to do to really overcome and take first place?
You know, for me, it's just play their consistent game, as always. You know, the first 4 games, like Arda said, they were consistent. Something went wrong the last 2. Storm Surge issue, mid-game, early game, something around that they just didn't kind of perform the way they needed to. These guys just kind of fix whatever that was, play their consistent game. These guys are very capable of high elim games as well. Just that one pop-off can move them up. Consistency all the way through. A good win.
Hey, now is the time. We only have 6 games, no time for mistakes. Let's run it all the way through. For now, we're sending it over to our casters to say hello. Take it away.
There we have it. Thank you, Zeke. As things are going to kick off, this is the critical time in the competition. It's day 2 with Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Aussie, we had a fantastic 6 games yesterday.
We had an absolutely fantastic 6 games. We said it. It's one of the most competitive grand finals we've ever seen in NA East coming into that, and the leaderboard shows it. It is literally anyone's game.
Anyone's game here, and the battle bus is about to kick off, ladies and gentlemen. You do not have to wait any much more longer. I surely cannot anymore. And now, here it is. We're going to enter into that Fortnite world. Coming into this, Daymir Reverse UK had a 21-point lead, or actually just a 19-point lead. Very, very comfortable start to today. The pressure is on them to maintain that.
Yeah, I think it's a comfortable start, but it came at the back of something that you won't see very often. Them taking down XZ's team as a full trio wipe early in the last game. If that didn't happen, which you have to imagine it won't happen often, it would have been even closer. But I'm already seeing this map have some big shakeups, Monster. Stark Industries, contested. First time we've really seen it. We saw it once yesterday, but within 5 seconds it was cleaned up and over. So that could be changing up the leaderboard a lot, as that's our 6th place team who has the mythic drop. They were really looking to have a big jump up today. So Booger's team not looking too great, but Reverse's team, we get to finally see where all the success is coming from.
That's what I was going to say. We get a taste of that true early game rotate here. I had a feeling they were going to be landing at the castle and around this area here, possibly claiming their way down towards the Rainbow Rentals. Regardless, a Quinjet to kick off your first round is a big one.
Ooh.
And this is a huge fight right now. Wait a second. They gave up Lazy Lake. Cease and Blake are here to battle.
They're here to battle. I mean, they were struggling yesterday, so I guess it's decent strategy. We saw it over on EU. We had a team roll up. The one game they dropped Stark, they won it and got a 15 elimination victory royale. So this strategy not completely out of the blue. This is the drop if you need to have an entirely different day 2. Things aren't going right and you've just got to put it all out on the line. This is the drop to do it. As Booger now, we know how strong this team is though, Monster. They have not lost this drop pretty much once in every qualifying week that we've watched and casted.
Yeah, but with the pressure being on, grand final setting, new team coming in, will the new blood be able to overthrow them? This is already looking very, very bad for Booga and Avery, who do not have shield. And the whiff shot here, Aussie. This is a rough one for him.
This is a rough one. He has 1 shotgun pellet left. Booger literally has 1 shot. He needs to make this count as Avery goes down. Cease is pretty weak right now. This is very, very even though. Booger and Jamper need to go in. Blake gets in though. He has the health advantage. Takes down Booger and then takes down Jamper. No. Blake gets in and takes everything he needs. This drop has the reboot van. He can reboot, he can loot, and then get into the vault. This is massive for Blake, Cease, and Furious, and it is as equally massive for our 6th place team that has now gone down game 1 of day 2. This is a huge change for NA East. This does not happen in NA East.
What a shakeup do we have here. 6th place team down and out of the competition for game 1 of 6 on the 2nd day. That is the worst way to kick off your tournament run. Not only that, leading into the competition, you talk about the social media atmosphere. It was already in the air. He already had a feeling coming into this. So with that, and then getting dropped off the rip, that is such a major setback.
We've already got another team creeping in, though, because they would have seen that, right? If you see Booger, Jamper, and Avery in the feed all going down as Pledge, they've come back and Pledge gets the sniper shot out of the sky to take Furious out. This is your wildcard team. This is the team that popped off when they needed to most, and now they're showing up here today. Connor, Gage, and Pledge drop at the lake house nearby. This could be really big for their team, Monster. They get to come in late and take all of this loot to themselves. If this is uncontested, there's no way they can roll up and win it, but they've got a really good shot right now, and we we also have Sap,
Oh
Stretch,
my
and
gosh.
Zayt. Okay, this drop, okay, NA East is already so different to what anyone would have predicted. This is changing things up in the biggest way.
I mean, and Saf, Stretch, and Zay have been known to do this. They will drop on this spot every now and again just to mix things up, but they seem like they can sense the blood in the water. They are the sharks coming in to try and sweep things up. It's not looking too good for Connor, Pledge, and Gage here, who just did get a knock, but I mean, to have one of the other greats come on in, Stretch and company have to do a big deal. They even get security of the Vault keycard. Way to kick it off.
That's what I was about to say. Have you ever seen in a region as competitive as NA East, or any region really, that a team would get double Vault? They've got the Doom's Domain Vault and Stark Vault. So if we talked about it, right? Zayt's team has come out in qualifying weeks and they won the first game of all 3 weeks. They're looking to do that here again today. They didn't have the performance we wanted yesterday. They started today in 16th. They have all the loot they could ever need. And now we have Zypher and Nosh rolling up. And we have Calc, Zexro, and Macwood. I don't even know. Did somebody tell these guys that it's grand finals? This isn't an arena match. What is happening?
This has to be a joke right now. Stretch is going to body Zypher here in a 1v1 box fight. Saf already has a knock as well, so it's looking very, very good in their favor. Calculator and company, though, on the mountain. Remember, they won game number 6 coming out of day number 1, so they are on a high note right now. They're on a streak here. Momentum is high for them. If they can get away with taking out another top dog team that plays for high ground, I mean, you have to think at that point is setting them up for success.
This is just going to be one of those days where now we have Keys, Nosh off in the distance. Everyone's showing up for this. This is not just affecting the teams to drop here. This is going to have a massive ripple effect now for the rest of the leaderboard. There are so many teams here with the opportunity and the potential to really jump up, not just in the leaderboard, but really control the end games. Any of these teams with this massive loot superiority could easily take down the TNA or XSET team just with that extra potential. So this is going to be so big going forward. And this isn't the last game. This wasn't like, your last ditch attempt to try and bring it back game 5 or 6. This is game 1 of day 2, and it's already this crazy.
All right, looks like XSET heard there was news of a party up at the Stark Industries, and they're beelining their way towards the cliff as well. Another team getting ever so much closer. This, I mean, all I want to say is I'm not upset that any of this happened. This is entertainment at the topmost form. Like, you don't get this every day. You don't get these kind of interactions and engagements with the best of the best players, yet alone on a grand final setting with all this money on the line. So they've made it that much more interesting in game 1.
And so many games to react as well, right, Monster? So they can change it up now. Does Cease's team maybe pull out of there now? And if they pull out, does Zayt's team show up and Booger's team already has the loot? There's just so many little interactions that can now flesh their way out because there's 5 more games after this. You can usually pull off a cheeky strategy once, but these teams are top caliber. They will learn and they will react instantly. And next game, their whole gameplay would have changed. As we see XSET, though, on the exact same game plan that we know works. They had such a good day 1. It was only literally game 6 where things kind of dropped off. They took a mid-game fight against Team New Age and they lost it. If it wasn't for that, they would have undoubtedly been in first place.
Definitely, and you can see Creo's going to fall in the feed there. Talk about big names, big clashes, Legendian kicking things off for them in the right direction right there. The zone, though, pulls for a far northeastern draw. That is a big red flag for anyone still playing the outskirts right now. And it seems like whoever was up at the Stark Industry, whoever played the gamble to play that side of the map, is going to get early dibs on the big mountains here, except being one of the few that is close as well.
We also need to touch on the fact that we're hamming up how exciting this is. We're talking about how crazy this is for NA East. Only one team has gone down, which is the most NA East thing you've ever seen. There was 6 pretty much top tier teams, all within 5-10 meters of each other, all in the same POI, and still the only team that has fallen so far is Booger's team. We still have only 7 players going down right now, so this endgame is going to be ridiculous. Not like they're clearing out the lobby, they're all just trying to get those little tiny advantages that will make the difference here today, as this team is hitting a rotate that we saw yesterday. We saw this zone yesterday, Monster, and it was incredibly exciting, straight to the stacks.
And what's crazy about it, we also saw them do the same exact type of movement. Scented, Commandment, and Edgy literally decided that they wanted to play this cliff side, and they did it with a late rotate, which cost them so much material coming into it. It seems like they might have learned a little bit from their previous play, but not enough, because it's the same song and dance here. Getting tagged up, using material, and getting pretty much based up again on the side of the cliff. Here's a team trying a completely different strategy. They're going the opposite route, the wide rotate right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a risky one. I'm guessing they're going to try and get to this point where, yeah, where the mountain dips down and they can go over it. They don't want to hug underneath, but this is your 5th place team, so they had a lot of success yesterday. They got 1 victory royale, and they've been performing really, really well, and they've been doing it again on a drop that is very difficult for these north zones. You have Centered, Edgy, and Command we just saw hitting the rotate. They're coming from Misty. We now have Jack, Acorn, and Slacks, who's coming from the Hydro Dam. But this does answer a big question for me, Monster. All of our top 5 teams right now are still uncontested. The only one we haven't had sights on is Aspect, Zunies, and NPen, but we haven't seen them in the feed. So NA East, as much as Stark Industries is going crazy, everywhere else is pretty standard.
And Clicks finds Macwood in the feed there right as the glimpse takes to the wide shot, which means Macwood, Calculator, and what we saw, their rotate, right? Zexro coming up. They were just here not long ago. They hit a collision course up towards the northern part of this. That is very, very interesting. Commandment and crew, though, are finally making their way through. They made it up and over the mountain now, trying to play towards that lake house. You know, the opportunity here to find a spot is evergreen. They're just early enough.
They're 53 below, though, because they've prioritized the movement. They've had to move really far up the map, and unfortunately, they've taken the safe routes, which is great. It means they haven't taken a lot of damage. I'm seeing all that extra shield, but they haven't dealt any damage either. So it looks like they're maybe going to set up on the mountain's edge here and see if they can get some tags on that team down below. But if they can't find the tags onto these teams, they don't have a lot of sight lines other than them. So they're setting up here. They need to get some damage. 66 below. And they missed the shots on this team. So if you guys don't know, if you're following from home, Storm Surge right now on the right of your screen, Edgy, Commandment, and Centered need to do over 66 damage to get above the threshold. If they do not, in 44 seconds when this zone closes, they're going to start taking 25 damage every 5 seconds until they go down, which would be monumentally massive upset for your team 3 coming into this.
It's going to be the biggest shots of the day for them right now is to get apart from that Storm Surge. Oh, and this is going to be an even bigger thing. Okay, so they're trying to get to their teammate Centered for a second there. I thought they were going off the cliff to dive onto a squad. I'm like, no way right now. But instead, they found themselves a nice isolated battle. This is the one they're choosing to pick the fight with. It's the squad that's based up on top of the cabin house here. Centered has got the lead on it, but 79 damage below. 6 seconds, Aussie. 6 seconds to find damage, or the pressure is going to be on, and the advantage is out the window.
And 12 players have to go down. This is going to be a ridiculous storm. Sorry, not 12. Sorry, 21 players have to go down.
21.
My bad. I forgot just how stacked NA East is. So I'm getting stumbled here. Commandment, they need to find this damage. That's all you need to know at home. They have to see that number on the right go to above. They need to do 154 damage, and that's why they're playing so desperate. They go into the box and the big shot, but Commandment's so low. He's literally 1 health. They're completely wiped. That's our top 3 team. That's our 3rd place team completely wiped off the face of this map instantly. And that's what Storm Surge does. It forces teams to be aggressive. You can't just rotate and hide. And that is such a massive upset.
Huge points right there. 3 of those is going to get that team closer to a top 20 as Acorn's going to go down as well. We talked about 21 individual players needing to get into a fight. It's breaking out across the field. Ronaldo's going to 4. AV just fell. Acorn obviously fallen here as well as we are just jumping in. And there, Groska's going to conclude onto AV. So that means Xset also already losing a member. Big teams at the top of the food chain all being stumped out. That's your 2nd place and your 3rd place team already hitting a wall here. A red light as Aspect, Zunies, and NPen just found a huge chain of eliminations. That's going to give them access to 3rd place now. They are in 3rd place already.
And that's the only time you're ever going to see NA East, like, the feed light up that fast. It's going to be during Storm Surge. We went from 91 players to 70 players in the span of about 30 seconds. And not just any teams, a lot of the top teams. AV's now down. That's 2nd place. We saw eliminations going over onto 3rd place. Completely wiped. A team down from 5th place. So many teams are now wounded coming into this end game. And the only one that I'm seeing get through completely unscathed is 1st place. The TNA team hasn't been on the feed, so they haven't gotten elimination and they haven't been eliminated. But that's a good spot for them. If they've survived Storm Surge, they're playing well. They're getting their tags and they're playing safe because they're the ones who, they really need to just hold on to their lead, right? You don't want to see them start playing safe because that's not what Team New Age does. But at the same time, they're not taking risks. And Shark is right out there in the zone. Something has gone very wrong for the Xset team.
Yeah, 100%. We last tuned in. They were just on the side of the cliff, so it seems like they had not only a terrible time rotating on in, but of course, that Storm Surge probably being the biggest factor for taking them out.
Big
We're
factor
watching
right
this.
now, and unfortunately we saw AV go down, but it's also Knight as well. Shark needs to make this rotate. He's got a good loadout to solo clutch this, but when it's grand finals, doesn't matter how good your loadout is, you don't want to be in the position where you have to solo clutch, and he's going through those floppers. He's still got the shockwaves. I'm predicting he's going to set up here, get close to zone, and then maybe try and hit a bouncer shockwave, or with this pepper, I think he might just try and sneak past and just white line this straight into the next zone. But if you're looking on the bottom right of your screen, on that mini-map, that's how many players that are holding him out, and here it is, the bouncer shockwave. He's going to try and go straight over their heads, and this is it. If he hits the ground, he does, so he doesn't get shot in the sky, but now he's made himself very known to the rest of the lobby as a solo. If any of them saw that, they now know he's by himself. And it looks like the shockwave again, just trying to get away from all that congestion, Monster.
He's just on the move here, like, and he's doing a good job of it. Like, you might as well use it before the teams get there, before you actually get spotted, right? He's doing a great job of that.
It just shows again how good his team would have been in a position if they were all alive. They would have all made this next zone, and this is pretty much as far northeast as you can go on the map, and they drop on as far southwest as you can on the map. So this is a really difficult zone for them. They've usually overcome that. Something today hasn't quite gone right, but at the same time, they're still in it with a chance. And now all the other teams have to make that rotate, as we see everyone starting to get congested on top of each other. And that's what being a solo allows you to do. He could just hit the bounce pad and the shockwave so much faster. He wasn't weighed down by the teammates, but now he's got next to nothing.
Here's a team on high ground. Isiv already on the way out the door. The crash pad's going to get them straight down to the safety of the new zone. Sumner, Typhoon still alive there. There's your trio. There's the first place team, Miro, Day, and Reverse 2K. They're just near XZ Shark, but it doesn't matter. They are very much comfortable right now. Like we said, they made it past the toughest part, that early first storm wave, and it seems like they are set up for success right now. Being at their dead side of the zone right now is huge, especially considering, just look at the loadout. They are comfortable, but the material count is the biggest question right now. Why is Day's count so low, and can they get their farm back?
I think they probably invested a lot of those soft mats as well. They pretty much ran out of wood, but they still have decent metal, and that's probably how they got in so healthily. But we know, right, Monster, this team can get impact frags. When we talk about impact frags, someone from outside this wall, though, needs to be careful. Right there, Day just fires back. They get the spray down. All eliminations are impactful for points, but if you need the material, that's when you see plays like this, when they try to go aggressive on the walls to take someone out close enough where they can get the material back.
100%. And guys, just to give you guys an indicator, this is the closest region of the day. There's only a couple points separating those top teams. So when we say NA East has been intense, that entire day one atmosphere was so close. It is a huge toss-up here for day two. And I mean, second place being shambles out, third place being crossed out of the competition, and fourth on a rampage right now, that is going to change things up. Day, Mirror, and Reverse 2K's position on first place is not safe by any means. This is a huge fight for them right now. They're taking it, and Day's going to get punished big time. And no, he has to back up.
And this is why it's safe for nobody, because the caliber of players in this lobby, at any time you can see your first place team go down, and they just got a really unfortunate zone, Monster. That was a complete opposite pull half, and it's going quite a fair bit over the water. This is a team that needs to step up. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, we know they can win games. They went all of yesterday without winning any, which is just completely unheard of for this team. Now they've gotten Doom's Vault and Stark's Vault. There is no excuse for why this team can't perform here on the day, because they have to show up now. 3 points, but they came in on 16th. These are your star-studded veterans, and they need to show why they're still at the top of their game.
Let's see if they can pull off what they normally tend to pull off. Is a game one victory, because they need it more than anyone. One of the hottest teams coming into this, one of the most dominant teams that was held down yesterday. We don't even know what really went wrong for them, but there was something in the mid game that just wasn't clicking. If they pull off a phenomenal 6-game streak, now that Booga, Avery, and Jamper are all contested on the draw spot, they could make one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen, and that's a huge knock right there onto Kraz. Stretch is going to go ahead and fill that up, and Kaz is down and out. 4 eliminations for this trio. Very good.
Yeah, if anyone can make a monumental comeback like that, it's this team. They do it on the back of consistent wins. We said it yesterday. This team is wins or nothing. So what probably went wrong was they just didn't get those crucial little decisions like this in the mid game that set you up for the end game. As Stretch is now getting sprayed out. He's down to 18 health. He has the splashes. He has the big pots. As long as he gets away from this, he should be okay. And just like that, Saf instantly jumps into the line of fire and starts holding the builds for him. And this is what this team does best. It's the trust. It's the chemistry. They back each other up at all costs. They win together or they go down together. There's next to no solo clutching when it comes to this team.
That was the perfect way to put it. Literally, Saf jumped out from the second and third layers there just to get in front of the line of fire. Saf is the pivotal type of teammate unit. He is the peak teammate on this squad. He is always there to back up Zayt or Stretch in their toughest times. I think he is the key to this team's success. And right now, Saf's looking like he's set up for it. Stretch, though, leading the rotate out with Zayt right now in front. Saf right behind them. What is it going to turn out to be here as High Ground's looking to put some pressure up? If he hits this snipe, that can open up a lot of things for this team.
And that's it. They're a high team right now, and I think they want to go for it. But unless Zayt's got some shockwaves or something I'm not seeing, Saf and Stretch have a great loadout, but it's not a high loadout as they get split now. That rotation went a little bit astray right now. Saf's got the legendary pump, though, so if he has to work his way through the low and mid ground, he's one to be able to do it. And you see this right here. This is what I mean by them not being solo players. He doesn't even use his meds. He takes down Legend D, and I saw TNA, and my heart dropped for a second. It is Legend D, though, but I was going to say Saf doesn't even pop his meds monster. He is so prioritized on getting back to his team that he'll try to do it with 26 health rather than stay away from them.
That's a veteran, if you've ever seen one right there. Knows how to stick with the team, hip to hip with the players, and it works out best. And right there, the fundamentals being the key to success right now. Awesome. All of a sudden now, pressure coming in from all the layers here. Saf's still on the hunt. There's players behind the wall, though. Can he find another one? Oh, boy, it's getting very, very interesting now.
And I'm seeing Miro in the feed, and I'm also seeing Zuni's in the feed. So that's your first and third place team. Miro in the feed again. So Team New Age has proven that day one wasn't a fluke. They're here to show up again. But Saf trying to do something on the low ground, and you can't count this team out. And this is a position we haven't had the joy of seeing them in, Monster. We always see them on height. Let's see if they can have the same strategies as XSET and TNA, where they can work the bottom as well as the top. And just like that, of course, Saf can. The big 200 pump from the legendary, but no, the finish off is too slow, and he gets caught in the back. But Stretch and Zayt are still in this, and they've got some good eliminations as we have an entirely new team on the high ground.
100%. This wide shot, though, does show Team TNA in the mid ground, still alive right now. As Simple YT's going to wrap up a couple elims on the side. Clicks, Bizzo, and Illis do have that high ground hold, and it looks like a strong one. This is the traditional hold from this trio right here. Clicks way up above, comfortable, out of sight, out of pressure from anyone else. On the other perspective, Kanata, Bucky, Creo, can they make a comeback? Such a strong qualifying week one, leading into two, but all of a sudden they fizzled out. They were out of the competition ever since then. Can they make this a big day two comeback?
They have to make it a big comeback. They need big points, and that's it. They don't just need the placement, they need some eliminations too. So I really want to see Illis do what Illis does best and drop down and start finding those angles, because this team's coming in just inside top 20. They haven't had the usual performance, but as I say that, Riversun's starting to make his way up. Mega and Dubs hanging out there as well. This is two teams that needed to show up big on day two, as Kanata also in the low ground. So right now, we have a couple of our top teams up, but this is really a redemption story right now. All the teams that just underperformed yesterday, trying to start off day two completely different, and Clicks is doing just that. He capitalizes, takes down Stretch, and that is Zayt's team out of this as they're looking so dominant. But we've seen teams win this from the mid ground. I'm seeing Dubs, Megas, and Riversun look so healthy to take this.
They're definitely sitting there. They're waiting. Clicks is going to get a little close to this team, as is Illis. They're going for the box fight. The shockwaves are going to come out. Riverson challenges height, and Bizzle gets bodied. Riverson wins the high ground. Back to the low, though. The story continues. Kanata, Creo, Bucky, 9th place coming into this. All of a sudden, a huge game like this. At 10 eliminations, Ozzy, they can propel themselves way up the standings, but first place is still here to play, too. This is not looking too good, but still, they are set up for success.
This was 3 full trios. This is the most exciting thing you can ask for. The 28 shot, it's not heavy, but it's enough, and Illis goes down. And this might be Bucky, Creo, and Kanata. They might be doing this right now. I think they have every advantage. They have the splashes, and they have the bandage cannon on Kanata. They have full heal-off potential, and with the way this zone is going, it could be just that. Kanata's dropping the splashes, though. He's not holding on to him. They're not going for the heal-off. At least Kanata isn't anyway. I'm waiting for a bounce pad, but he has no build, and that's it. Clicks goes down there. Bucky, Creo, and Kanata come back in the biggest way, and what a redemption story for this game one. All the big teams that needed to come back have done just that.
13 eliminations in a victory royale. What a huge way to jump up the standings right there. And big upsets across the board. Your top teams falling just like that. We'll see how it's all going to shake up, though, on the standings, because now it's a big question mark. We're going to toss over to the analyst desk here shortly for the boys to break down the action. That was day number 2, guys.
Thank you guys so much. Listen, this is what Kanata, Bucky, and Creo needed. They needed to get this surge, this start. This is what we call momentum. Now the question is, can they keep this kind of rolling forward? As we take a look at the standings, we can see with just this game, after the performance coming out of yesterday, this is the surge that they need because they are now in top 5.
Yeah, and the words were adapt, improve, and then overcome. I never said win, but go for it, Bucky Kanata. Go.
Yeah, you know, some people would hear what you were saying and say, you know, maybe that last word's going to be improvised, but there was no improvisation there. That was played out to a T, planned and performed. In first, it's going to be improvised, but there was no improvisation there. That was played out to a T, planned and performed. In first, we've still got Day, Miro, and Reverse after all the games. These guys actually popped off that game. They're performing very well up until the end game, still with 0 victory royales in first place. And this is something we mentioned earlier while we're looking through the format, that obviously they have way more eliminations than other team because they play that low and mid ground, and they just consistently get into those high placements.
Yeah, if no one can find these guys, they'll be able to make every single end game. No one can really stop them. Their drop is also really solid. Past that, though, XSET got their boat rocked a little bit in the mid game. It gave a chance for Aspect, Zunis, and NPen to boost up, be alive somewhat in that last game 1 of day number 2. 111 points. They have a very small 2-point lead on that XSET trio in third.
If we move over to our next page, 6th to 10th, we've seen, you know, some of the same names on this page, kind of just performing from that first game. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, you know, doing okay in the game there, but just going down way too early. And Little Mikey and Clarity in 7th place. You know, they just in what's probably one of the most frustrating positions. They came 16th with a single elimination. This is where you just start to rack up those points and then get eliminated from there on, you know? It's almost like just teasing you. You get a few, but you can't keep going further.
Hey, some people who actually had nothing yesterday was Clicks, Illest, and Bizzle. Fortunately, though, today, and just at the back half, the last game, yesterday they came 8th, now 2nd overall. They were just placing 25th every single game all the time. They are alive and awake in 10th place now. The only place they want to go is up, and they sure will. Mega, Riverson, and Dubs had an insane shockwave play that last game as well. That'll knock them straight to 11th place, 66 points, but there's a 3-way tie with Bully and Zate's trio.
Yeah, Zade's trio there, you know, performing actually very well on low ground. These guys are obviously known for their high ground dominance. And if you remember back to their heat, they got 253 points total and 6 out of 12 wins. However, in the other 6 games, they only actually got 33 points. So they were very, very dependent on high ground. However, today we've seen them just play low ground this first game. Obviously, they wanted to take height, but they didn't really have an opportunity to. And they came 6th with 9 eliminations. So much more than they previously have been getting playing low ground.
I want to see the sparks, right? I want to see these teams come alive because just look at this. It's the top 20 trios that we've just looked at. We know all of these trios. We're used to seeing them all over the place at every single possible facet that they could be competing. They have been. They are. So I want to see how they can turn up, especially with 5 games left to go. Anyone can make anything happen. Now, with that being said, guys, we have to track these top 3 teams coming in on the day. Talk me through this.
Yeah, top 3 turns into top 5 after the first game. In 5th place, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy are dropping over at Misty Meadows.
Yeah, and these guys actually had a max distance zone all the way up to the northeast of the map. Really tough for the teams who are landing down in this side of the map. They struggled so much with Storm Surge, and we saw them go down because they had to make that really aggressive play, jumping into a box and unfortunately getting eliminated.
And your drop has to matter, but so does the rest of the game. Over here, a huge split from Portilla to Shantytown, all the way over to Logjam. We have the XSET trio. There is a package on how these guys play as well. They are still completely uncontested and now in 3rd place.
Yeah, and our top team, TNA, and these guys, like I already said earlier, have been dropping at completely different spots through the qualifiers, the heats, and now into grand finals, but it doesn't matter. These guys are winning either way. Loot, these guys don't even need loot, although obviously there's good loot at these paths, but you know, they don't need a really great POI and drop spot. They just need to consistently have whatever they can, and they can perform on that low ground because of it.
Yeah, and there's Day in the low ground being taken out by Creo, who led his trio with some great mid-ground actual pathings and calls, eventually finding the low and just taking control of the game.
I thought you were going to get a third rhyme in there, the Creo Trio, but unfortunately not. But it all went down to the last moment where Dubs Mega obviously fell all the way from high ground. It was a 3v1, and at this point, it's going to be very, very tough for anyone to actually keep and contest this when they have 3 players all the way on low ground consistently spraying upwards.
Yeah, the key over here for this game was kind of the sandwich that Creo, Bucky, and Kanata kept taking bites from in mid-ground. They had so many trios they edited on, got free elims, after that more mats to keep that sandwich big, thick, and alive, and after that, no one else could really, you know, take or stop them from continuously eating, staying strong and healthy. Clicks, Bizzle, and Illis tried. They came second, but left hungry.
His analogies, they're just legendary. I can't. You know what? We gotta step away. For right now, we're kicking it back over to our caster to take over because I'm losing it. MDF, Ozzy, please help. Please help.
The worst possible situation. We'd unbroke Zeke on the desk once again, but what isn't broken is these players' hearts. Let's see how they're going to be able to withstand the pressure coming into the Stark Industries. It's day 2, game 2 here, Ozzy. You can hear the silence of...
I mean, it's setting the tone right now. It's Stark. Look at it. Right now, we're just panning shots straight out. And look, I see somebody downed already. It is 5 seconds in the game, and this is the drop spot that's going to change everything. We saw Zayd's team up there. They got both. They got Doom's Domain loot and Stark, and still just couldn't have the performance. We have a team. We have TNA. Right, they are currently averaging over 20 points a game, not even from a mythic POI, from a non-named location, which is just insane. How can any team affect that? I don't see how they can drop off the pace right now. It's just going to be whether another team can match them and go even faster.
100%, I hear that. And just looking at Kanata, Creo, and Bucky here, that game right there threw them way up the standings, up into 4th place. Can they make a miraculous comeback? The first place lead right now is taking the charge with over 30. But with games like that, just a few more, all of a sudden, we could be looking at a new contender for the first place.
We could. We've already seen this team do it. They've actually won one of the qualifying week round 3. So we know they have the potential to pull it off. And they've done it from this exact drop spot. So nothing is different at all for this team. They've just shown up here on day 2 and shown why they are in contention. Because they weren't way down the pack. They're one of those teams that was underperforming a little bit, but maybe not as poorly as, say, Clix's team or Zayd's team. But Clix's team had a big comeback as well. So we're really seeing NAE step up. But I just feel like this team right here is just stepping up to a whole nother level. But it looks like, I don't know if this is going how it normally does. No, I think it is. So this is one recipe for their success. They've now got the Quinjet on their way in, and they get the Slurp Truck. This is big.
100%. As you can see, Miro was the first player to reach 100 eliminations and has more elims than any other player. This stat is referencing to this FNCS, showing that across the region right now, Miro is that guy. He is the elim sealer for the squad. He's the fragger of the team. That's such an impressive stat to hold on any region.
Yeah, and then you've got to back it up with the equally impressive stat that right now they have an average placement of 4.3 across 7 games. To put that in perspective, the next closest is second at 10.1. They're under half the average placement of second place. They're absolutely dominating placements while still getting that many eliminations. So clearly Miro is the firepower. And then we have Reverse and Day, who have clearly got the puzzle pieces together for endgame, because they're doing that on the back of no victory royales. And they've still got an average placement of 4th. So that's why I'm scared for everybody else in NA East. They've got to figure out what they can do to slow this team down or stop it, because right now they're playing perfect Fortnite.
Yeah, which is crazy because Reverse 2K is one of the most on and off players, right? Like, we talked about Reverse, his history, the way he feels about competitive. There's been moments where he's really felt like he wasn't sure of whether or not this was something he wanted to pursue. But then you see him on the biggest stages when the pressure's on, and he has been showing up. And honestly, big shout outs to players like Day and Miro to keep up with such a vet, right? And they're doing it now too. This is all of their opportunity to solidify their legacy and take a full-on championship. I mean, we already saw Magro finally get one of the biggest titles. Can Reverse 2K earn his?
That's very, very true. We saw at the start of this season, Reverse 2K was talking about potentially stepping back from competitive and taking a break. We're so happy he didn't, but this is what we needed. I said, who is going to pick up the pace? Who is going to step up and really push forward? Because TNA is not slowing down, and XZ are always going to answer that question. They're always going to pick up the pace. They struggled last game, so in their last 2 games, so last game of yesterday and first game of today, they had by far their worst performances, and I didn't want to see that momentum start shifting, and it looks like it hasn't. They've got an elimination on the board. This team has crumbled and running away, and XZ needs to push forward off this.
Yeah, this is their first point of the day, so already changing up the strategy, and I like this. Remember, the problem was they were a part of that 21-player pack that had to get Storm Surge. Ooh. Huge tags right here. Knight's not trying to hear any of that Storm Surge nonsense this game. He's finding the tags. That in its own has really put them up, way up towards the top. The headshot from the down body, and another body shot to follow up.
It's a good amount of damage. That's 400 to 500 damage just there, right there. And that's what this team does best when they get zones. I'm more than happy to kind of, chalk up last game to just a really difficult zone. They are the furthest team that drops from last zone. So maybe that was just a bit of an unfortunate one. And now they get a zone a little bit closer and they play it so incredibly well. I'm also seeing 4 shockwaves. We've seen this team take height once this weekend, and it's the game they won. So right now, if they take height, they have not lost it. We know they're the absolute low ground warriors, but as soon as I see shockwaves, I know it gives them that ability to take height if it's there.
I was going to say, they've definitely gotten 2 wins this weekend, too. So one off that high ground play, the other just off the bullies of the low, where we just coined up the space control, right? They were running that low ground. They were doing such a good job of it, and this is what they've really just grown to be known for in the recent times. Here's Aspect, NPen, and Zuni is probably the most impressive of the trios we've seen up. Talk about vets stepping up from the old guard, right? These are players that have been around for such a long time. But now, on this recent tear, Aspect, man, he's been tearing it up, taking cup after cup. But not only that, now finally, potentially, an FNCS awaits him.
And I want to say that as well. You see a lot of these older players that have been around for a while stepping up in big ways, but usually it's in a more leadership role. Their experience comes in and they lead new players forward and they take more of a passive role. No, Aspect drops the good majority of his team's eliminations, showing that he's been around for a while, but he's still up there with the best of the best when it comes to just pure fighting power. So when you combine that with the experience and the composure he has from playing competitive longer than almost anyone, it really is a recipe for success. And you can see why here. 20 points in game 1 after they came in today on 3rd place. They've jumped into 2nd. So yesterday wasn't a fluke by any means, but as I started saying that, Monster, I just saw Day get 2 eliminations in the feed as well. So TNA seriously running away with this.
TNA is on one right now, really creating themselves such a comfortable buffer to play with, and now it just puts it all into perspective. Teams cannot fall down. If they get taken out early, it's going to be all over. Here, though, you talked about those 2 elims on Day's board. They already see Jelty in the distance there. Or was it a leash? It doesn't matter. The full trio is here. That means they gave up the retail road drop, and they're playing the Wailing Wood section now.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit further across. I can't see them rotating over here from retail unless they really needed to, unless they're maybe trying to go central, but Day and Miro looking so good, and that again, that's their Storm Surge now as well. So they can now start to relax, but this team had more eliminations than any others in the qualifying weeks coming into 3rd zone. So they don't just rack up their eliminations endgame like most teams do. And as I say that, what was that? Clicks out the back of a moving car. I swear that was a bit of a drive-by headshot snipe there. I think there's no other angle that could have come from, and this could be enough to really upset this team. Someone's pushing on this. This is what the rest of the lobby needs to see right now if they want to bring something back on this team.
That's what I was going to say. Realistically, this needs to happen for everyone else's sake. It's not just their tournament run on the line. It's everyone's in this lobby right now because they have such a comfortable buffer. The TNA team is too far ahead. Miro's going to get tagged. Day's going to get tagged down as well. Everyone is pretty hurt on this TNA team, but they've managed to bounce back. Can the box fight skills of Clicks hold this one down? Bizzle's looking for a side angle here, and Illis has that high ground. Don't forget, Illis is the key to kicking off these battles and securing the dubs.
Yeah, the third party's coming out right now. It is. And I was going to say, any team that was going to really aggressively push this and hold their own against TNA, it is Clix, Illust, and Bizzle. But I think that third party scared them enough to push back. The heals have come out, and that was scary, though. It does show, as much as you think how well the team in first place is playing, how far ahead they're pushing, Fortnite can turn in a millisecond. That's it. The headshot snipe, and it can be all over for your game. So maybe a little bit of a kind of a reminder of that to TNA, too. They've really got to just keep everything on lockdown. One little mistake and they could lose this.
As you can see, Slacks here playing for vision right now. Acorn in the bush down below. This is a very, very cheeky setup right now. They're waiting on the outer storm line for teams to come into them. This is a storm surge strategy play right here. It's not one that you see in a normal game. Like, if they didn't need these tags, they'd already be playing for a mountain, playing for a strong spot. But instead, they're waiting for a team to hit this bridge. This is such a popular location for teams to rotate through, especially at this point in the game. There's really no other way to do it other than going and gambling your risk into the waterfront. As we're tuned in with another team now. The big tags come in, while Saf almost gets 3-2-1 right there by the sniper shot.
Yeah, they're looking pretty weak right now. They've got the meds. They've got a good loadout right now, and they're not in the best spot. There's so many teams around them. I'm looking at that white line going straight through two full trios as Zay pushes forward and tries to get this angle. Surely this team starts to build and hold out. Yes, they know the Zay's lurking. He's already taken one snipe shot, and no, never mind. The timing on that. That was a pre-fire. Remember, snipers in Fortnite are projectiles, and that extra, like, millisecond it takes was enough to have Class step out into that bullet. Zay showing why this team really has been one of the best teams coming into today, and that's it. Class is down and out of this, and they're going to get the max damage.
Yeah, they want the maximum damage here, and there's nothing anyone else to do about it. Zay is going to get tagged a few times, though, for trying to set that one up. But luckily for him, his teammate is going to be here to back him up. Saf saves him from getting dropped out of the competition as well, as now Crims is set up by himself, isolated from his teammate. If this trio figures it out, they can easily dive on this, get themselves another big point. Saf, Zay, and Stretch have set themselves up for a big 2 games already. 22 points on the day right now. A lot better than the pacing that they had yesterday. They have jumped up to 13th place.
It's a big jump up as Zuni's Aspect and NPen just looking so good again. Every team we've tuned into that's up there right now has the loadout. So no one's going into this endgame in a shambles position. Everyone's going to be able to really make a stamp on this, because game 1, we saw a lot of teams go down. We haven't seen Centered, Edgy, and Commandment here. If they're all up and healthy, this will be such a deciding game for the leaderboard going forward, because everyone's in it.
Great chug splashes here for the team, though, to bounce back. 100 damage above the surge right now, and the rotate is still to be made in front of him. Krim sitting inside the storm line. Has to use shockwaves early. Zypha, Nosh, and crew have to also shockwave. They're going to be close. Aspect's going to hit another one. This team is just a magnet for sniper shots right now. Crims just gets rocked by Aspect. Aspect can't even stick around to thirst it, though. They have to get to the new zone. Crims might get saved here, but my gosh, so unfortunate for that team.
It is unfortunate, but it also shows sometimes the positioning and the way you rotate is just off there, because there's definitely something going wrong with that team, and they're leaving themselves too exposed. They're not covering those angles. They're not using the terrain and building things like this right now. You see NPen just building their team in. They weren't really taking too much fire, but you still got to cover those angles, because just like that, headshot snipes ended instantly, as I see Booger in the feed still taking down Bully. So maybe they made it out of Stark this time. They've learned they were contested, they were ready for it, and they're ready to fight for it.
100%. Aspect, though, is really looking to get aggressive right now, trying to see what he can find in the storm line, trying to back up Zuni's there, but Zuni's is going to get taken out. Even with Aspect support, it wasn't enough to get his teammate into the new safe line. And that was Saf holding him out right there with Zay and Stretch. And you can see that angle was just enough. Saf is contemplating whether or not, I think he wants to run into the storm line for that free loot right there. Zay is so lit up as well. Not sure what happened there, but it's not looking too good. They're going to need some white heals. On the other side, Kanata, Bucky, and Creo trying to get comfortable. One of the few teams right now that actually have a mountain hold.
They do have a really good mountain hold, and this team is very, very prone to coming up here. Anytime the zone pulls eastern, they always come up here for their tag. So they know this area so well, but it's very rare they get complete center of the zone for it, though. So they're in such a dominant position, and this endgame is going to be one that's going to be really interesting. We actually haven't seen that many mountain endgames this weekend, Monster, especially these in the misty portion. We've seen a couple of Stark endgames, but none down this part of the map, and this is where Bucky, Creo, and Kanata really thrive. This is their area. They come out of Slurpee, and they know this mountain area so well.
And it looks like it's going to be Jamper and Avery who are going to left by themselves because Booga was knocked in the feet and potentially taken out there for a second. As I talk about big names falling, though, Illis gets finished off by Reverse 2K. They were already on a good track, but it looks like the TNA boys fire back once again, maintaining their lead and showing that you don't mess with them. That's a bit of karma.
It's crazy because you want to think that it shows that, yeah, this team's getting contested, so at any time they can go down. But they have never gone down in the mid-game so far here in the grand finals. We've seen so many teams try to step up. We've seen second-place teams step up, go down to them. We've seen some of the best fighters in NA East, Clicks, Illis, go down to them. Can anyone at this point stop them in the mid-game? Because once they get to endgame, they just play so consistent.
They really have, and that was one of the biggest engagements yesterday. Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K taking on the XZ trio, and honestly, they wiped them up so quick in Holly Hedges. That was a fight we did not expect to watch unfold the way it did, and it worked out too, right? Even after the third party came through, just as a little refresher, Reverse 2K with the genius play to just hide in the builds and have Miro play the bait to run away, and they still, even after that, came back and placed very high. I mean, their average placement speaks for itself. 4.3 coming into this, and that's why TNA is so dominant.
And that was really the turning point as well. That's when XZ was in the lead. They were kind of having a small lead over TNA, and that's when it really flipped. And that's where the pressures come into today. TNA did it in 2 big games. It was the last game of yesterday when they did that to XZ, and then XZ's team went down again in the mid-game of today, and they really ran away with it. It's just that next level consistency, and they could potentially go on to be a team that wins with no actual victory royales as well, because they're just that good in the end game. But if they piece that last 30 seconds together and get the extra points for the victory royale on top, we'll have to see. But XZ looking really good, and they're the ones who can upset this right now. If I'm looking for any team to find TNA in the mid and end game and find them and take them out, it's going to be this trio.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it hopefully before that 15 place mark when the big placement points start being divvied out to everyone. If they can get them right then, right there, doesn't matter how many elims you have, those placement points turn out to be so crucial to the success. That is the crucial formula for taking away the tournament. It's stealing away consistency all the way through to the very end. Looks like Booga was picked up and Avery as they dropped. That's a full trio right there. Tahi and Sprite, they're 1-1. So that trio already getting dismantled for collapsing on the big boys. That's payback.
Yeah, they're coming back out and they're fighting hard. They weren't happy with that game 1. Like I said, that was probably the first time we've seen that team get straight wiped at Stark in all the qualifying weeks and this grand final. So they were really unhappy with that, but it didn't disrupt their momentum. They thought about it, they reset, they came back, and that's the second trio we've seen them take out this game. So they're really coming back, and they're in 8th place. So they can have big jump ups, especially if they get that loot. But if they're going to have to go toe-to-toe every single early game, we really need to see them step up like Zay's team does when they're contested at Doom and have that massive victory royale percentage, because they need big games if they're not going to make it to endgame every time now.
Now remember, Illis was dropped by Reverse 2K, so here's what's left. Clicks and Bizzle on the eastern side of the map, which means they made a nice wide dead rotate around the southern portion out of that Steamy Stacks area. Clicks looking for a fight, breaks the wall there, doesn't quite connect all the way through, but the guard let down by Gabe. That's going to give Clicks a freebie here. And he actually needed that. Not just the tags, but it's the loot that he need to pick up. Take a look at his material count before this elim right now. Crucial. Shockwaves as well. That's a recipe for success right there. That's the formula to set up Bizzle, a 2-man team, to find some success. And don't forget, Clicks and Bizzle, they operate well together. That's a duo that knows how to get into motion.
They are a duo. Last time they played together in the Aqua Nyrox Cup recently, they came top 5. I believe they came 4th. So they are a duo. They know they can pull it off as Miro gets another elimination in the feed, taking down Elise. You need to see TNA somewhere on the receiving end in that feed, or they're going to keep pushing ahead with this. As I see Riversun and Dubs go down as well right now. Age is in a sticky spot here. The Shockwaves come out right now, try to knock them down. This has split the team up, and Aegis has to do something to get back to them and try and hold this out with not really the best loadout for this. A Grey Pump is a little bit scary coming into this end game.
That's so sketchy, and 30 million bullets as well, so that's all that's left in a mag. That's all that's left in the AR. This is one that he's going to need, and N-Pen didn't have any shield. A little bit of control to get out of there just in case, but it's a full upgrade across the board. Can he pick anything up? Does he have enough time right now as he needs to find his squad mates? Yes, here they are. Shambles situation for the team, but hey, Ager stays alive some way, somehow, and at least he finds himself some ammunition for the count.
Yeah, and that's your second place team now being wounded, struggling, coming into the end game right now. So XZ really needs to take their chance to jump back above them because they're only 2 points behind. As we now see Slacks, Acorn, and Jack had a really rough game one, coming into today on really good points. Only 3, not even 3, sorry, 0 points. Game one, they've got their 3 points here in game number 2, but they're on the low ground and they're hunting. They're looking scary, and this team is one that also takes these kind of fights, and they've got a big area to work with as Edgy also in the feed. So the big names are here and they're ready to play game 2 because they didn't show up in game 1.
That's right. You can't let that top 5 slip out of your grasp when you're just this close. Jamper, Avery, and Boog have already allowed that to happen. It's up to them now to really step up. This game looking very, very good. Closing the gap big time right now. 6 eliminations is huge. He's going to rip away a nice upgraded AR here. That's a tough decision to swap between the two. And even more goodies are up for grabs now. The harpoon you're seeing coming so crucial here. Now's the opportunity. Now's the time where one player can say, all right, I can drop this harpoon. Let's take these extra heals. These meds, we're good to go.
Yeah, we saw that big upgrade from Clicks just before, dropping the sniper for the shockwaves because some items really aren't as valuable endgame as others. As a shockwave comes out just like that, the good rotate, but Jamper gets stuck, but luckily he's still got 4 of those. But I say luckily, oh my gosh, when you're versing the best of the best in the world, it is milliseconds, but he falls down. No way they get to him. No way they get to him. There is no way Jamper found his way back to the team. The med kit drops, the minis drop, and right now Avery's going for the revive, and Booger's going to have to start tarping ahead to get him in because they're not out of the woods yet. This is using a lot of time on rotating zones, but how is he still alive? Are you kidding me?
He's so lucky. He landed in an enemy box, and the enemy also just got deleted. Like, whatever happened there, that AR fire took that dude out too. I thought it was a little bit of a surprise loot delivery, but nope. Everyone got taken out there. Lucky for him, he is going to get picked up. No whites on the team. But hey, the low ground, the lead on the zone now, they get to operate effectively here. 6 shockwaves as well. That is enough for a high ground retake. That's enough to really disrupt things and stay alive for quite some time now. They even have the material to back it up. Here's a great wide shot. Stretch still in this game right now. In a box fight. Looks like Stretch is not getting bested here, though. Bucky's going to take out Zayt as well. So all of a sudden, Zayt's team's not looking too hot right now.
And this is a team that's setting up to have a big one here. Avery, Booger, and Jamper have the 6 shockwaves in Avery's back pocket. So if they want to make a high play, soon's going to be the time to do it. But never mind, they don't need to. They're getting all the eliminations on low ground, and that's what low ground's for. Low and mid is where the eliminations come from. High ground's where you get the placement. As I see Knight go down in the feed, but I haven't seen the TNA guys just yet. They're still in here somewhere, I believe. Where are they? No, they're not on high ground. It's Bucky, Creo, and Canada that are on the high ground. Can they do back-to-back wins to just catapult through the leaderboard?
You can see XZ Shark trying to stay alive as the sole member of his team right now. It was Stretch who took out AV, so now this team is down to the wire here. XZ needs as many points as possible. They cannot afford to fall here. Placements are getting divvied out. Big points being going through there. Saf is going to fall there too. Miro's still in this game. He's going to find Dijon, and that's another big point for the first place team. They have so many eliminations. We're just seeing them consistently over and over in the feed. And it looks like Ronaldo, Zum, and Skittles are trying to make a clutch play for height. And yes, they are going to secure it here. But not before getting broken down. It's a true battle for height. Bucky finds Ronaldo on the way out the door, though. And into the zone he goes. Not too bad for Bucky. And he still survives somehow, some way.
And I don't know if it's just my eyes, but Skittle, I think, is on literally 1 health because I see no health bar there on the left. But Avery, Boog, and Champer is still doing work on the low ground, and they still haven't played their trump card. They're still holding on to their shockwaves, and now they're going to use it. Now they go for high ground when all the damage has been done, when height has been weakened. They're going to try and take it later. The shockwaves come out. Avery's got so many to try and do something with this right now. Kanata goes down. Avery's up. Booger's up. Jamper's just below. Zum's by himself, so there's no way he can hold on to it. I see Miro still down there. I see Reverse 2K still in this. Somebody has to stop this team. But right now, somebody stopped Bucky, Creo, and Kanata. They were about to get the back-to-back, but we see Booger's team walking out of Stark and showing what they can do with it when they actually get out.
Not only that, Commandment is still up as well. Zexro's finally going to fall. Scented still in this game. It's a duo on low. Up to height they go. Jock sends them flying. Oh my gosh, they're out. They're in the zone. Booga can't make it back in time. He's trying to bounce her back in. Scented's going for the clutch save right now. Is it even worth it? Is it worth it? Up he comes. At least it's a full trio now. So now they get to operate together. Crash Pad's coming out. This is such a messy battle. And one is going to go down right now. Can they hold this out? That was such a cold play. And Booga is going to deliver the siphon for Scented here. 5 eliminations, not too bad. Commandment still back in the game right now.
2v1. It's a 2v1. Someone from GBR-JAMIE and Avery's team is still alive up above. Do they have the health advantage? No, they jump down. The big shot, though. Scented trying to go around the outside, and he does. Scented finds Jamper. Such a big game. And we're talking about Scented, Edgy, Commandment, GBR-JAMIE and Avery, but we have to talk about the hero there that actually won this game, because it was Jack. Jack jumping up with that shockwave, shockwaving Booger's team out is 100% what secured that for Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. But then the clutch revive. Monster, you asked, was it worth it? Yes, apparently it was. It looked dicey, but wow, what an endgame.
I mean, and honestly, like, I don't know if it was worth it for Booga to return back to the zone. I think he threw just a little bit because he basically delivered a free siphon for the crew down in the low ground. Scented stood alive because of that. Commandment, I'm not sure how he managed to bounce up in HP too, but what a close endgame. All on the hands of Jock. One play is all it takes.
Yeah, but Scented, NG, and Command were still up there, so they're jumping up in the leaderboard, but I saw TNA. TNA is still in this with a very big shot, and I think they may have pushed their leaderboard even further forward. Analysts, please break this down for us. Let us know.
All right, listen. I got a little bit of a hot take. Just like the tiniest baby hot take, okay?
Baby hot take, okay.
I think if he did not get up Scented there, if he did not revive him, think about it. Booga comes in, and then he could just bop the other guy. So he downs the guy that only has 30 HP anyway.
Okay.
I don't know.
I like it.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, just a thought. I don't know why I just thought that. Here we are. The
I was
decoy.
wondering
It's
where
the
you're going
decoy.
with it, but yeah.
You have merit, Zeke, because not only was that possible, it's like it kept those guys behind in zone, but regardless of the winner play, the winner of the region still is Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K, 166 points so far, still in first. And it's not like they're at Stark Industries or a drop that has a name on the map. They're kind of incognito. No one can really stop them by stopping their early game.
They can, and you know, we've seen now Scented, Edgy, and Commandment move up to that second game. First game of today, they didn't have a very fantastic game. Max distance zone, struggling with Storm Surge, but now they get that zone that's much closer to their drop spot, and they are able to absolutely perform, picking up the victory royale with 9 eliminations. The exit trio we saw there, kind of showing up in endgame a little bit with that AV solo clutch at the end, but you know, their problems started very early on in the moving zones, and you know, just carried on getting worse and worse throughout the game. But 9th with 3 elims, so not a bad finish at all for a game that wasn't super consistent.
Yeah, it's just all about adapting, learning every single game, but also playing that zone. That last game was all basically about those shockwave plays. We were talking about Jack all the way at the end. He's in 7th place right now, affecting that game. It started even with Zoom, Skittles, and Ronaldo jumping up to Bucky, Creo, and Kanata as the zone started, fighting them for like 2 or 3 zones. And you know, Height was basically silenced this game. It was all about that low ground.
Yeah, and you know, our casters, our fantastic casters came over and said that one shockwave plays was through it, but the game started much earlier than that. You know, there was stuff that happened in that in-game that actually enabled that to happen in the first place with Height, as you mentioned, with another shockwave play out of Ronaldo's team. But moving on over to our 11th to 15th teams here, we have Zayt, Saf, and Stretch still in 11th place at this point. Last game, not being able to kind of capitalize too much on the loot that they had, 4 eliminations, 13th. 12th, we have Zum, Skittles, and Ronaldo, the team we were just mentioning there that were fighting so hard for Height in that kind of first and second moving. They ended up actually fighting Creo, Bucky, and Kanada's team all the way through first and second moving for Height. It was like a Zone Wars wager match. I'm wondering if they had a side bet on that fight. I'm not really sure, to be honest, because they were committing to it.
Yeah, past that to all the points we see from 11th down to 15th, from 16th to 20th, they're like tied. It's a 2-point game on the previous page. Now 63 down to 54, just 9 points. That's 9 elims. That's 9 placements. That's like a quarter maybe of a victory royale. So it's half a game that these guys are kind of separated by, from 10th all the way down to 20th.
So many of these trios are making such big plays. Now listen, there's a lot that unfolded in this last match, and we have 2 of the greatest minds here. They're going to break down some of what we saw in this last game. So, Shio Wager, Reese O Wager, that's what Reese O Wager is your combined name now, which is also your Halloween name. Break this down for us.
Absolutely. That last game was kind of like 3 games packed into one. We watched one of them on broadcast with Jamper getting revived all the way in zone, you know, getting knocked to fall damage. That was one instance, right? We saw that second place trio really pop off. But the other 2 games that were kind of played in there was the height type of game at the very beginning. We had Miro Reverse and Day. At the same time, we had Bucky, Creo, Kanata. 2 different bases fighting at each other, but it was Bucky, Creo, and Kanata who got zoned. They were ultimately shockwaved off. And then we moved on into our 3rd game, which was Scented, absolutely popping off on mid and low ground.
Yeah, and Scented at the back of the tarp, playing that fragger role so well. You can see his teammates consistently getting him in a position where he can get eliminations by creating that long tarp for him on the low ground layers. And he's just right at the back of the tarp, opening walls, just going for eliminations over and over and over again. In these kind of games, you're most likely to get eliminations by opening your walls, not by opening your floors, in particular players on your same level. And you can exactly see right here, Scented's pop-off is exactly that.
Yeah, and he's still way back in zone, basically playing by himself, which is very different. It's a very classic style of play. That's what Zeke was talking about. Going back for that revive, kept these guys in zone, forces Bugha to come down. Sented's already active because he's been getting eliminations over and over. While we were watching all the other action go down on broadcast, a double edited pump right there, 2 shots. And at the very end, he uses the water to have a nice vantage point to take that final shot on the Jamper, who was distracted by Commandment. My God, I'm like saying all these names over and over. It sounds like there was a 4th different game going on there. There's a shot repeated for the 3rd time in case you missed it. But a glorious push by Scented to carry that trio with Elims for that victory royale.
Yeah, huge game from them, and this is what we know that these guys are capable of. You know, first game didn't go so well for them today. The games yesterday were very, very consistent, slowing down towards the end, and this is kind of what I want to see from this trio coming forward today. Consistent low ground games with a ton of eliminations.
They are clawing their way up. They're saying, we're not going to settle for 2nd place. We have to get that first. We're 2 games down, 4 left to go. So let's jump right back into the action. Aussie Antics, Monster D-Face, take it away.
Here it is, about to be game number 3 now. As you can see, things are getting very, very interesting. It's definitely a top close race here in the top 10. But it's that first place gap that's starting to give a big scare for the competition now. 36 points the first place squad is leading out with. Daymiro versus 2K just playing the best Fortnite of their lives right now.
They really are, and that's crazy to think about when you've got a player who played in Solo World Cup, was so close to clutching up and qualifying Duo World Cup with Ninja, which was just such an exciting story, and today, what could still be his crowning jewel. You touched on it last game, Monster. They have not won a major event. This is an FNCS in NA East, one of the biggest events of their career, and they're so close to closing it out. They've just got to keep up the pace, but it's not secure yet. This team, Scented, Edgy, and Commandment, could spoil it all, and this team has equal accolades in their history and big performances, so you know they're going to show up on the day as well.
Yeah, this is a championship team that has had true strides of greatness on 2 different regions, not one that we've seen very much teams be able to pull off and accomplish. And honestly, with how they're rocketing right back up the standings, I mean, that's a scary sight for everyone to withhold, right? They're averaging 11th place now. They have 45 total eliminations. They've already secured the victory royale. When you hold that to the first place team stats, I mean, it's really not that bad. It kind of looks better on the track that they're on, but it's just up to whether or not Daymiro versus 2K can fall 1 time, maybe 2 times. If they do that, this is the team to surely take it away.
And I mean, look at that. Back of house, thank you. We already get the stat to show exactly what we're talking about. With their win in Game 2, Commodon is now 5th in FNCS wins all time in NA East. So if someone's going to run home, get all the wins, and close this one out, it's going to be Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. And that's crazy. We talk about Scented and Edgy, such a dominant duo, coming out of West, coming over to East, and really just showing they can hang with the best of the best. But it really is Commandment that shines in this team.
100% there. Gotta love it right there. Look at that, though. Like you said, the most victories on FNCS. That's pretty huge. You'd think someone like Zayt and Saf would have that. And if we seen them win so much, and they're not the one holding the record, I mean, it just shows you this guy's got more than that. So it's a pretty big accolade. It's a pretty big resume Commandment sitting on right now as they're trying to get their rotate on, get comfortable here. Didn't we see them get contested for a little bit coming into this? It seems like their grand finals run is going a lot better, though. They have this entire draw spot to themselves.
Yeah, we saw some teams rolling up yesterday, decided better of it because they won every single time anyway, and they've got the zone, so we don't see too many south zones. We'll have to see, and this is why we're talking about this team so far in the lead and confident in them more than any other team to really hold on to unless something goes wrong, because this drop spot and this split is so hard for something to go wrong in because it's not a drop spot that anyone can really roll up into. I highly doubt someone's gonna all of a sudden want to start taking the castle for loot when it's worked so well for so long. The impressive part is how this team is getting their Storm Surge is ridiculous. They're so far from any other team. They have such a wide split, and it's kind of the same situation the Xset team runs into, and I think it's only because they are such a good fighting team in the mid game that they can really take those big engagements and consistently win them, because any other team that's dropping this far out probably wouldn't have the same success.
This is a little bit of a strategy we haven't seen them play out with, because every time we tune in, they're at some different point of their early game / mid game rotates, right? So now we get to see them up by the castle. Just gives us an idea of how much they actually control. As Miro, bad driver here, bump and reverse 2K, maybe swap over. But like, they have all this field to themselves. They have the beach, they get that slurp truck, so they get to save all the loot. It's all starting to make sense here. Creo, Bucky, Kanata, another team in the vehicle on the rotate right now. Big tags coming through. That's going to be a body shot for 2 now. And it seems like whoever this is up above is trying to actually take this fight for a second there. Okay, I thought he was going to the mountain cliff to hold him out. Ooh, Kanata's going to fire back. 3 major shots. And another team's joining the action. That's the rest. Actually, that's Bucky and Creo on the side already.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit scary because quite split from their team. And if you look in the bottom right on the minimap, you can see it. Those darker orange, yellowy ones is Kanata's team, but you have this team split. That kind of much lighter, whitey yellow is the other teammate. So right now, Grazka's teammate is split. Very, very split. So they have a numbers advantage. If Bucky, Creo, and Kanata identify that, they can triple rush these two and maybe take them out. But they don't have the luxury we do of the spectator mode. They can't see the minimap. They can't see the players through the walls. But if they get a sense of that and they figure that out, this team is aggressive. They're going to send it in, and based on the other team's movement, maybe I'm wrong, it could just be the same team colors. That looks very much like a duo, but Kanata's setting up in a good spot, and they were so close to the back-to-back monster. They were on height last game. Everything was going their way, and then it got just disrupted by a team that we haven't seen too much from. Skittles, Zum, and Ronaldo. They really played spoiler last game.
Yeah, definitely. And that victory royale is worth a fair amount of points. It would have been the difference in having them, that 3rd place seeding already over Team Xset. But either way, it is very, very close. Jamper, Booga, Avery is tied up for Creo, Bucky, and Kanata. So that 116 spot, it's a battle for it. It's a fight for the top 5 right now. All of top 5 could be facing some shakeups here. It's all dependent on how first place is going to play it out or how big these other teams can perform out. Because Knight, AV, and Shark, they've done that. They've had games like that this weekend.
And they've also had that kind of hot and cold streaks a little bit. And unfortunately, it's going in the reverse. We saw them, I think it was in the week 2 qualifiers of round 3. They had a really rough day 1. They came in on about 9th or 10th. I know because I picked them to win, so I was following it very closely. And then after that on day 2, though, they came out and ended up coming 2nd in the day 2. So they can have those big streaks, but it looks like it's going in the opposite direction, which is just not what I wanted to see for them, not what they wanted to see. But they've been drilling this so much all season. I think they're one of the only teams that has been dropping in the same spot for the entire season. So they've got a lot of experience down here, but they really need to make it count now.
Playing methodical here. If you watch their drops, you know how they play it out. They rotate up here, especially when they catch the zone right now and they go for the power shotguns. That's probably what they're looking to set up to do right now. As you can see, they have that upgrade machine right there, permanent now to the drop spot. So no need to second guess whether or not they can do this. I guess what worries me most right now is if they don't have as many tags as they were granted in the previous run, right? Game 1 was clearly something wrong with Storm Surge. Game 2, they had all sorts of early game elims. This is looking like a repeat performance of the Game 1 setup. A very slow start for them.
It's a slow start, but that's the thing that kind of doesn't scare me, but it excites me as well. Some of these teams have to start picking up the pace, and that's where things will break down because NA East plays consistent Fortnite. They drill it day in, day out. We talked about how consistent the teams are coming into this finals. Almost none of them qualifying off consistency. Almost all of them getting that top 15 position or top 8, during the qualifying weeks. They got to keep that going because some of them got to change something. It can't just be the same Fortnite you've been playing. You have to play your best Fortnite now, and that's where I'm going to see teams maybe in the mid game start to, I don't know, meet TNA's match for aggression, because that's how they've pulled this off. They've come in and they've played it as if they're so confident they can beat any team in that position, and they are. I don't think we've seen a single team wipe them yet, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure. And they're at 3 elims right now. Looking pretty good for Booga, Jamper, and Avery here. Trying to set up right now. Booga's still playing that storm line. He's going to have to heal up on his way out the door. It's going to cost him a little bit of time, but ultimately they do have those 2 vehicles to make up for it. On the other side, Graska, Exet, Posick. We haven't seen a lot of them, but they definitely have been trying to get active, struggling in the 2-day format competition right now, trying to see what they can do if they can fight their way up for a couple more placements. It's Bucky, Creo, Kanados under pressure right now from a team on the right and the squad right here inside the facility.
They're inside a weird position right now, and they're getting pushed in on, and that's a scary team to push in, and they're a team that might be picking up the pace right now. They're feeling confident. You know, Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, they're on a high right now. These are momentum players. They've been playing Fortnite for a long time, but if you've ever watched them, you know they feed off the momentum, and oh my gosh, one edit comes out. That's enough for Graska to open it up, and they've opened up this fight. The big shots come through. Graska, Luke, this guy, he's been hitting the aim training. Oh my gosh, Graska, another veteran as well.
My man just hit some serious shots in the opener, and then the best beams on the follow-up we've seen all weekend long. What some beautiful shots. Such beautiful shots from Graska right there. Well-deserved knocks, well-deserved elims for him, and now they get to reap the benefits. And like we said before, they have been struggling in the 2-day format, but it's not because they're not great. It's just because the competition has been that good. All of these teams, 99% of the teams qual through, making it to top 8, all showing that they have that top 10 performance within them. It can be anyone's day right now.
Now, right now, you say anyone's day. We're watching Day's team set up, and this is an interaction that seems to keep happening. We're seeing Clicks, Bizzle, and Illust really close by, and we've seen this team break out into fights twice now in the last 2 games. So if this goes against TNA's team, this could be the recipe for success for the rest of the lobby. This might be what they want, but honestly, no one has met this team's match yet in the mid game. So if you're cheering for them, seeing them fight another team is actually a confidence boost, which is so crazy. You're used to having your first place team, and you kind of get nervous and sweaty every time they get into a fight, but it's just potentially more points for this team.
Definitely right now, though. Looks like they're trying to set up here. They're only 24 damage above, so you know they have to initiate this fight. Yes, Day is going to kick it off. He's already on the way up to the door. It's going to be a 3v3 right now. Illus, Clicks, Bizzle, who's on defense versus Reverse 2K, Day, and Miro. Miro keeping the distance this time around. Wonder how that one's going to play out. We're going to hop over, though. Booga getting tagged up, and it looks like they have to ditch the vehicles as they are so tagged up. Avery's down as well. Not looking good.
Yeah, this fight with Cease's trio is really taking its toll here on this team. They got 39 points, though. They really made it work last game when they made it out all healthy, but right now they're missing Avery. We haven't seen this too much from this team. They've almost always stayed as a full trio together because they've had that uncontested drop. Now they're getting fought by Cease's trio. Things are breaking down a little bit, but they've got the 1 sniper bullet, 1 shockwave, no spare meds. I don't know, Monster. It's going to have to be pretty miraculous. It's going to have to be
clap
just
back.
that. The 1 bullet. All you need. If you have 1 shot, can you make it work? And he does. He gets the big shot there onto Aspect, and that is one of our top 6 teams as well. So dropped off the pace a little bit, and they need to survive this if they want to stay up there. They came in today top 4, and they're slipping, and it's because of moments like this where Booger's on the walls right now trying to finish this. They need this loot. They have to win this fight. There is no running away from it. Jemper's on the low ground. Booger's 1 layer above it. There it is. They wiped the full trio with no meds, next to nothing to their name, and Booger opens it up like Booger does best. 1 shot, Monster. Literally 1 bullet.
And that's got the attention of everyone else, though. Look who's on the walls right now. It's Lord NM Gandhi, Sis Lucky on the other side, Tahi, Dab Dab, and Sprite on the low ground right now. Looks like they're looking in right now. It's actually that Strobe on the other side. They're all just looking into the battle, the attention that was given to them. But it seems like Booga might just be able to see another day as Jamper opens up the territory with all that metal there. That was a close one for them, but what a phenomenal way to just wipe a full trio. The sniper being the opening factor for them.
Now we see Mega Dubs and Riverside. They're having a bit of a jump back here, but they're not playing too well right now. They got 21 points. That's better than they were doing yesterday. And obviously, there's a very good chance it's due to Cease's team leaving Lazy Lake and then dropping on Stark Industries. So NAEs can shake up really quickly when these drop spots start changing. And as we get later and later in the day where you have to leave it all on the line, we're going to see more of this as Dubs' team hitting the rotate right now, trying to go straight over this team. But Dubs, high and dry right now, gets down on just 63 health. They have the meds, but not a lot of them. That's a bit risky.
Very interesting play to do an early shockwave over enemies, only to be still very far from the storm line with the whole entire rotate in front of them. Now they have Scented Edge and Commandment up on the mountain looking inwards towards them. This is not a good situation. They're going to have to use another shockwave. They kind of set themselves up for failure here, already committing, I guess, to that first shockwave. Yes, they're going to have to use another one. This is going to toss them way in. Hopefully now it's time to go for that ground rotate because they can here. But man, way to burn through two major rotates. 2 shockwaves and 2 bouncers already gone out the inventory.
And a lot of meds right now. I was seeing them pass around bandages. Mega's topped himself up with what looks like 2 minis, but doesn't have any white heals, so he's gonna have to grab those bandages maybe. So they're very shambles. This team is looking for a fight, and right now they're setting up right next to our second place team. So we'll have to see whether this breaks out, and this is what they need. We haven't seen this team in this position, and then Mega looks like he gets beamed in the back again. And right now the lobby spray comes out, and this is huge. This is your second place team that so sorely needs these points. They need these eliminations to start catching up to TNA at the very top, and the mid game's where it's going to do it. They have the loadout to win this game, but winning isn't enough at this point. They need the eliminations as well.
Yeah, definitely. As Riverson's going to get finished off by Unknown Army, so he's also nearby. Commandment trying to move in for the loot, though. Edgy and Scented do have a lot in front of them. And now it's time to play for the zone, actually. The storm line's on its way. There's still plenty of players here on this rotate. They are not free by any means, and this is why they're trying to protect all sides. Choosing a fight right now, though, very risky. This is going to cost more material for them the longer they stick around. What team is that? Okay, that is Unknown Army. That is Schmacked on the backside here. Coming in nice and late from the storm. Already down a member, too. Casker no longer with them. Exit trio set up inside the cabin as well. They have the zone right in front of them. Oh my gosh, the dead center as well. No need to move for them. It's everyone else's rotate game in front of them.
And that was big for Scented, Edgy, and Commandment because, like I said, they need their eliminations, and they have 2 duos next to them on either side with no shield. If they can play a bit aggressive, if they can find the pieces there and maybe capitalize on that, they're looking really good to get some eliminations, but teams like that are desperate, and that's where things get scary. So, no, never mind. I see them in the very corner there on the left, hitting a bounce pad rotate, so it looks like they don't want to take that fight around them, but it means those weak teams are rotating near them, so maybe to capitalize later as Smack trying to make the rotate. Unknown's now trying to get into a fight with one of our teams that has been performing very well in 7th place, Jack's team. Commandment and Edgy just making their way in. Booger and Jamp are still in this after those refreshes. Every big name is still up right now.
Yeah, whether it be as a full trio or as a 2-man, people are still trying to make way with what they have right now. Illis, Clicks, and Bizzle still alive as well. Illis looks like he doesn't have any HP to work with. You can see the shots flying out here from Tabs, Joji, and Knifer just trying to make do with what they have as well. Reverse Suke, Miro, and Day. A lot of spread going on between them, but they control the entire western portion of the map. There's not a single team really giving them any issue right now for this drop. And just look at the map. They're the only team that widespread, and not a single problem either. They're just big chilling right now.
And we talked about yesterday, you coined the phrase space control from XZ, and when these teams are the best of the best and they drill their strategies day in and day out to be that much better than the other teams, to be in the lead that TNA has, it's not just on the back of doing what other teams are doing, but better. You've got to find your own strategies. You've really got to stand out. And luckily for XZ's team, they have this little base to drop back down into this old builds to save themselves because things are getting a bit dicey up top as Jamper takes down Scented. That's our 2nd place team. Jamper and Booger really changing up the feed right now as it pulls over towards TNA, who's got a lot of teams around them though.
And I like what XZ does. XZ is going to go to that wall, that line that TNA already set up. That entire rotate is literally mapped out for them. XZ is going to find an opportunity here. Big beams onto the first place team. This could be it. This could be the collapse on in. Do they recognize the skins? Do they recognize who is in front of them? That is the question. Because if they get this, it's going to be great. But no, they get met by Day. AV gets taken out. And Commandment also collects backs. This is a back and forth fight between all the biggest teams right now. And it's an all-out brawl here. The crash pads to back up. XZ's trying to fight back to stay in this.
You never see an all-out brawl from the top 3 teams in a grand final coming into endgame. This is massive. This is where the big swings come from right now. And again, XZ has run into TNA twice, and they've met their match both times right now. Knight is still looking weak as well, and this is only better and better for TNA, and they need the refresh. We talked about it. The way they play is they expend a lot of their materials on the rotate. They set up bases like this, and they set up ambushes. If they get a full wipe onto XZ twice, that is so massive. You have never seen this in any region, having the top 3 teams wipe each other twice in these big fights, and they do. Day gets the finish. That's 3 eliminations. TNA versus XZ is now 2-0 to the way of our leading team. This is just ridiculous how far ahead these guys are.
It's so insane. I love that they also just switch up the fits, right? Like you can't even keep track of them. They are staying so much far ahead. Reverse UK with a massive snipe here. Close that window. Give them space right now. Miro gets beamed down, but he's still in this game. Almost so gets taken out there.
1 health. 1 health is the difference, and that is everything. This team plays as a full trio. That's how they get to the end game, and they find success. But 1 health is enough. He's pushing forward. If he can get some meds off, he's looking a lot better, but they need something. Reverse has no meds, 61 builds. Miro has 51 health combined, one of it being HP, so they need to find something big. This might be the first time you've seen our first place team fall outside that top 5 position, because this is the worst we've seen them. But if anyone can do it, if anyone can find those big impacts, it's going to be them.
100%. And you think after getting that big 3-man wipe, they would have some good loot for it. They don't have anything to show for that other than Storm Surge safety right now. But they are in this new Storm line here. They are safe. Zayt is going to be playing very, very wide here, trying to get to some high ground positioning. Could Sav, Zayt, and Stretch finally find their stride to make a big victory? That is the question right now as we tune in with all the other teams alive right now. So many big names. Here's Tahi, Gabe, and Sprite. We saw a bit of them. They are on fire right now, actually. 8 eliminations. This is their game.
They are really on a big tear right now, and Zayt's team needs to do something. I don't think I need the statistics run. I'm going to go out on a limb and call this one. I have to guess the Zayt, Saf, and Stretch 9 games in a set lobby format has to be the longest they've gone without an elimination, a win this season. They need the Victory Royale. It is waiting. It is just not their game plan right now. They are not putting it together, but Tahi, Sprite, and Gabe really are. 8 eliminations, 17 points, and they've got a good loadout to show for it, except for the material. So they need another one. They need an impact very soon.
Yeah, even the medium bullets are definitely super low as well. As you can see, Slacks, Jock, and Acorn on the front rotate. TNA still live. Illis and Click still up. High ground run by the best of the best, like we know that they should. Jock's going to find Illis in the feed, though. Scratch that. They're out of this as Tahi's following up now. This trio's looking to dive in. They're trying to take home the Elim record right now, it seems, as they are tearing it up right now. There's still about 40 players left in the game. A lot of victims left to be claimed, and Fop is going to fall here. A big follow-up as well. Nice refresher for him to stay in the run. Tahi, 4 Elim still going. Sprite, 4 Elim still going as well. They have the momentum.
They have all the momentum. You talked about a record, and it's actually in sight right now. We have 11 teams, 32 players. That's enough for them to really push forward. They only just have enough material to keep making it work, but here it is. They're stepping into the low ground. This is where all of our Titans have been. Can they do it? 170 tag. It's a big shot from Tahi.
That's
Takes
Acorn.
the way down. Gabe hits on the Acorn. So these are big names, and they're walking straight through them. You talked about 4 eliminations. Right now, maybe they're going for an elimination race. They want to see who on their team can rack up more, because they've got 4 apiece right now with 28 people still left in this lobby as Miro gets another elimination.
It's such a great sight to see everyone pulling their fair share right now. It's not something you see very often. So just like that, this team is looking to continue. Another team is right in front of them. The protection from Tahi, checking the backside. Ever so cautious right now, not letting his guard down. This is what you like to see from a grand finalist squad. This is the kind of operation that you need to have. The awareness right now to operate in the low ground. You can see how much that it takes, how much energy it takes to run the low. You have to be dominant, but you have to be hyper aware. Can Tahi get another one? He's going into the box. The white tags. Ozzy, this is looking like it's their game to take right now. And Jock finishes him off too.
They get him down. They took Acorn as well. They're looking to wipe that whole trio. He takes the elimination lead by 1. And yes, you said it. You need to just have everything on point right now. There are so many people knocking on the door. There's so many players on every single edge. And they're top caliber players as Xcept takes down Slick down here as well. So there are so many big teams, and Zaitsaf and Stretch are on the high ground, but they're missing all these eliminations, and I don't see TNA. Are they down there somewhere? Are they still in this, or is this their worst performance so far, as all these big names are having huge jumps up? It's not just about the top. These teams want to claim their prize pool as well, as Accept is running through people on the low, but everyone is down there. This is complete chaos.
Right here, though, Saf has to clutch up. He is going to get a leash. It's the Hispanic trio who goes up for high ground. It's P-God and company, but one is already down. Stretch is going to be able to claim it off, and no, Jelty has to give it up. So all of a sudden, they are all completely wiped out. It was a bad mistake, a big move for them to try and go for height, and it's not going to pay off, except in a low ground, though. With his teammate Graska, a trio in between, this could be another game for Savzate and Stretch to finally secure a victory royale. I mean, you called it. It's not likely that we don't see them take dubs, so now they're trying to change that story.
They need to, and they've got Stretch on the high ground, going for potentially the heal off, has the med kit, has that one splash, so he has the health superiority right now, but I don't think they need it. 2 teams, 5 players right now, so it's a 3v2. Graska and Accept have been doing so much work on the low ground. Stretch is going for the med kit, and he's also got that splash. Accept's trying to do something, but Graska goes up. He doesn't see Stretch, though. He lets Stretch get the med kit off. No, all Graska had to do was shoot him a couple of times, and they could have potentially won that. Stretch has to go down now to 1v1, and the 99 shot, that was so incredibly close. Graska almost pulls off the upset.
Graska almost pulled it off because he also had the double knocks. He had the siphon. If Stretch would not have gone down, that probably would have been all over for him. But ultimately, they clutched it out here. We're going to toss it over to the desk now, the analyst, to break it all down and show us the action.
Like it was all planned. Zaitsaf and Stretch. They get the victory royale, the godfathers of Fortnite. They pull off what they needed to jumpstart their game. Probably, I don't want to say a little too late, because they still have 3 games. They can still get the back-to-backs, you know, when you have a 50% win rate. I believe anything can happen. I believe it all. But we got to take a look at the standings and see how things are going. Which team is currently holding down that #1 spot? Shy, it is Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K, and look at the lead. They're continuing to widen the gap.
It's like deja vu all the way from the qualifiers, honestly, all the way from the heats as well. These guys just know how to play every game, no matter the zone, no matter who's on height. No victory royales, but they're just so consistent, Reese.
It's crazy. They just had their worst game and they placed 8 with 6 eliminations. Like,
What?
That is incredible that they're so consistent that that is classified as their worst game. I can't believe that. But into the next second, all the way down to 5th, we can see that there's only a few points between 2nd and 5th right now, which shows that coming into these next 3 games, anyone can shake up the leaderboards. Quite literally anyone, even here from 6th down to 10th, anyone who is listed here can take that 2nd place slot. Now, can they take the 1st from DNA?
Yeah.
That's what you're going to say? I'm taking it
That's
before you.
We're on the same wave then. Like, taking it from 1st from TNA, once again, you can't really do it at their drop. Their drop is so, like, individually conditioned the way they play the game. If you're Bucky, Creo, Kanata, you're landing at Slurpee, you're not going to switch over to, you know, that special house that has that big vantage point and that side kind of mansion that's overlooking the ocean. There's no chance. Past that, from 11th all the way to 15th place, all of these guys are kind of finding one-off games like Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle. My goodness, all the way over on height on a different game, getting 2nd overall. Mega, Riverson, and Dubs. These guys too are finding one-off good games, but you have to be able to have, you know, these 8th place 6 Elam performances back to back to back to back, or you're not going to be able to break that top 5.
Yeah, just to kind of give a bit of an example, Clicks, Bizzle, and Illust, I can say it, came 2nd with 7 eliminations in the first game of today. And then, you know, 15th with 4, 12th with 1. So, you know, a little bit less eliminations as we're going. I was kind of getting off to the impression that these guys were going to be off to a really good start and that they'd start climbing the leaderboards, but that seems to kind of slow down a little bit since then.
Yeah, the story of NA East so far of the day are these top 5 trios really taking away a lot of points and placement every game. And then maybe one team, right? Maybe it's Zate's trio that ends up winning the game. Maybe it's Bucky, Creo, Kanata. One of these 5th to 15th place teams end up popping off. It's just no one can really stop the momentum of this top 5.
Guys, walk me through this last game. We were kind of talking about this right before it ended, and we set up some of the replays to kind of understand the complexity that is these NA East end games here in the finals. So let's break it down for our viewers.
Nice, we should. That last game was Weeping Woods, so there were kind of two different games going on, but don't get it confused. There were no tears in Weeping Woods. It was all smiles for both sides of the game. Zayt, Stretch, and Saf got to play height. Everyone else got to stay in low ground until they met again in the 9th zone.
Yeah, and one of the things, we're mentioning a Weeping Wood zone. This makes high ground so much better because you can just build over these trees. Obviously, you can see that TSM, Sappy, Stretch, and then Zayt as well are obviously staying way higher than the trees now, but if they were closer to that, they could even harvest the materials as they go. And this also makes low ground a lot more shambles as well. A lot of the teams are fighting a lot closer. They're getting pushed together with all this foliage in their way.
But how did the #1 trio actually end up doing what they do? Why are they so good at height? This is it right here. It's large splits all the way on height. Check this out in just a moment. We have Stretch all the way at the back near zone, Saf making a new tarp entirely, and Zayt going for action shots down below using shockwaves to meet back with the trio. Every time a new zone actually starts, they end up splitting. When that zone's about to close, they make sure they're together to stop any other shockwaves and make sure they can get together and form a game plan to go split again. Because of this, combined with the Weeping Woods trees, they got to stay alive and healthy at a cost though, Reese, as they only had 3 eliminations.
Yeah, only 3 eliminations is difficult because, like we said earlier, the Weeping Wood zone means that there's not as many opportunities to get eliminations on players down below. Now, these guys aren't teams who are typically popping off with 19 elims on height anyway, but Stretch still managed to pick up this fantastic one to finish it off there.
Yeah, look at how Stretch massacred my boy, except on the low ground with the big bouncer play, the godfathers of NA East, showing us how it's done in one of the hardest zones to navigate in the game from high ground.
That action shot made me just believe that it was like another Reese video, and I was super, like, for a moment I was actually lost in the sauce. I was like, wait, are we supposed to be talking? We're talking. That's what, but hey, guys, guess what else we have for you? That is Brazil. They are done. We have FNCS champions over there, axes to give out. So let's crown new champions. Congratulations, Z-Truck, Frosty, and Ridley? Shy help.
Ridley, the beast is actually the operating word in that entire gamer tag because 3 victory royales, 251 points, and 84 elims. These guys put on a show and won Brazil.
And we have seen many of these names before, but the one that's kind of sticking out to me on top of this trio is Frosty. First in the FNCS Invitational. This guy is absolutely predominant during the FNCS Invitational, and he's come back around for a second time. Obviously not picking up the 2 in a row in the solo FNCS, but again, picking up the Axe of Champions one more time for the FNCS trios.
Yep, and they have a lot of earnings to go with them to be able to take home after a grueling entire process of, rounds to heats to qualifiers to grands. We have Rusty, King, and their trio also there in second. We saw how good they were overall in the quals. They'll be able to get there after a somewhat rough day #1. Past this, though, on the second page, Patty, and then we have Bagu and JPS. We were watching them during the quals as well. They were kind of in that 8th to 9th slot overall, over and over again. They'll be similar also in the grand, so we're seeing some nice, consistent gameplay. Brazil, though, a fun region to watch.
Very fun, very fun. Very good performances coming out of them. The qualifiers were great from King's trio, obviously dominant qualifiers, but that's not who picked up the first in the grand finals. Frosty's trio performing very, very well in these last 2 days.
And for their achievement, they will be crowned FNCS champions, being given the Axe of Champions, and be able to hold on to it till the next FNCS comes around. Fortnite fam, we're 3 games down here in NA East, but 3 left. Who will be crowned here in NA East? Well, stick around. You won't want to miss it. We're going to a break. When we come back, the conclusion here from the FNCS.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reese back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. And we're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from qualifier 3 round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame, and this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into 2 separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zayt and Saf building over onto another area, so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zayt hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zayt does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zayt actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zayt. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players that are contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zayt was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zayt and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zayt ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the victory royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zayt didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the battle boss. Beep beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to continued coverage from us here in the Fortnite Champion Series Grand Finals. 3 games left to go. And we're not going to stay here too long because it's time to jump back into all the action. We've got our casters standing by to be our eyes in the sky. Take it away.
Here we have it. It's your boys, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, bringing the action. The drop spot of choice is Bugha, Avery, and Jamper to kick off this game number 4. It's the FNCS. It's the back half. It's time to bring this thing home.
Let's bring it home, and how exciting today has been, but already things shaping up very differently just from last game to this game. The first game of the day, this team hasn't been contested, right, Monster? They have the loot, they have the positioning, and no eliminations. Cease's team must have backed out.
Yeah, someone had to figure it out. Someone decided it wasn't a great idea. Clearly, something wasn't working. Maybe Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have some competition over there. I mean, we do know there's 2 drop spots if you want to play for first. That's kind of how it all shapes out to be, but this is great. This is great for Bugha, Jamper, and Avery, who realistically, you have to give a lot of credit to. They held their 5th place spot. They held that top 5 somehow, some way, even though they were contested. I talked about this drop spot having some players here, and it seems like it does. Zayt's got a whole lot of company.
Yeah, but over near Salty, all I'm seeing right now is TNA team getting beelined on by XSET team, and we've seen it. It's 2-0 at this point. TNA's team has run into XSET twice, and they have full wiped them both times. Once early in the mid game, and once very far into the end game. So if they go toe-to-toe again, that's your 4th place and 1st place team. Things could get exciting. We have 3 of our top 5 teams all on top of each other right now. And you just talked about the leaderboard then, Monster, right? They held on to their 5th place. They're tied for 4th, and only 4 points behind 3rd. So this top 5, as much as TNA is honestly running away with it, the rest of the leaderboard is so close. It is anyone's game.
Yeah, and that's the matter of thousands, right? You're talking thousands and thousands of dollars on the line here. And just the prestige of saying you finished in the top 5, the top 3, the 2nd place, whatever it may be that you're trying to come home with. There is still a lot riding on the line here. And that's why teams are contesting those major drop spots. That's why you have Cease, Blake, and company landing there. Because at the end of the day, you need those shockwaves, right? You want to play for first. Even if you're in the back pages, you can propel your way on up. And that's what everyone's trying to do here.
Yeah, it's very, very tight when it gets lower right now. Saf Zayt can still do that as well. And we talk about the prestige. There's also a lot of beef on the line. There has been a lot of teams talking smack. You have Zayt, Saf, and Stretch calling out Bugha's team for not performing with uncontested Stark throughout the weeks. They now have uncontested Dooms, and they're doing the worst they've ever done. So they really need to come back in the tail half here and impress, because you don't want to be made to eat your own words if Bugha's team beats out Zayt's team.
100% now. We're going to hop on over, though. Bugha, Avery, Jamper gives you guys a little bit of an update what the loadout's looking like. Not a lot of medium bullets, but everything else sort of coming together here. And this is why in that last big highlight clip that we saw Bugha hit the snipe shot, this is why they never have sniper shots. It's just the ammunition's a bit scarce here for the heavy, for the medium bullets, but they managed to make do with it, even against all odds here. Avery's the one really hoarding onto it. It looks like he's got to do some sharing.
Oh, it looks like Avery has to do some sharing with the vault, but doesn't realize the team is in there. Legend Dian comes out. We're talking about Team New Age all day here, but it's the new signing of Legend Dian that's going to really affect this leaderboard. That's your 5th place team. Only one of them's down. There is a reboot van here, but the zone is coming. I don't think they're going to be able to pull off a reboot here unless this team rotates quickly, and that's a big loot increase for them.
Such a huge come up. When we talked about Avery hoarding all the ammo, I mean, they just got away with 300 medium bullets. All the loot, of course, that they get to pick up on top of that. And then they skate away Storm, Surge, Freeze. So just like that, the ambush is going to pay off. Yes, Bugha will be able to get the card here. But, I mean, the payment has already been due. It's already been dished out. They're gone with it. It's a free elim for them. Luckily for Avery and Bugha here, or Jamper and Bugha, they do not get held out, right? This could have been a lot worse than it already was.
Yeah, I was going to say, they do have one of these cars. They do have the med kits. They could go for the reboot, but maybe they're going to try and find it somewhere else.
Jamper's there. Jamper's there.
Oh, Jamper's gone for it. So Jamper's now gone for the reboot, but I'm surprised Bugha's leaving now as well. So yeah, maybe they have the clean rotate back in. Jamper has fallen back. He gets the reboot. There we go. So the only problem is they've lost the loadout. Avery's gone from having really good firepower to kind of just getting the scraps now. He's just got to get the backup weapons, the leftovers, but it could be a lot worse. They're still up. They're still in this with a chance, and this team could very easily jump up. And like you said, thousands, there's tens of thousands when you think about how much these teams get combined on the line. So they really need to perform now.
I really do love how Jamper and Avery didn't even want to test the vault. They were like, just in case. Booga didn't clear it. They didn't even bother going inside of it to pick up anything. Ooh. So that's how that's going to play out. Reverse 2K is going to find a massive knock here onto C9's Nosh. In the process, though, Macwood falls. Calculator falls there to Class 2. All of a sudden, some big knocks from notable trios left and rights. It seems like Reverse 2K and company trying to rotate up.
This is so important. This would have been by far this team's worst performance. Look at the loadout. We've never really seen them this shambles. They have a couple of minis, couple of bandages. They've got the crash pads, but no builds, no eliminations on the board. They're now only 123 above the Storm Surge. So this team is proving they can do it all. Now they can clutch up even when they're shambles. They can identify those fights, and let's see the confidence. Is a team finally going to stop this team? Is somebody finally going to be able to say, no, you aren't the best team in NA East? And no, never mind. Right now, they're proving why they're in the lead as Day just gets in on an entire team. When have you ever seen a team in a major region run through every other team with ease? We are now over 10 games in, and no one has been able to stop this team. No one has beaten them in a straight 3v3. This is insane.
Yeah, and it's not even close. It's not that they haven't been beaten. It hasn't even been close. I'm sure if we take the stats and we really crunch down to the length of time, how long these battles have lasted, they are not very long. And this is why Miro is leading with eliminations for the entire region. I think I'm not sure if it's internationally, but when we saw the stat flying, Miro has the most elims. That's all it said. So, like, he's the slayer of the squad. He's got 0 this time around. Day's right behind him, but you know he's going to be able to follow up without a single problem. And that's how they're dropping teams right now.
And look at that. They've now got their eliminations. They've got their surge. They've got more loot. And it's just crazy. They're in the lead, but they've been playing like this all weekend. And this is when usually teams are like, cool, we're coming into this. We've got an almost 50-point lead. We've done it. Let's just have our victory lap. Let's sit back and cruise through. No, they're still in top gear right now. They are pushing through everyone, trying to get these eliminations, and nothing's going to stop them right now. I need to see at least one team try to meet their match, or we have our 100% undisputed champions of NA East, because they've done it in such dominant fashion. But there are people still knocking on the door who can come back with these big performances like Scented Edgy and Commandment as they set up to try and run through a team as well.
And just to jump on that, it's not just dominant fashion, it's also different drop spot. Like, they're doing something completely different, and they did it through the qualifying weeks. Dirty Docks first, taking up Fortilla, now a brand new drop spot by the castle. Just to give you an idea of how good Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day have been throughout this week. They have flex dropped consistently and successfully made it work every single week they played Fortnite. Here, though, another big team. Not necessarily as flex. They did have some opportunities to play Stark, but they're back at their home drop spot. They're doing very, very good. Still far off of first, but very consistent so far nonetheless.
This is a team that's dropped down a little bit here. Aspect, Zunis, and NPen came into today on 4th, really close to 3rd, and now they've dropped right back into 7th. So really got to pick up the pace because they've been playing such good Fortnite this whole weekend, and you don't want to let it slip now. Aspect has been in these situations before, an absolute veteran. So I don't think it's the pressure, just something isn't clicking, but I know they can make it work because they really want to jump up into that big, big prize money, and this loadout is the one to do it. They've got the good positioning, and this is probably one of the easiest zones we've seen today, right, Monster? It's pretty like we've been saying, vanilla. There's a bit of water, there's kind of some hills, there's no mountains, there's no like steamy stacks, no giant buildings. It's going to play out and anyone can win this one.
Yeah, these are the ones that get the most exciting. The slight elevation, nothing too crazy. It's all bronze, all guts. Let's see how it's going to play out, though. Remember, this last game just shows you what happens when you fall behind from one single round. Zuni's Aspect to NPen, the Booga opener, the quick drop on the squad here really set them back. They fell all the way down to 7th place. But when I say that, I mean they're just 5 placements off of top 4, all right? So it's that neck and neck here. A few eliminations here make the difference for the squad. But nonetheless, you cannot fall. If you're in the top 10, you're in the top 5, and you fall, you're going to fall a massive amount of slots, and it's going to be that much harder to close the gap. That's how much, that's how stiff the competition is from 2nd to 10th.
And look at that edge right now. Reverse 2K down there at a decent spot. But if you look at that mini-map, it is congested beyond congested. There's a few teams out here in the open, and we always talk about being, dead side versus congested side. In stack lobbies like this, though, I'm a little bit scared for teams like Dubs, Mega, and Riverstan out here, because if they've got to make their rotate, or if they start getting lobby focused, they have nothing to hide behind. So they've got to be really, really careful of which edits they open up right now, because if any of them get knocked, or if they get cracked, the lobby focus will just unleash on them. But teams like Reverse right now have so many teams on top of their head. If they don't navigate properly, they're in a very risky position.
Here it is, though, looking out to put some pressure down. Dubs is not going to connect anything. Mega looking out the other side. He's got to be careful. All these fresh builds do bring a lot of attention, especially considering they are inside the safe zone. A lot of lines of sights on them. Riversound is going to have a team land right in front of him. He looks to open up the edit right now. He's actually controlling all these pieces as well. It's looking pretty good for them. They might be able to take this box fight. This team landed so close. They're poising up for it. Do have to be careful. I wonder if they have some crash pads to go in and extend this one out. It might just work.
And it's crazy to talk about a team as if they're like a struggling team that can maybe win this box fight, because there's Mega, Dubs, and Riversan, such decorated players. Riversan was doing better than any other team coming into these tournaments as a trio, but he split last minute with Furious and Illest, picked up Mega and Dubs, and just hasn't found their success. So they really need to do something this tail half. Otherwise, he's going to feel really bad about that decision right now.
Definitely now. You can see the other attention coming from the rest of the lobby now. The half in, half out's going to pop. It's going all the way east here. It's looking like the perfect kind of flat zone some people could only dream for. And they have the opportunity. Cosmix is going to fall here to Dubs. The quick follow-up, and that is also onto the next player too. All of a sudden now they have granted themselves 2 eliminations, and they are able to claim the loot. Dubs jumps in, Riverson jumps in. They are able to grab all of this. That is great for the rotate up ahead.
And I saw Scented, Edgy, and Commandment get 2 eliminations in the feed too, so they're pushing their second place a little bit further beyond right now as Jampa taking down Unknown here. So we got some big teams really shaping up here. I think we have every single team in the top 5 still up right now and looking pretty healthy as no Day falls. This is big. This is something we have not seen. Our first place team losing a member in the mid game. I know that sounds crazy, 9 games into a grand final, but this literally has not happened until now. We have to see whether they can bounce back from this.
Yeah, and if it did happen, they got the revive off. So that's the difference between then and now. Oh, it's a big knock's going to happen here to Fop. Fop's down. That's the second time now we watch him eat a massive shot on broadcast, unfortunately. But Mega, with the beautiful follow, he's probably not going to get the conclusion. But still, a very high-class shot here from the high ground spot. And now they are able to dominantly hold it. They do have to be careful, though. The more likely they are to hold this one passively like this with ramps, the more likely they are to get landed on and have height snatched up from them. So they do have to be careful. You saw right there, Zate poising up. Like, this is the guy to do it, too. Looking outwards. He doesn't have a cone over his head like everyone else would have in a situation. It's because they love to jump out. They love to surprise the high ground teams. As we hop over to the other side, 8 elims here for Kaz and Polarized. Not too bad as a 2-man squad.
And that was really just 2 sides of the battlefield, right? Both up on high ground, just looking at each other. Neither one of them building up, but I think at this point right now, it looks like Riversan, Dubs, and Mega actually got zone advantage. But like you said, Zate likes to jump. You know they're going to pounce on that if they can. If they have the mobility, they're going to go for that either way. As 8 eliminations for this team, they're going to try and make it 9, and that they do. They take out Suesuo, but getting eliminations now is a little bit sketchy because they've got to start working on their rotate. And there it is. The Peppermints come out, and Zate goes down to Tabs. So Zate's firepower on the high ground is looking a lot worse for wear, which is even better for Riversan, Dubs, and Mega if they were able to do something with it up there.
100%. And guys, this is the halfway mark right here. Game number 4 of the day 2. After this, the qualifier run for grand finals is over. What can you do? As Polarized gets N-Pen here, that means Aspect and Zunis have to clutch up. Can they get the save? Polarized looking to scramble right now. Shots coming from all over, and he does. He stays alive for a little longer. He gets the thirst. That's onto N-Pen. All that for a point. That makes it 10 elims for them in a massive follow-up. What a shot right there.
Polarized mechanics then to flip the stair to hold the builds. It looked all crazy, but that was so well done to survive that one. As here we go.
Miro's
we have
down.
Taking down Miro. There it is. Like you said, Monster, they got him back up. They're just that good. They revived him, but no, there is no revive now. There is no reboot. Miro is down, and Reverse 2K and Day have to do it alone, and Day goes down too, and Reverse 2K, they go down to the X-Dead Trio. That is our first place team. This is the first time in almost 10 games that they have been in this situation. They have to sit back and watch and see if their lead holds out, because right now, Commandment's team's still in this. AV's team's still in this. I see Slacks as well. So right now, they're coming for first place.
Shark is down, AV is down, Knight is now down. That's going to conclude the XSET team. So who else is going to be able to make a run up to the top? Will it be Booga? Will it be Avery? Will it be Jamper? That's another huge follow-up there, and another shotgun shot through the wall. All of a sudden, they are the kings of the low. They are trying to take one from the page of the low ground book. And I mean, they're playing it off well. They have 5 elims already, and they're set up for success.
They're playing it really well, and honestly, we've seen this team go for high ground and usually lose it, but right now, Mega, Dubs, and Riversun are on the high ground. Who is going to challenge it? Because quite often, we're seeing the story of the first team that goes up, doesn't win it, and it's the last team that goes up. Who can hold out and take the high ground at the last minute? If you've got those shockwaves, you've just got to hold that mid and low ground, but it's easier said than done. You have the best of the best in this lobby. They're knocking on your doors, they're knocking on your walls, and if you're not in a safe position, you see things happen like Edgy and Scented going down. That is your second place team. They needed this game so badly. They saw TNA go down in the feed, and this was their chance, and they might be blundering it. I think they're all out of this one.
Yeah, Commandment's down as well. That's going to conclude the second place team. It seems like First will be able to hold it out. This is giving opportunity to the others, though. What are Riverson here, Dubs and Mega going to do with this? They have 5 eliminations and the high ground. I mean, they're basically skating on thin ice here. They do not have a lot of builds, and the zone still has a bit of a stretch. A minute and a half is quite a ways away, so they're going to have to come down and get dirty into this build fight here. They have enough to do it as well. They're scavenging around the outside. This is why Riverson's looking around trying to find what he can here. How's it going to all play,
Booger
though?
just got an entire trio wipe. Booger just took down 3 entire players before he falls to pose, so they're dropping big eliminations down there as Jamper goes down as well. This is great for Riversun's team. They get a bit of a refresh. He's coming back up with the materials, but looks like Booger's team has been wounded down there because that's what they needed to try and close this out. Avery goes up. He's the last one. Avery falls. It's Furious, Blake. They're going toe-to-toe with Stretch right now, so it's going to be a 3v2. Furious in the low ground with Blake. This team has been struggling. They started dropping over at Stark. They found no success. Wherever they went this game, this is the furthest we've seen them, but they don't have the end game experience here today, Monster. They have to stay composed in a position they haven't been in yet.
Yeah, they haven't played any end games today, so it is going to be a matter of how quickly they can react to these shots. It's going to be those quick low ground peaks that take home the victory right now. A 6 elimination hold right now from Riverson, Dubs, and Mega. Not too bad for them right now. 47 points today is pretty impressive, but the team on low has to come up. Wait a second, Riverson's down.
Mike.
It's not looking good. Oh, no, the big shot, though. Well played for Mega.
Well played from Mega indeed. The big shot, he backed up. He had the health advantage, did not have any extra heals, but that was enough for having to come back. But this leaderboard, Monster, we finally saw it. We saw TNA fall. They can be taken out, but unfortunately, I don't think Commandment, Sense, and Edgy took their opportunity to really jump up, so it's still going to be so close at the top. That was all the top 5 teams in it, but I don't know where they went.
And I mean, you think about what that means for Riverson, Dubs, and Mega. That's a 32-point jump, I believe, with the 8 points in the 25 Victory Royale. Not too bad for them. They were just outside of top 10. That puts them up towards top 5. When we said the top 10 was close, we meant it there, Aussie.
There is so much money on the line. So even if first place is running away with it, we'll have to see who can jump up and get that big money. Analysts, please let us know, because this leaderboard is crazy.
The only thing that mirrors the craziness of this leaderboard are the casters' skills. I mean, just freaking put some respect on these guys. They're bringing the hype. They're bringing the action, calling it left and right. Props, guys. Now, let's take a look at these leaderboards, because as these guys just talked about, this is very close. Second and third is going back and forth. However, Day, Miro, Reverse, 2K, they still have a dominant lead. 40 points. Now, listen. A 15-point Victory Royale can squash that lead, but that is a very tall order with only 2 games left to go.
Yeah, I mean, if NA East was like an album, right? This would be the B-side. This would be day 2. That last game would be an interlude, but it's still the same popular track all the way up top with Day, Miro, Reverse, 2K that everyone keeps playing. 186 points every game. They're still there. They're still singing high and mighty. It's just, there's just only a few other shows that can really catch up, and Reese, they'll have to do a lot to get there.
They will, but they've played 10 games so far, and, you know, they've started to kind of, TNA streams started to go down a little bit at the end. Have they had their greatest hits album already? They've got 2 more games left, and is anyone in second and third, such as Commandment, Send and Edgy, Jamper, Booga, Avery, able to actually catch up to that?
That's true, and then the reason I called that last game kind of like an interlude is because everyone wants to focus on the popular tracks, the top 5. It was more about the 6th to 15th place, the going for top 10, like Aussie called it. That was the focus and the results after that last game. We can see a little bit of a switch up here. Xset now in 6th, Zate holding on to 8th. We'll see Zextro, Calc, and Macwood also sneaking into that top 10. Creo, Bucky, Kanata are surviving on this page, but they definitely want to be on that top 5.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual to see a team with 2 victory royales down in 9th, but that's because it's so close in between 2nd all the way down to 10th, you know? Anyone can take it, and one big game can really move you up the leaderboards.
Yep, and the melody from that last game was Mega, Riverson, and Dubs all the way in 11th. They get that VR. They pull themselves up from the trenches towards those top charts, towards that top 10. We're not looking at quals anymore. It's more about cementing your legacy. And yes, we are going to be focusing in a little bit on Reverse Miro and Day, but these guys are also looking for their top 10, looking for better placements, as is P God Elige and Jelty, as are Skittles and Ronaldo, shooting for height every game. Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle also coming so close to 2 different wins. One yesterday, one today. We'll see if they can get theirs. For everyone here, there are still stakes on the line.
Being able to find yourself up on that leaderboard, especially after the 2 games, right? For FaZe, Mega, Dubs, these guys jumped up to 11th, right? This is going to impact their earnings. This means they get to walk away with more money. They may not be walking away FNCS champions, but overall being able to say, hey, look, we made top 10 in FNCS, that's still real good. Now, gentlemen, turning our attention back to that first place team, these guys just feel like a raid boss. It just feels like whatever everyone else is trying to do, like, it's just like, no, you know? Like, this is the first day raid boss hits, and everyone's like, how do we stop this? How do we, you know, like...
It's actual critical damage they're throwing down on the rest of the server. And the thing is, usually a raid boss has a weakness. No one has identified one. No player, no team, no trio has found a way to stop the TNA, the new age trio, up top in first place.
Will they? I'm not sure if they are actually going to be able to, but let's take a look at some of their highlights and some of the reasons why they are so good.
Absolutely. These guys are always playing the edge side of the zone. They always keep one side purple or blue, depending on what colorblind settings you are playing on. Either way, the zone is there and it helps them. Even if one person like Day ends up going down, Reverse and Miro have such a good position, they get to survive and push through the whole way in the game. Their secret is literally just trying to play their position at all times. They don't worry about the next zone unless it's a mountain. We do have some players, some trios for this raid boss. Who would they be, Reese?
Yeah, so was in 3rd place, now in 4th is Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. You know, these guys are not playing a single player game. These guys are in co-op mode by far, and all the other games you've played today very, very consistently. Same with Day 1. They've been hitting those critical hits. They've been buffed. Unfortunately, that last game going down in in-game and not grabbing too many points, however.
Yeah, their secret sauce, their kind of superpowers, always going towards the end game and performing there. Sometimes they don't make it, which is why they can't climb towards that boss status that Reverse Miro and Day have. Another trio, another player number 2 here is Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. This trio is so good once they're actually solidified and all 3 are alive playing these games out. It just feels like when one gets down, they don't have that complete package to round out games. Not very similar to how, you know, Reverse Miro and Day kind of do their stuff. Now here's player 3, a wild card coming in, kind of shaking up the top 10. Mega, Dubs, Riverson off of that last win. It was crisp. Another trio too that just landed in based off performances in that last game was Jamper, Booga, and Avery. Now in 3rd, they have a shot to take down the beast, the boss that are the new age trio, Reverse Miro and Day. But can they is the question.
There's only 2 games left, man. There has to be something that's done, whether it's a contested drop like we saw back in EU, or the lobby needs to decide this raid boss has to come down. It's too strong. We'll have to see. But gentlemen, Fortnite fam, it's time. We're going right back in a game. The action is heating up, so let's kick it back over to our casters. Take it away.
This puts us one step closer to the final marathon stretch here. It's the 5th game of day number 2. Ozzy, it's been a tough 2 days for these competition. I mean, we're seeing it all play out here, and it seems like the TNA boys are contested.
Yeah, I was about to say, I want to get the hype going. I want to get excited, but I'm sorry. I just love Fortnite too much. I couldn't even contain that there. I'm sorry, Monster, to interrupt. What is happening right now? We have our first place team that has been what looked like an almost insurmountable lead. With 2 games to go, something has to happen. And right now, we've had it. Someone's pushing into their loop path right now, and this is not going to end well, I have to imagine. They can maybe pull it back. This team has been so good at fighting, but this is the huge shift up that this game needed for everybody else, because this team has been untouchable.
Yeah, and you think about it, right? Daymir and Reverse 2K have had this entire drop spot to themselves, but Knife for Tabs and Joji definitely play that upper portion of the castle, the side of the islands. This time around, it seems like nothing was too big for them to overcome, though. They were just far enough, just outside of the reach, and they were untouched this time, and they are going to be able to claim up the heals here, as they're not too sure. Actually, wait a second. Bizu and Clicks are stepping up a little bit sooner this time, and Day has to get the slurp truck by himself. Digging into the heals already. Reverse Suke already gets it, and he sees Illis. Illis on the flank, so this is not a successful ambush.
This is incredibly scary. This isn't just a team that's shambles going up against another team that's a little bit shambles. This is our Sweaty Sands team, and they're opening up with a snipe. If that was from Clicks, I have to say he's one of the best snipers on NA East right now. He's hitting so many shots, and this is incredibly scary. If you're cheering for our first place team, they have been so far and ahead. They're getting an average placement of 4th, and they're potentially going to go down here. Reverse falls. Day falls. Miro's the only one left. Miro has our elimination record in NA East, but this is going to be a task that surely is even too great for him. It's a 3v1. What can he do with the blue pump? Hits the big shots, but no, they fall down.
Enough.
Monster, that is our first place team. They are so far ahead, but not so far ahead where they can't be nervous now. They have to be sweating.
And it makes sense for Illis, Clicks, and Bizzle here to push. You saw the loadout, the maxed out shotguns on the drop spot. You have to do something with it. Why not push the team in the lead just over the hill? Not quite ready. The ambush tactics, it's gonna play off this time. Now, the real question is, can Jamper, Booga, and Avery take advantage of this? Will Commandment, Sensitive, and Edgy take advantage, right? It's the other teams that have to use this opportunity now.
They have to use this opportunity. You can see this team more than any other use the opportunity when they're contested, though. Booga has secured the first elim of the game more than any other NA East player this FNCS. That stat is so crazy. It's got me jumbling. And they're not even contested that often, so that is a ridiculous statistic. That means when they are contested, Booga is really the one that's capitalizing and winning those big fights, because they matter the most. When you're able to get that first elimination when you're contested, that's where things crumble and break apart.
There it is, Booga with the big backpack for the squad in the early rounds, making it happen here for the drop spot. This key to success here. Avery, though, is going to slide over to the vault this time, nice and early, not to be greeted by any surprises. He's going to make sure he gets his loot, learning from the last round that this all unfolded. He's down to 70 HP. He's going to have to heal up here, but the vault seems pretty nice. Looking very, very nice for the trio.
Very, very nice. And this is what we got to start setting up. Who can spoil this? Who can jump up? And this is probably one of the biggest contenders right now. They're going in on 3rd place. They're about 43 points behind first. But when you think the first place is out of this team has been able to drop big elimination wins. A 10 elimination win would bring this margin down so incredibly close. And they have the loot to do it. We've seen what this drop can do over on EU. When Mongrel's team had it to themselves, they were running away with the leaderboard. And that's what Booga has to do. There's been so many questions around this team this season, Monster. So many people doubting them because they were getting, 3rds and 4ths, but people said it's not good enough. You have Stark, you need to be winning. And if people are still asking those questions, now's when they put him to rest.
100% here. Avery looking to get his loot together. Jamper, of course, trying to find his route too. Picking up the white heals, not too bad. He does have some space in the inventory. The splashes are going to come out. This is going to put them right in contention for having that high health pool. And, of course, now it's going to be time to move on out. Remember, the last time they stuck around here for too long, you had a lot of teams come in. That first game had 4 squads rotate in. Of course, the draw spot contest, and then Zayt and company flying in nice and late. So you can't stick around Stark Industries for too long. It does tend to backfire pretty consistently.
A lot of people want that loot, and a lot of people want the mobility right now. Shots are coming out. Was there another team still hiding here? Did we miss somebody? There was a team hiding here, and no, this is so risky right now for your 3rd place team. Jamper doesn't have any of the shockwaves, none of the mobility. He's trying to get away, but this team were they hiding inside the hangar, Monster? They have to have been.
Yeah, definitely playing a little funny here. They were hitting out on the side. For a second, I thought it was the Stark bots. I'm like, there's no way, right? They're hitting all those shots. It's the same team that had the ambush before. This time, it's a little different, coming in with a new approach. I like the strategy, though. I like the way that they play for their surge tags. It's working out consistently.
it's changing up fast. Can we just talk about how different this game already is, Moss? That's our third place team being ambushed. That's our first place team being contested for the first time.
Twice.
NA East is not happy leaving this. They want to finish this strong. Every team is trying to make something happen. You talked about a marathon. It's a 12-game format, but this has been a month in the making. This has been building this entire season. Trio FNCS, the first one we've had in so long. People want that crown, or they want a piece of the prize pool, because there is so much money on the line.
Yeah, and twice, right? The last game, Avery got met inside of the hangar. This game, once again, in the vehicle. Like, you know, a little unlucky that he's the one on the outskirts. He's the one distancing himself from the pack, but that's what happens. You get too far. If a team's planning something sneaky, it's going to be onto the guy that's by himself, and that's why Avery gets punished twice. I'm not sure if he gets finished, though. I think he was knocked. I do wonder if they're going to be able to clean it up. We'll be paying attention to the feed, though, to figure it out. 4 teams have already been dropped here. Remember, this is game number 5. After this, there is only one more opportunity to pick up some points.
Getting close, and we talked about it. We talked about how good these teams are at the very top level, and it's crazy that when everyone's mechanics, their aim, their edit, their building is on that top tier level, that it comes down to the real battle royale-esque strategies of hiding, right? Taking those little peeks and ambushing people. That's what makes the difference right now, because you can't just beat out the best players in the world with just pure mechanics. You've got to be a little bit smarter, and you've got to change things up. Which teams can adapt? Because TNA needs to adapt now. Their whole game plan has changed, but they've been more adaptive than any other team with their drop spots and how they play, as XZ has dropped off their pace massively. They've gone down now into 6th. They were first place finishing up yesterday in game 5, and now they've dropped all the way down into 6th. So they need to come back. 17 points. They've had a very rough day.
Yeah, a couple bad rounds have really set them back, and then, of course, no major finishes the way they had yesterday. So it's the reason why XZ Knife, though, looking for the snipe up, is almost going to tuck one inside, but no, it's going to be a dead miss there. And remember, first place is out of the game, guys. Day Mirror, Reverse 2K are out. This is where all these other teams finally now have the opportunity to give us a finale, give us a great last game. It is on the backs of everyone else right now to stay up and get closer to that first place. And then the real competition begins. The battle for the FNCS Axe of Champions.
The Axe of Champions, and man, it's so incredibly clean. We saw last night over an OC, I was watching Jinx, he was streaming the grand finals, he was rocking the Axe of Champions. It could have been gone, but he won again, and man, it is so prestigious. It just heralds everyone in the lobby that you are one of the best, and in one of the best regions as well. Trios has been so exciting, but it's all closing out here, and you need to do it. 2 games left. It's a 12-game format, and this leaderboard is still so close. With TNA down, this is anyone's tournament still.
100%. 4th place team is the one we're queued in with right now. Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. Acorn has more full team eliminations than any other NA East player this FNCS. This is the guy you want on the front lines. This is the guy who's done it. He's the clutch.
He's the big clutch, and wiping an entire trio in FNCS, the best of the best in your region, taking down all 3 by yourself. That is a ridiculous statistic, and maybe we're going to see that now here as they try to push forward right now. We've got the full Chaos Agent squad trying to make their way in if they can. Players backed up against the wall, and you have to be scared of any team that's around them right now, and it is XZ's team as well, but it's Postic, Graska, and Xcept who have no shield that are pinned between 2 of the scariest teams so far this FNCS.
You gotta be careful, though. The last time Graska and company got dived on, they did a very good job defending, bodying Clicks, Bizzle, and Commandment just before, or Illis there. Here, though, with Zuni's Endpen and Aspect, they're putting some shots down, a team in the distance. That's the problem with using those rifts. You do have to be careful. You open yourself up to being free Storm Surge tags, as this team's only 11 above, so it's time to get active. Remember, they drop at the ruins. Their strategy is heavily dependent on finding tags while they're at the topmost portions of these mountains. Being that they didn't get too many, though, they're in a weird situation now. They have a lot of distance between them and other teams. They might have to go in for a close-range battle.
And I've seen AV's team just go down now. AV gets finished on by Riversun, Dubs, and Mega. I don't see Knight and Shark, but again, that's your kind of around that top 5 leaderboard, really shaping out. And this team's kind of just clinging on. They're just holding on. They haven't had the big performances they had yesterday, Monster. They're kind of, resting on their laurels from yesterday as teams like Booger, Jemper, and Avery jump up, and they're 17 below. So they can't rest on their laurels. They've got to move forward, be aggressive, make something happen. Now's the time. But look how many teams are around there. Who are you going to pick to try and make something happen on. Sneaks inside the top. This is really good. This is amazing. He's just crouching through here. Look at them. You can see them all on the minimap. This whole team is crouching in, ready to play spoiler, hiding behind pop plants, hiding behind walls, just seeing what they can do here. But unfortunately, this team leaves no open walls. But the crash pads always open up the walls. And no Zypher and Keys team. Bit of lobby manipulation. They've got them so focused right now as all those players are looking at this team. And that's a great way to get your tag safely.
100%. You do have to be careful. Imagine someone takes a dive there. If the floors break or something, if it lands on something weird, anything can happen when the crash pads interact with the builds. Very, very good plays there on the bridge. Ultimately, though, nothing's going to come of it. Mega Dubs and Riverson already takes out Xset, right? We saw one of those members fall. And this is the congestion. This is the clutter of builds. And now they inch their way to the loot. They secure another big pot for them to take with them. Mega getting a little thirsty here, though. Sticking around, really trying to look. He's got to be careful.
And this zone right now is really playing into Commandment Center and Edgy's favor. The only times we've seen them really struggle is when they get those far north zones. This one's a good one. It's a southeast kind of middle of the map area. And them coming out of Misty, they're looking great right now. So they've got everything they need to make this game count because eyes are on them. But we also have GBRJAMIE and Avery that have to come from the far north and eyes are on them too. Both those teams need to have the games of their lives because if they go into this last game, it's a mental battle, right, Monster? If you're going into your last game and you've got the win in sight, you feel so much more motivated. They need the big performance now. You don't want to leave it to the last game.
100%. And I mean, they're set up with a great shockwave play to find themselves some new territory here in the zone, right on the backside of this Sentinel here. These Sentinels are indestructible as well, so fairly protected backside. All they have to do is worry now about the front portion. This is a great spot to hang out in. It's a huge mountain in front of them, so no need to worry too much there, as if anyone crosses through the valley, they're going to get punished. Now here, Bucky, Creo, Kanata, another team that has to make a move. They're just outside the Stormline edge, 48 damage above. Stretch finds Joji in the feed, so Zate's crew still getting active even in the storm fight right now.
And they've had two really big games today, especially that 13 elimination win. They've proven they can do it. If they get another win like that, that jumps them all of a sudden from just inside top 10 to easily inside top 3 if they really have that big performance. So this team needs to show up, and they've been doing it from a drop that hasn't been super strong on really any other region, just showing how good they are out of Slurpy Swamps. And this is a good zone for them. They've got no one really around them on their edge. They're getting their tags because they're only 69 damage above, so they've got to get some shots out. If they get this tag in the mid game, they're looking really good on their next rotate as well.
100%, and they're really desperately looking for anything, any kind of action right now while they have this backside, no focus on top of them either. This is the most comfortable spot to be in. Wood walls is the targeted choice. You can see a 3-2-1 with the AR shot to AR fire to walls. The one single type of wood walls, they will take you out. Those shots go through, and they go through quick. As you can see, AJ does not have a lot. He's trying to fire back, trying to give up a little bit of defense, show some stance here, but it's not being respected. He's way too far off the new safe line, and they know it.
They've always started making their rotates. No one really using the Sentinel hands here because they're great when you're playing less stacked games, arena, public matches, but in these games, they leave you in the sky a little bit too long, so everyone opting to use their mobility items. There's GBRJAMIE and Avery looking really healthy, looking to try and play the upset here today. They need one massive game, as Gabe Tahi and Sprite, they had some big games. They dropped some serious eliminations earlier today. We have Ronaldo, Skittles, and Zum. They've always just been there, right, Monster? We've seen so much of them today, but they just haven't had those last few minutes they need to hold on to for the big placements to jump up on the leaderboard.
Definitely. There's no opportunities to be missed here, though, as the rotates are coming on in now. Scented trying to play for this good spot here. Commandment and Edgy already situated. Super comfortable. Team comes up. Great shot from Scented. Is he going to be able to collapse in on it? He's thinking about it, but might not be worth it. Too soon. Too packed.
It's very packed right now, and they have such a good control right now. I saw them really split, though, so Edgy, Scented, and Commandment are feeling comfortable. They were quite split up there, but they had a big body of area, so I don't want to see them make those little mistakes, but it's also great to see them not getting super nervous. They're not just, like, sitting in the boxes. They're trying to move around and really make things happen, because this is a team that isn't going to settle for second. They're not aiming for second right now. They don't want to hold on to third. They want to get up into first. They want to make big moves, and there is no way they haven't seen that TNA's team went down early in the feed. They know. So they know this is their shot. When it's endgame and everything's going crazy, they might miss it. But in that early game, they've now had this whole mid game to think, this is their moment. This is our chance. They can see the cup in front of them, but they're going to have to do a big game to make it happen.
That was Bucky, Creo, and Kanata's team that snuck up right behind them there when Sensei put their shots down. That would have been a crazy clash of top 10s against one another. Here, though, with Dubs, Mega, and Riverson, still living off that knock that they had onto the Exit trio. Very much holding them up right now to the Storm Surge, as it is going to start ticking over soon. Once we get that next zone to reveal itself, here it is. 500 damage above, all because of the tags, all because of the knock they picked up before. Here is a team being pressured on the side, though. They're looking to find this opportunity. The target marker's out. This might be it.
They've really been impacted in that lobby as well. Over 500 above just on one elimination, just showing how well they're playing, the little advantage they get. And right now, this lobby is really focused up on this giant mountain here, on this big edge.
Nice
and the
snipe.
262 shot. That's onto Illust right now. And that is a big, big blow to Clix's team right now, who started to have a bit of a run back. We saw them take out our first place team earlier in this game. They had the big wipe on #1, but now they're going to have to drop back into those builds. We can see through the wall, they're holding it, and they're going to get the revive off, but that's a lot of meds lost, and another big jump in Storm Surge for Dubs' team.
They're lucky they get to stay alive. They're just outside that top 12, so this is a fight for top 10 for Clix, Illis, and Bizzle. If they stay up, they do get their way up the standings. They need to stay up right now if they want to have, even a remotely top placing spot inside this competition. That's what's on the line for them, as Xset Knight actually finds the Elam there onto Eclipse. Remember, they are down a member. That member went down late into the game as well from Riverson, so there's no way their teammates back in full action. They're operating as a two-man team.
As Riversun now takes down Commandment, gets elimination. So does Edgy. So Edgy and Commandment right now taking on Creo's team toe-to-toe. So they get the knock and the finish. So they're jumping up there as well. And every elimination is going to matter to bring this team closer. That's who you're looking for in the feed. You're looking for Centered, Commandment, Edgy, Jamper, Booger, and Avery. Those are our two teams that can really jump up here and try to take this on. And right now, Mega on the backside, though, gets dropped in on. He's split up right now. Needs to go over an upper layer to get back to his team. But just like that, Riversun and Dubs turn around so quick and help out their teammate. And that was a nice little rotate. Back to front side on half-half.
Yeah, he does a great job to stay in the game right now. And now they're in that lower elevation here, playing off the side of the mountain cliff. They should have a lot of opportunity to stay up for a while as they find Bucky on the rotate on in. Down goes Bucky as well, and fully thirsted. Nothing to worry about, but a nice loot delivery for the team here. That's massive. Bucky, Creo, Kanata were just climbing up, just outside the top 10, or just within it, actually now being taken out. That is so bad for them, as Knight's still alive and Shark's still alive on the front side of zone as well. They're looking to do something big. They're in a key position right now to actually survive for quite some time.
And one thing I'm seeing set up right now, which is going to change the storyline a lot, we have Clix's team on high ground. And when they take high ground, it's really scary for any other team to take it, because Clix always goes ultimate high and really defends against those shockwaves. They do it so well, which gives up a little bit of that elimination power. They don't get as many eliminations as the other team on high ground. But now I'm looking at teams like Booger, who might then go for height, who are going to run into a lot of issues. So they're going to have to try and play this as a late high ground retake. They obviously don't have this information. We do. They're going to have to hopefully just maybe take a look at high ground and understand that, because if they go for it against that team, it's going to be very scary for them.
And Commandment finds another knock in the feed. Knight's going to find Tragics as well. Remember, Knight was on the front side of that zone line. Now it's going to pull the opposite way, so a nice little rotate from them is going to have to come out of it. How is it everyone's going to have to cross here? Look at the congestion. This is a very weird spot. Such a diverse spot compared to the way the last zone played out. Zuni's going to get fallen down there. The bounces are going to come out, and the elevation's so different, but the crash pad fine. Nice job for them. A free rotate granted literally right there. And Zuni's lands onto Divine with the drop kick. My gosh, way to find an Elam.
Oh, and Avery and Jamper take down Saf in the feed too, so they're making moves right now, and every single one of those eliminations matters. Our second, third, and fourth place team, they're here. They're ready to show up, and they want a big game, as Zuni's also just outside that top 5, trying to have a big jump up. So right now, TNA is nervous. They are sweating. They're watching all these teams have big games, and they have to watch from the sideline. This is going to come right down to the final game. Which of those teams is going to be able to jump up and show why they can push for first place here today?
Ooh, look at high ground, though. It's Zextro, Calculator, Backwood. That's a team that we haven't seen up there very often, and they're contesting Bizzle as Scented, finding some eliminations. Remember, if Scented, Edgy, and Commandment, the more Elans they find, the closer to first place they get. The more that Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day have to sweat it out for the last game leading in. This is game number 5. Everyone still has an opportunity to overtake this game, overtake this entire series for what it's worth. On the front side, though, Stretch on the move here. 81 points today for this team. How good are they playing right now? Not even a victory royale, but still consistent here today.
They're coming back. I see Avery in the feed. I see Edgy. This is coming right down to the wire. I saw Booger's team setting up on that second height, so they might try and play spoiler here as Stretch is down on the low. We don't see this team on the low ground too much, but they're pulling it off more today. It's a bit safer, more consistent as Zayt is looking really weak, but right there, Stretch drops in. Shark takes him down right there. A big swing for them, and it's our last FNCS champions, Zextra, Calc, and Macwood on the high ground, but there it is. Riversun goes up right now. We have our teams on the low ground that are looking so good. Calc trying to make something from this, has one build left, needs to drop down and do something for his team, and needs to find that refresh as Clicks gets elimination in the feed, and all the big names are still in this.
Yeah, you see Sentin and crew inside the mid-game. Commandment's still alive right now. They're in the ultimate low, though. They've decided to go into the water. As Stretch is contesting, Calc, who's trying to get up to height. Calc is scrambling. He chokes a couple builds, and now Calc is out of material. This is so close, but Stretch, let's go, Stretch. Still fighting at the siphon as well, and picks up the material just to stay alive. He is pulling it off. He is pulling off the clutch of the team right now. 4 eliminations, the only man alive, operating as a solo individual as Calc has to defend the height.
Stretch is doing so well right now. I see Edgy Sentin and Commandment down there going toe-to-toe as well, trying to push up their lead. Calc goes up for this one right now.
Nice.
Has a big shot, falls down with the 150, the 100, takes down Iceve. The big shot right now. Who can jump away with this one right now? Who can come up? He's got the shockwaves, still has one left, dropping them both on the lobby. Desperation right now to hold this high ground. He has 24 builds left. Their team right now has 9 eliminations. Stretch is in this, so is Commandment. Your second place team is going for the heal off. Commandment's back there. This is so many solos. He could pull this off. This would be monumental for his team if he managed to do something here. Every player that goes down is more placement points, closer to first place, and I think he's done it. Commandment takes down Stretch. This is Commandment. This is your second place team in a 1v1 situation. He has to beat out Calc here. His team needs this. The whole leaderboard will shake up on this very moment. This is a huge swing, and no, Commandment falls to Calc. That could be the tournament right there with only 1 game to go.
A big 11 eliminations there for Calculator, and Calculator had one of the craziest clutches for that high ground, finding 2 and 3 eliminations in quick succession. Analysts, you guys are going to have to break this one down for us, because Calculator has shown why he was once a champion at the top of the top when it comes down to this FNCS stage.
We got a game on our hands, boys! Going into the final game, the standings can help present the information as clear as day. But guess what? The second place team has now closed the gap. They're only 12 points behind going into the final game on the day. Shy Wager, Reese, this could literally go either way right now. This is actually going to be the craziest and closest game we've seen yet.
Yeah, EU had a little bit more of a gap, but now for Game 6 of NA East on day number 2, it literally all comes down to one game's performance. This 5th game, though, let's see what the results actually are. Look at how much closer it is between the TNA trio up top and Commandment, Sentin, and Edgy in second place, 186 to 174 points.
12-point difference in our first and second teams. In EU, we had this very similar, where there was a huge disparity between first and second, and as this day 2 has progressed, they get closer and closer, and this is the exact same thing we're seeing again. It's all going down to the last game of who's going to take that first place slot.
And that's just to talk about first place. Let's look at the tie in 4th and 5th. It's all about every single position, not just first for a lot of these trios that aren't quite close enough to grab it. Zex and Slack so close to each other at the same time. We'll move on to the next 6th all the way to 10th place slots to look at how close it is over here too. A 140-point tie. X at 3 points behind. 128 to 122 for Little Mikey Clarity and Bucky Creo Kanata. This next game, we keep saying it, no matter what region it is, no matter what leaderboard we're looking at, every shot will matter.
And every placement after top 10 is more and more prize money as well. And obviously, more and more respect. Bragging rights. If we have better placement now, we're 3rd, we're 2nd, we're 5th, whatever it is, it's improving over and over as these performances go out. And we got one more game to decide that.
Dude, they could do it. We've watched the TNA trio fall so early. Commandment, Edgy, and Scented, they actually have a shot here. We have to be watching how this next game unfolds. But with this, set this up for us, boys. We have one game left. How close is this really?
Let's get a retaste of that last game and really look at what the different flavors were in the end game. How do things look with people's playstyles? Who's taking on reverse? How close is it between certain teams? Those are the questions we need to answer after looking at that last game.
Yeah, I think, you know, to start things off, things may be the flavor of a little bit sour, I would say, perhaps, you know. Some of the other things may be a little bit sweet, but actually, no, we're going to start off with sweet, and that was a sweet pop-off by well, the one we love to call Stremin, aka Stretch, right here, popping off hugely, playing this endgame really well solo. A little bit earlier in this game, he was playing low ground very, very efficiently, not what these guys are known for at all.
And it was absolutely demon time, going all the way back in the zone, coming back to finding the perfect angles, using audio and his own edits to know exactly who was where, were they weak, taking those shots down even when he had less health at the very end. It wasn't enough though. Command was another player who elevated, got closer towards that reverse Miro and Day trio in first place. I mean, it was just everything that happened in this game made the overall competition that much closer.
And I'm pretty sure Scented and Edgy went down around 15 players alive. So Commandment really popped off and had a very, very good performance here, picking up multiple eliminations and a second place. And we saw exactly what that did to the standings. But the star of the show for this game was Young Calc with this beautiful setup for the right-hand peak, picking up the victory royale with that one big pump shot.
Yep, and he gets just 2 points closer and a 2-point kind of difference between him and Slacks and how things look there. An absolute solo competition at the end of this Game 5's NA East Trio game. It was Calc who landed that last shot. Expert predictions right there for the actual, almost looking like a pre-fire. But Game 5's theme and story was just all about the comeback. It was all about making the overall competition closer and really giving us a phenomenal Game 6 to watch.
Boys, what do the teams need to do? What is it that we need? What is that silver bullet that will get us the overall championship title, the crown, the axe of champions? What do these trios need to pull off?
Reese, take it, man.
I will. We'll break it down a little bit analytically. First, we have the TNA trio. They are 12 points ahead of the second place trio right now, which is of the Scented, Commandment, and Edgy. Basically, if they go down in early game, all our other trio needs to do, Scented, Commandment, and Edgy, is pick up 13 points, which they are very capable of doing. They're uncontested in Misty Meadows, so very, very possible. However, obviously, the TNA trio have not been going down this well. That game, we did see Bizzle, Clicks, and Illust push them for Storm Surge tags to fight them, to get the elimination points all the way up in their leaderboards. If that same thing happens again, that could be disastrous for TNA today.
And if we make it off spawn, if we get into the end game, this is kind of putting it in the most layman's terms that I can, right? A South Zone really going to, prefer and be on the side of Scented, Edgy, Commandment. If it goes north, Reverse might have a chance to be consistent again. So pay attention to where that zone is. Also, though, all the ties we have, pay attention to Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. They always switch up games. And whenever they do well, Reverse, Miro, and Day seem to have their lowest placement. So we'll see exactly how that works. There are some tricky trios. If Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have height, that's actually very good for Reverse, Miro, and Day because they can stay quiet on low, make it to end game. So a lot of factors, Zeke. But I think the one thing to pay attention to is where that zone goes in game number 6.
All these story points converge on a single location. The final game here in NA East, game number 6. Who will walk away our new FNCS champions? Fortnite fam, it's time. We're going one last time off the battle bus. Aussie Antics, Monster D-Face. One last time. Let's do it.
3 weekends of qualifiers, 1 great set of heats, and now here we are at the grand finals stage, the last day and the last game. Everything is on the line, and we have a close competition up towards the top. It's Monster D-Face here in Aussie Antics to seal the deal right now. and the battle bus is underway.
Battle bus is underway, and you know I have my eyes on that top northwestern section. I see 3 people dropping at the castle, and I see 3 people dropping on the slurp truck, so I know what this is. Knife's team has taken the castle. TNA has to back up. They still get away with it now. They don't have as much loot, but they're still in it. They're not getting aggressed on straight away. They're in it with a chance, but this is so much closer than we thought it was going to be, Monster. This is a game to remember.
This is it. Can Booga's team pull home the 15 elimination victory royale to take home first place? We have so many teams now in the running for the first place spot. Slacks, Acorn, Jock, Booga, Avery, Jamper, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy obviously being the closest. But of course, the one you want to keep your eye on is Day, Miro, Reverse 2K, who had 186 points coming into this when they dropped out of the competition. What a game that we just had coming out of the previous one. Really setting the stage now for game number 6. Everyone's playing hip to hip. Everyone's trying to learn from their mistakes over these last few weekends. This is it. It's the last round. It's the game number 6. As Booga now is going to be able to open up the vault here. What he's going to find inside the vault is, of course, going to grant them with the power shotguns and everything that it is going to be needed here. Booga, Jamper, and Avery are also going to have this spot uncontested this time around, Ozzy.
This is big right now because they're still lurking as well. They're not as close as Commandment, Sent, and Edgy, but they're up there. They're in 3rd on 158 points, so they really need a big performance here. And the last 2 games, someone's tried to play spoiler. Like you said, Monster, they've been caught off guard twice. They can't make it 3 times in a row. They have to close out strong.
100%. We can see here the atmosphere, the tension is up in the air. That last game, twice now, in the last couple of rounds, twice now, we've seen Booga, Jamper, and Avery be hit with an ambush. They don't even see the team coming in. We don't even see the team coming in. And we have the full spectator client. I don't know how they're getting so close, but whatever that squad's been doing, it's been cheeky, it's been sneaky, and it's working.
Yeah, I think it's kind of that fool me once, fool me twice. You can't get fooled 3 times. Not for the World Cup solo champion. Such a decorated team. As you can see, Booga's trio, 28 points behind first, has more than 30-plus point games than any other trio in NA East this FNCS. So they're showing you they can do it. They're behind in points, but if something happens to TNA like it did last time, they're the team to jump up and really run away with it. That was what I was expecting to see last game. They did it a little bit. They didn't quite do it. It was definitely Commandment that stepped up, but already, look at this. This is so different. We have TNA forced into the ocean because they have teams contesting them, and that's how this team adapts, right, Monster? That's why they've been so good.
100%, and you can see they're on the move right now, playing the outskirts here, just trying to stay alive and stay in the game right now. This loadout, not too hot, but they're also on a different strat already. They're trying to steer clear of Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle. You already saw what happened in the last game. They have been taken out so quickly. This is the closest race going into the grand finals of any game, of any region that we've seen unfold this time around. Obviously, up later is the NAW, but for right now, as it stands, NA East has kept it so close. And I mean, this is a story that's taken from the Heat 2, right? Heat 2 is where we casted over these guys. It was that close there as well. They've literally transcended that story into the grand finals.
And we talked about it yesterday. We predicted it. Statistically, this is one of the most stacked, if not the most stacked grand finals of any FNCS in NAE. So not only is it stacked for the regions of this FNCS, going back in previous ones. Right now, every team in this is here to play. Next to no teams made it off consistency. They were all the teams that placed, and they're the best of the best. And they're showing up. You can already see Daymir and Reverse adapting their playstyle. This team has dropped at 3 different locations now in the 4 weeks of this FNCS and done well every single time. That is a skill unmatched by any other team, and it's a skill that who would have thought coming into the last game with it this tight, they would have needed, Monster, because they need to adapt. Another team has rolled up in the last 2 games of a 12-game format, and it's changed everything.
And this is a team that has been adapting, manipulating the drop qualifier to the Heats, now to the grand finals, all of which we haven't seen the same strategy employed more than once. This time, going from Dirty Docks to Fortilla to now, the outskirts of the map, they're figuring out. They are the most flexible on the drop spot, and now more than ever, they have to be flexible coming into this final round. Aussie, think about it. They've had the most adversary from every single drop spot being contested time and time again. They had a free pass up until now, and all of a sudden, so much friction.
You talk about adversity. Let's just talk about it. We mentioned it before. Reverse 2K made it very public that at the start of this season, he thought he was going to maybe take a break from competitive Fortnite. He's been playing for the longest time. This is a World Cup solo player, and he was thinking, hey, maybe this season isn't it for me. I'm not really feeling it. To come back and to potentially be in the position now to win Trio FNCS, this would be such an exciting story. This player has done a lot in his career. Reverse 2K is a very known player, but he has not won a major like this. He has not won an FNCS title, and he's potentially going to do it here today. This is massive, but unfortunately for them, they don't have the victory lap we were kind of expecting. They at one point had an almost 50-point lead. It is now down to 12. They're slipping back, and they have to hold on. They need this.
100% now. Edgy sent to Commandant, trying to make their rotates in. A little bit of a wall here. This player's in front. Players down by the gas station do have to be careful. And there's another setup just outside that Retail Row Mountain, the Lazy Lake North Mountain there. So their squad's already basing up, setting up everywhere. 3 teams already dropped out of the competition. 87 players remaining right now.
All of these teams are so close. This leaderboard is so ridiculously tight around the top 5. You have Zayd's team on 140, Aspect's team on 140, Zexro's team on 140, Slack's on 146. So right now, to break into that top 3 is anyone's game. It's not just about first place. There is tens of thousands of dollars on the line here for these teams, and they need to make it work. As Zayd gets a knock, potentially maybe an elimination, which could jump him up so far, and there it is, the finish. So that's 1 point. It's going to come down to single points here for sure, Monster, and tiebreakers.
Yeah, 100%. As Zexro, Calculator, Macwood. This is a team right now tied up 140 points, 2 victory royales. We haven't seen them, but when they do pop up, they just pop up so big, right? They've had these huge point swings and then otherwise fizzled out, quiet round after round. Same with Zayt, same with Saf, same with Stretch. If they had just an even mediocre, a much better day one, 96 points in today's competition. They have accrued so much here today.
They're really on the momentum swing, and this is where Zayd's team plays best. They've just rewritten their story. Their story in all the qualifying weeks was always starting strong, finishing weak. But no, in this 12-game format, they're finishing strong, and they have the potential to really jump up, especially with that loadout in a zone that looks not too terrible. Actually, no, this has gone southeast. This is a pretty hard zone for this team, but what I'm looking at is our second-place team, Centered, Edgy, and Commandment. They've done so well every time we get a zone like this, and this zone actually looks so much like last game's Monster. So let's see what TNA can do with it, because we didn't get to see that last game. They went down on spawn.
Yeah, they went down early, and remember, the last time we tuned in with them, they were doing a northern side rotate. That's where Doom's Domain's team, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch land, and they're already cutting the opposite direction. So seems like they made a bit of a bad gamble trying to make it into the next zone, chancing that it might just turn upwards, but instead it's pulling all the way through, which means that they are going to be cutting through a much more congested mass of players. And that's the difference sometimes. Those little interactions, going left instead of right this time around, is probably going to cost them a lot. And it sucks to think that, because you don't really know where the zone's going to take you.
And this is weeks of preps. Before the games even started, before qualifiers even started, NA East was practicing. They were scrimming. They were running customs. So they've had so many games to decide, okay, we went left that time, right would have been better. This is it. You don't get the second chance anymore. This might be your last chance right now to really make something massive and jump up, as Aspect's team needs to do just that, because they were in such a good spot coming into today, and they've dropped off the pace. This last game really needs to count for them.
Definitely now. Remember, last time we tuned in with Aspect, he was hitting these snipes to keep his team clear of the surge. This time around, though, still a lot to be had. It's now NPen choosing to go with the opposite rotate. Will Aspect be able to follow up with a nice sniper? He's trying to put some ramps up to save his teammate, save himself for the rotate push through. That's looking pretty good. NPen is in front right now, costing them over 200 wood material already. And there's another team behind this mountain. They're going to collide right here. But is it going to break out into a fight is the real question. Are they going to jump on top of NPen? They are getting closer and closer. Yes, they're sneaking up. This is an all-out battle on the side. You can see the landmass is weird. Zunis could barely get up here, now trapped under his own ramp. This is not looking good. He's going to have to follow up some big shots.
who is this team? Because they are aggressive. They must need Storm Surge or some big points or something, because these are the fights you don't usually see breaking out. It's AJ, Rox, and Vix, and they're trying to get this positioning. I don't know if they wanted the Storm Surge or they just really wanted to hold this edge, because they went aggressive. As we see Macwood's team above this, XZ's team, a team that we had such high hopes for, were doing so well yesterday, came in today on second place, have dropped down so far. They had games yesterday where they got more points than they have in all of their 5 games before this. So they really need to show up now and fix something massive.
100% here. Exit on the rotate through, peppers in hand, already down the majority bulk of the material. This is a great spot to get your refarm on, but there are 75 damage below, so they can't stick around for too long. Not unless they find some kind of activity. Not unless they get into, some kind of action, some kind of fight. And this is why AV's on his way up to the top. He's going straight up. No care in the world either.
He's going to try and shock an AV. Day goes down. Day goes down in the feed to Elige. That's our first place team. One of them has been knocked. This could be massive. We have AV trying to change things up right now, trying to get their elimination. We're in the feed. I have all eyes on that for our first place team. As can AV get back into this? Because this is a team that could really change it up. If people are pushing up, this is a team that will push you straight back down, because they win their fights as Miro takes down Elige. So maybe they're winning that battle, but it's looking a little bit sketchy. They're not on a good rotate right now, as Shark's not having a good fight. AV has to come back around the outside, and right now it looks like it's a 2v2 situation, and AV's not very healthy.
Definitely, as Knight did find one of those knocks as well. AV's going to find the full elim onto Fop, and now they have to back up, but no, lets the guard down. One wall is all it's going to take here, and it's Ronaldo on the other side of the wall. As he gets AV decides to stay inside, tries to leave the loot and the key card for his teammate upstairs on the top floor. Out comes Knight. How's he going to do it? No, Knight wasn't reloaded. His shotgun wasn't ready a little too soon, and now XZ gets wiped out of the competition just like that.
And that, just like that, all the momentum comes crashing down. XZ, one of the most consistent teams, not since the start of these qualifiers, since the start of trios, since last season. That trio has been playing together and winning cups, and unfortunately on day 2 of the FNCS finals, something fell apart. And right now, you're tuning in with your first place team, where they need nothing to fall apart. They need everything to work right now, as they have 1 elimination on the board, and they came into this game with a 12-point lead, and second and third are still up and nipping at their heels.
Yeah, and you can see how much loot they've already gone through. That long, drawn-out fight against the Hispanics has cost them so much. Reverse 2K down to 1/3 of his total mat capacity. And you can see they've migrated way down to the southern zone, too. So they were on the top portion, having to really double back, really backtrack across. And that's why they came across Elige on the way into this rotate here. Miro, though, one big pot in the inventory and just trying to set up right now. They need to find a new home. They need some loot ASAP.
How good is this team? Like, we're gonna have to geek out for a second here. It's not just their mid-game fighting. It's not just their end game. They've dropped different places, different rotations, different teamwork strategies. This team right now is undeniably the best team in NA East, and it's gonna take something massive for Centered and Edgy and Commandment to do something on top of them, because they have been good in every single aspect. Sorry, they have been fantastic in every aspect of their gameplay here today, and that's exactly what Commandment needs to do, as Edgy has 1 elimination, and that looks like 2, so they're closing that gap now. They have 1 elimination on the first place team. This is very possible for them.
This is your team that can overtake first right now. This is your team the closest to taking home the Axe of the Champions, right behind Day, Miro, and Reverse 2K. It's now, what's that? 9, 10, 11 point difference between the two. Each and every single elimination gets them 1 step closer. Let's not forget, though, Miro does have 1 as well. So for every time the first place squad gets 1, it gets that much further away from everyone else's hopes and dreams to be the best.
It's just so exciting. This is exactly what you want. Coming into a grand final of an FNCS, like we just said, the closest it's ever been. You're going to hear top tier excitement from me, and I'm sorry, I can't contain how excited I am coming into this endgame. This is everything you hope for as a Fortnite fan. Not just teams doing so well, teams that deserve it, who've been playing the best Fortnite, who are fan favorites, community favorites as well. Just really doing everything they can to bring this one home and seeing what they can do with it, because Daymir and Reverse are in a nice spot. The only issue is this next zone. 1 second, do they get it? They don't. They have to move. It's not too far, but there's so many teams on top of them.
100% of those teams we know. Ronaldo, Zum, Skittles nearby. Obviously, the XZ trio wiped completely out of the game. Other teams moving in from down south could be Scented, Edgy, Commandment. We know they migrate from those areas. It could be anywhere right now, possibly even center, honestly. They do like to do those early rotates, but either way, TNA has a long trek to make here. As you can see, replay's going to catch up. Player was nearby. It is going to break out into a fight. It's Illis, it's Clicks, it's Bizzle, but Day's going to win that one. Illis, the fragger of the trio as well, is down. That is some serious firepower. Day holds on.
No one can stop this team. The confidence they have. They're in first place trying to hold on to their FNCS. They're not holding on. They're pushing forward. They're still getting in boxes and going toe for toe. The confidence of this team is honestly unrivaled right now. They have not lost a single mid-game fight in any of the 11 games before this. And it looks like, as you see, Clicks and Bizzle have to flee. It's not going to happen in game 12 either. I was just going to say how Miro and Day especially need this performance to prove they are team game mode players as well. Miro jumped into notoriety in solos and showing why he's such a good fighter, but they've put all the pieces together. They have not lost once in the mid game today. They've only gone down once on spawn. This team is doing everything right.
You got to give some love to Day there too, because that's the payback for the same team that took him out from game number 5. A little bit of karma there. He is going to be able to clap back once, and you know that's going to be a spirit raiser for them. Remember, this competition's only close because Clicks, Illis, and Bizzle took them out in the previous round. So the story thickens. The plot extends here. Clicks is still in their domain. He's still in their territory. It's another fight. They want more. Miro's trying to take this one.
I just can't believe they're not playing safe and resting, but I don't want them to because they've played all these fights so well. Statistically, it is a smart play to take these fights because they win them. Any other team, you'd be so scared. You'd be wondering, why are you doing this? You're in the lead. You're holding on. Why are you still taking fights? Because that's their recipe for success. That's what's put them in the lead. And right now, the focus is coming out. This is so tense. The edit and the big shot from Miro. He's got that purple pump. He ducks behind that cone, but he's been weakened a little bit. They've got to be careful. That's a full team beneath them, and it's also the team that played spoiler. Monster, you talk about the plot thickening. This is the team that pushed them out of the castle and into the jaws of Clicks' team. Everything is coming to a head here.
100%. So will they get a little bit more revenge here onto the players that have been dominating all day? A player's down, though. Reverse is down as well. How's it going to turn out? Knifer gets exchanged here, and it's someone in the box. It could be Tabs. Yes, he finds Tabs. Miro claps back once again and fully concludes. And now, as a two-man team, the controllers, Day, Miro, the young gods have to rock it out with one another. There is no more reverse 2K to lead them, to tarp for them, to help them.
Miro has to do something. Day has to do something. Reverse is out of here. Day doesn't have shield, and they're hitting the rotate. They're moving fast. This is everything you could have wanted. This is so close. He has the spare shield, but that's all their shield, Monster. He has to stop, use the shield, and keep going. They need to make this rotate.
Miro doesn't even want to stand still. You can see he's just on the move, literally jumping in the water, getting ahead, saying, hey, Day, I'm going to play for the zone. Anything matters. Every point counts. I need to stay ahead. I have to stay in this round right now as they rotate into the second place team now. Oh, no. Scented, Edgy, Commandment. They're on the other side of the barrel. They're the ones holding out the river. And now shots are exchanging. Who's the team up above? It looks like a solo. Could it be Miro? Because he just came in.
This could not be any more exciting right now. They are so close together. 2 eliminations on the board. He just needs to hold out in this box. They need to push forward and do something. They can't just rest. They have to jump forward up on the leaderboard. They are chasing, and Miro is trying to hold.
They do both have 2 eliminations as well, so it's a standstill. It's neck and neck, but Reverse 2K and company, remember, they fell just a little bit more, so they are slightly ahead in terms of elims. Yes, look around you. It's Cosmic, Joji, Doe. Joji is by himself because he lost his 2 teammates. Miro and Day are off to the side, but they're on that same layer. It's eye to eye. It's neck and neck with Commandment, Sense, and Edgy. As a full trio, everyone has to rotate as well. They don't have the zone. Everyone has to go east now. It's going towards Retail Row. That's elevation change.
It's going back into it, and this is the best endgame we could have asked for. They're all up right now. 2 eliminations on the board. Do they have the mobility? But do they even need it? This beautiful rotate right now from center, just leading this team, and they're back front side. They're looking so good. They have everything they need to surge forward right now. No, the crash pads come out though. Was it a misclick, or is someone beneath them? Because someone's trying to drop them in. Someone is trying to upset their grand final run as they potentially push forward for first.
They're in the first place, though. They're in the lead right now, in front of the zone here, trying to get out and up ahead. It's still a battle, though. They're going inside. We already know. When they want an elimination, we've seen this before. They do not stop. This is so exciting. They're going to be pushing through until they find a frag right here, potentially. They want to stay in front of the zone. Here it is. Sentis found someone. It's the Sentis special. He's pushing through. It's grand finals, baby. Can they get this frag? They need the come up. They need the impact as things are going to catch up here. 2 eliminations. Can they make themselves one step closer? They do. Commandment gets it.
Takes down Zexro right now. They are pushing forward. This team has it right now. They're going up the outside. What can they do? A big shot again. They need to make this rotate. They're back together. It's crazy. This is what you want to see. TNA in the lead, pushing forward, taking fights. Second place, taking fights. No one is resting here. They get another knock. These eliminations close out the leaderboard so much quicker. They're on the bottom, and they play this low ground so well. Where is TNA? If they're looking at the feed, they're getting nervous right now. They are coming for the first place spot.
100%, and placements being doled out now. They're definitely in this. Remember, the Victory Royale, though, is what they really want. A high placing spot to close things here now. Scented is still on the rotate, still looking through. Recognizes a weak build, trying to find a player. Yes, he's going to find some tags, some down bodies here. This could be perfect. Whoa, he's going to pull the body. He might be able to get some loot. This is going to bounce them back into the game.
This is, but Miro just got 2 eliminations in the feed, so Miro is clapping back as Edgy goes down. No, he goes down. Commandment Center and Edgy are out. They can't get any more points, and Miro is still in this. This could be their victory lap, monster. 4 eliminations on Miro. This is why he has more eliminations than any other player this NA East FNCS, and they are bringing it home in the biggest way possible.
This is it right here, right now. Miro trying to get a big major event win on the grand final stage now. This is their victory lap. Everything else is icing on the cake here as they're going to be stomping through the layer. And yes, he's going to follow up. He's taking players down with them. Down they go. He's sinking with the ship. 22 HP. He's trying to jump through. He's still alive. Oh my gosh, with no HP. It doesn't matter. The knocks were worth it. And Day steps up. Day comes in with the save. He's still here.
Day's got 5 shockwaves, so he can play this out solo. He has the bandage cannon right now. 7 teams alive,
Boom.
13 players. It doesn't matter. He's not going to play the bandage cannon. He's going to go toe-to-toe, and he gets the elimination. Day is still doing this. They're pushing ahead. They're not on a victory lap. He is sprinting. He's trying to get every single elim, every single point. They are making a statement on NA East. This is why this is your #1 team, and they're closing out the last game to really put the icing on the cake.
What an exciting way to close things out now as Day is literally clutching for his squad. He's about to go up. He's about to show people what is all made of right now. He's got a couple of options here. Impacts in hand. Bandage bazooka as well. He's going to jump into the mix, though. Big 116. Can he get a follow-up here? Yes. There's going to be a player on the low ground, and he finally drops. Top 4 for him. What a way to close this out. It's a high ground hold from the Godfathers themselves, though. Zate is up above to hopefully bring this one home.
But they're in 7th place. This is a huge jump up for them. 123 points on the board. Stretch toe-to-toe, and he does. They win it. Zate, Saf, and Stretch get their 2nd win of the day. 129 points, but you have to think it was enough. Day, Miro, and Reverse having a phenomenal game to finish off a phenomenal tournament.
And what a monstrous victory royale for the Zate, Saf, and Stretch trio as well. Here's your FNCS NA East winners. It's TNA's Day, it's TNA's Miro, and of course TNA Reverse 2K. 208 points, not a single victory royale, 72 eliminations. Miro holds a record, and he can hold the record proudly now as they have secured themselves as the FNCS Grand Champions of the NA East. They've done it.
Not a single win, but some of the most consistent, some of the best Fortnite I have ever watched. Multiple drop spots, multiple rotations, teams dropping on them out of nowhere in the last minute, and they still adapt. They adapt to everything. They are by far your best trio in NA East.
What a cold way to take home a victory royale right there, too, for Zate, Saf, and Stretch. Ultimately, though, that's going to conclude from the desk. It's Grand Finals weekend. It's Monster Defense Aussie Antics. Dude, what a great show. I couldn't have asked for a better person to cast this with. We're going to let the boys bring it home on the desk. I want to hear their reactions. Take it home, fellas.
Thank you guys so much. As
He's
already doing it. Listen, let me at least say Monster Defense enough. Hey, what, bro, listen, 100% today is the day for TNA Day, Miro and Reverse 2K. Bay. What else can we say? Congratulations to you. I don't know why
nice save.
I got it. your new FNCS Trios champions. It is the TNA Trio walking away with their heads held high, and of course, the new wielders of the Axe of Champions holding on all day long, coming in with such a strong performance, especially after day number 1. They are your overall winners.
And they flexed that last game as well. Reverse going down, I thought could have been their weakness, but it made Miro get absolutely overclocked, unlocked. He just hit the nastiest beams, and they lived too towards the very end, landing pumps and combinations we don't get to usually see every game. These guys definitely deserve that overall top spot. $66,000 to take home as well. 208 points to wrap out 2 days of glorious competition.
You know, while we were watching there, I was watching the elimination feed when we were going from Commandment, Scented, and Edgy's perspective, and when I saw that the duo of Day and Miro were still alive and moving in the end game, I knew it was over for them, because these guys are just too good and too consistent. There's just no way that they would go down early, and these two lived up to the expectations of how consistent they have been all the way through these 2 performances and to the heats and all the qualifiers before that.
Absolutely. That last win too lets Zay go all the way up to 4th with Saf and stretch overall 2 victory royales over the entire 2-day grand finals. Past that too on this page, Xset, Shark, AV, TSM, Zextro, Macwood, and Young Calculator are also up there in the top 10 from 11th to 15th place. More trios that we saw some glorious plays from this entire 2-day grand finals.
Yeah, you know, we saw that big victory royale coming out of FaZe, Mega, Dubs, and then also Liquid Reversan at the same time. You know, these guys were performing that game. They had a couple other good ones, but at the same time, it just wasn't that consistency overall. 11th, still a very solid placement, however.
Yep, also Unknown, Casker, and Smack there in 16th place. Had some very consistent type gameplay, 90 points overall. Drop spots that were shaken up on day number 2 after some big chaos when the day actually started. Past that too, just in general, I'm so glad it was close, so glad that there was such high-level gameplay to break down. The casters absolutely eliminated the entire broadcast as well. It was a lot of fun today, boys.
That was a good one. Before we say goodbye, let's check predictions. Which one of us was correct? Which one of us was the closest? Well, you know, boys, I think you can see the predictions here. This will tell us the ultimate giveaway, and it turns out that none of us were correct. I think, you know, we have to give this at least to Reese being the closest of us all.
You know, I'm having a bit of a heart attack over these grand finals. I don't think my heart can handle it, because at EU, it was the exact same thing. I picked the team who came second, and the hype and the anticipation of that last game was building so much. For this, exactly the same. Commandment, Scent, and Edgy played a fantastic game all the way through today and yesterday's matches, really bringing and closing that gap throughout the day as it was going on, and it really was going down to that last game straight away. I was on the edge of my seat thinking we can completely, this is it, I've finally picked that team that's going to take the first slot in the grand finals, but they performed very, very well. Just the TNA, TRIO performed so much better.
Well, guys, it's been an incredible time here from the FNCS. Final thoughts from you two before we say goodbye?
Welcome to the new age, because these guys literally took the entire scene by storm from day 1 to day 2. I'm just going to say it was an amazing entire competition to watch from round 3 all the way up to the grand finals. That wildcard match was also a whole lot of fun in every single region. This FNCS was just an absolute blast.
And you know what? I just completely agree with what I was going to say. He pretty much stole exactly the words that I was going to use. The qualifiers were great. The heats were great. The wild card match blew my mind a lot. It was very, very exciting. And these 2 days of grand finals have been very, very exciting, consistently building up until that last moment is so, so tense, and our victors are crowned.
That's right. And to you guys, thank you so much. To our casters, thank you so much. For you guys watching a Party Royale, we love you guys. And of course, if you're looking for more Fortnite action, the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite is a duos competition. That's coming in November, so keep eyes on that. But from all of us here, we just want to thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to our participants, our players, and as always, Fortnite fam, we love you guys. Till next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Beep, beep.